3 events, 2 champions, 1 prestigious title. Fittest on earth. Welcome inside this SAP Center in San Jose, California, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and we are set to crown the 2026 CrossFit Games champions. And Chase, we say this every year, but we have had some things go as expected. Other things have been a total surprise.
Absolutely, and if you look at the top 3, it is a 3-horse race on both the men and the women's side, but nothing is yet decided, save maybe 1 athlete. But it's been 17 events. We still have 3 more to determine who the fittest on earth will be.
Let's start on the women's side of the competition, where it is likely we are going to witness a coronation take place over these next 3 events. Lucy Campbell right now sits in 3rd place. She's trying to track down Emma Lawson for 2nd.
Now, it might be a coronation for Amy Kringle, but it is a competition between Lucy Campbell and Emma Lawson. Lucy Campbell started the weekend off rough. She said there was a lot of mental barriers coming in, but she finished strong. Speaking of mental barriers, Emma Lawson took a year off to just recenter herself. She is back in competition form and sitting solidly in 2nd.
And finally, Amy Kringle is running away with this thing. 5 event wins, and her signature performance really came in triple pig yesterday.
It absolutely did. That was the big question coming in. How is she going to handle a new skill? The triple under, the wall ball GHD. Not only did she master it, but she destroyed the field by over 2 minutes for a signature win for Amy Kringle.
Here are your overall standings. Amy Kringle just has to avoid a total collapse here on the 3rd and final day with 1,190 points. Lawson and Campbell have really separated themselves from the rest of the pack, so it's a battle taking place for that spot behind Kringle on the women's podium. Let's go over to the men's side. We knew this was going to be wide open. For the first time in history, we have 4 former champions in the field, and it has delivered. This has been as advertised. It's been a blast to watch.
And it's been a blast to watch, but when you look at what these guys have been doing all weekend long, trading blows, the bouncing ball of the leader jersey. Jay Crouch is that athlete who had worn it to start off the competition, currently sitting in 3rd place, 39 points out of a 2nd place position.
Dallin Pepper really had a great day 3 yesterday, but surrendered some points to close out Saturday to James Sprague.
He did. He threw some massive haymakers yesterday, had worn the leader jersey himself at one time, gave James Sprague everything he had to close out Saturday night. But James Sprague, the 2024 CrossFit Games champion, has bounced back in a biggest way, one of his best competition days he's ever had in his career.
Really had a solid performance last night in run, pull, yoke, or jump, pull, yoke, and it was what put him solidly in the lead, 1,114 points. But Dallin Pepper well within striking distance, as is Jay Crouch, and Justin Madera certainly not out of the mix for a spot on the podium.
He's not, but if you look at these 3 guys, James Sprague, Dallin Pepper, Jay Crouch, have all worn the leader jersey at least once this weekend. These 3 guys are going to be battling all day long. And if you look what's on the schedule, the row, the skills on the rings, and the Fibonacci Fonda to close things out, it is going to be a hell of a day of competition for the men.
Speaking of the final day and what is on tap, here is the schedule. The women are going to get things kicked off in just a few minutes with event number 18. The men after that, and then we hand things over to the teams. And then this afternoon here in San Jose, we will have our final 2 individual events, and we will crown the fittest man and woman on earth. Event 18, we're going to spend a lot of time on the machines here.
Yes, we will. 3,600 meter row, 3,600 meter ski, 35-minute time cap for the women. And it's the opposites with the body language. No one knows where they're going to be. There is no monitor. There is no boat race. It's just going to be, can you play the game within the game? And the best thing to do is body language and try to psych out your competitors while they're on the rower.
Well, both Bella Martin and Mike Arsenault are going to help cover things down on the competition floor. Let's bring in them. Guys?
Well, thanks, Sean. There's a lot of great stories beyond the top of the leaderboard that we've seen this week, and Bella and I have a unique opportunity on being on the floor for each and every event and also behind the scenes. So Bella, curious, what has been one of the most surprising things that you've seen and witnessed at the 2026 CrossFit Games?
I think if I'm trying to figure out what has been the most surprising and exciting to me, it would be Ellie Turner's performance this weekend. A few years ago, she was in the conversation to be the athlete that takes over for Tia when Tia decides, finally, she's going to make the decision that she's done competing. And when she gets to the games the last 3 times, she hasn't performed as well as I think you would expect the new Queen of Oceania to perform. She had a back injury. She's finally back now, and she's got the best performance she's ever had so far. So I'm really excited for her this weekend, Mike.
The recovery that she's shown has really been incredible. We'll see how she performs here on event number 18. It's going to be an exciting final day of competition, Sean.
Thank you, Mike and Bella. We're going to have them down there on the floor for the entirety of this event because you need to settle in. There's a lot to talk about here. Event 18, first event of day 4 of competition. 20 total events here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. 3,600 meters on the rower, and then 3,600 meters on the ski.
3, 2, 1 row, 3,600. That's going to be a long time to sit there in your own thoughts. I've talked to a few athletes. The coaches are going to be there trying to see what the pace is, give the athletes some call signals, what to do, where to push. But what's interesting about this, Sean, in longer rows we've seen in the past, there's been a display where other competitors can see where they are at relative to the field. They're not going to have that this time. So they're just going to be at the mercy of their own pace and own thoughts and just hoping that their pace is good enough relative to the rest of the field.
The last time I think we spent this much time on the rower was back in 2018 when we did the marathon row. This is going to be much shorter than that. Alex Gazan is a woman who came into these CrossFit Games with championship aspirations. Right now sits in 5th place overall. Does have an event win, but just has lacked the consistency that you need to put yourself in a podium spot.
She's had some great finishes, a lot inside the top 5. As you said, she had an event win as well, but we also see a 25th place on the bike. We see a 29th place on the triple pig, where a triple in her skill basically almost got her last in the event.
And right now, Maddie Sturt, who at one point was your overall leader after picking up her first career event win in the opening event back on Wednesday, looking to keep herself inside the top 5. She's going to have a miracle to get herself into the podium, but still a lot of points left here.
There are, but what a great weekend for Maddie Sturt. What a long weekend for all the athletes. And keep in mind, so many things have been tested up to this point, where she had an event win to kick the weekend off. Worst finish came at the triple pig, where you see a little skill, I don't want to say a little skill, a high skill on a jump rope derailed a lot of these athletes. But what it didn't do was take the athletes out that were at the top. You have to be so well-rounded to have success at the CrossFit Games, whether it's 3 events that we saw in 2007, 20 events that we're here to see in 2026.
Lucy Campbell has had some great performances here, 3 event wins, but it was really the CrossFit total and then the handstand sprint that hurt her the most this weekend.
It really did, but that was not something that was out of character for her. I would say, and she had this conversation yesterday, and it was really cool to see her being so open and honest, is that what was out of character is that she came into this year feeling the pressure of getting second last year, knowing Tia wasn't going to be here, and the weight of the expectations were weighing on her coming into the CrossFit Games. I'd say the way she finished last night, second first, which was the Lucy Campbell that we know. I'm hoping that the way she closed out the end of Saturday has erased the stress, and now she can freely compete the way she does best.
Emma Lawson currently sits in second place, 1,074 points, and really the same story as Lucy Campbell. She had a rough time in the total.
She did, and listen, when you're putting out one rep maxes, especially as, I don't say as niche, but as, you know, there's some people it's like, hey, you're either good at deadlifting or not. You're either good at pressing or not. Squat's a little bit different. What I love that I've seen from Emma Lawson is that when she first came on the scene as an elite individual, she comes out and wears a leader jersey. Is one of the youngest athletes in the sport to ever do that. She almost won the games 2 years ago. To have her come back after taking a year off, working on her mental game, and seeing her back into a second place position, this is who we thought we were going to get coming into this weekend now that she's returned back to the CrossFit Games.
And finally, your overall leader is right next to Emma Lawson, and that is Amy Kringle. She has 5 event wins so far, and we talked about it earlier. The signature performance came in Triple Pig, where you wondered, could she handle the double unders, or the triple unders? And the answer was yes. She did every set unbroken, left no doubt. And
the stress to that is that look at some of these athletes that we just talked about, worst finishes. A 29th for Gazan, who's an elite podium level caliber athlete. 27th for Sturr, worn the leader jersey. There was so much pressure coming into an event where if I don't get this skill, I could find myself in the bottom 5 and lose everything that I've worked for up to this point. You're wearing the leader jersey. The pressure that comes with the privilege of wearing the red and the white. And she came out and not only did well, but dominated in an event, and that was the string that broke everyone else that was trying to chase her.
Well, there's a good battle going on as you take a look at some English fans. I know those two people. That's Simon and Carla Long. They go to my gym. They're from the UK.
The fact that the only two UK fans you happen to know.
They are here, and they are certainly happy right now with the way things are playing out on the podium. But there's also a good battle going on for the Rookie of the Year. Bergris Bjornsdottir has been pretty impressive in her CrossFit Games debut out of CrossFit Reykjavik, and we all know what kind of athlete that place produces.
Man, it's just a fitness factory over there in Iceland and CrossFit Reykjavik, but what she's done at the age, she's not just a rookie. I mean, she's a baby out here competing with giants and really seems unfazed in terms of the competitive nature at which she steps onto the competition floor with. What she did in the speed snatch ladder between her and Hannah Black was really something special, and I'm excited to see how she finishes the weekend and what the rest of her career could possibly look like.
Now, Eileen Wurz is one spot back of Bjornsdottir in the overall standings. She's also making her first appearance at the CrossFit Games and spent some time early in the competition inside the top 10.
Well, here's why. We had a long run. We had some swims. We had a bike ride. She succeeds well in events like that. We're kicking the morning off with 7,200 meters on the machine. Don't sleep on words to have a really good finish in this one relative to the field.
She's only 6 points back of Bjornsdottir in the overall standings. Let's bring in Bella Martin, who's down there on the competition floor. Bella, what's up?
Hey guys, we started the competition on Wednesday with 30 females. We're starting the final day of competition with 29. We had one athlete yesterday. She did the toughest she could given the circumstances. It's going to be the Lucy McGonigal coming out of Ireland. She's not here on the floor to start the day. We haven't checked in with her to see how she's doing, but as an athlete, if you have made it this far in competition, you've had quite a good games regardless of placement.
Yeah, thanks, Bella. We saw Lucy McGonigal dealing with, I think it was a bit of an ankle issue yesterday, especially on that 500.
Yeah, we saw that, which is, it's unfortunate to see, but look, this is a sport. This happens in sport. 20 events over the course of 4 days.
Surya Meha is in the lead with Olivia Kerstetter, and Amy Kringle, who doesn't need to be up there, is in third right now.
No, but I really love the way Kringle competes. If you saw her earlier, look at Olivia Kerstetter. These athletes are looking up. Why are they looking up? Well, there's a giant jumbotron in the center of this arena. It's actually a beautiful jumbotron. But there's also video screens underneath that. So what they can see is, at the very least, who's in the lead, where they're at, and how far they are. And why is Kringle looking up? Well, because she's 10 meters behind Olivia Kerstetter.
Well, the wounds on the legs for Amy Kringle, I think that's indicative of a good bar path.
It is. Yeah, that's how you win the deadlift, is keep the bar close.
Now Kringle inside 1,000 meters here. And there are the wounds from the competition weekend. Olivia Kerstetter continuing to lead.
Remember, after this row, they get to move over to the ski erg, and that's two different styles on the machine. So nothing is settled based on how you row, because it can totally change once we get to the ski erg.
Recovery Wins Championships. You can scan the QR code on the screen to enter Sattva's $5,000 Dream Sleep giveaway, because the best athletes know sleep is the ultimate performance tool. Olivia Kerstetter is keeping up a stroke rate of 31 right now as she continues to lead here. 3,600 meters that they need to complete.
Typically, when you see a stroke rate that quick, it means the damper setting is low, and that's not necessarily an abnormal thing for distance rowing. So many people think, hey, higher the damper setting, getting more power out of my pull, but a lower damper setting in a longer distance is really the setup you want for the ergs.
And let's talk about the placement of this event, because very rarely at the CrossFit Games do we see a longer test on the final day.
And it especially on a machine.
Right.
Typically see the long ones happen early in the weekend, but I like that. I like throwing something different in the mix on the last day. Usually like, all right, we're going to get back to, some of this mixed modal classic CrossFit. It's like, oh, how about we go really long in machines? Then we do a really, really niche high skill movement on the rings. Then we get back to something that we're used to seeing.
Let's go back down to Bella Martin. Bella?
I've been looking at Olivia, your current leader's stroke rate and her pace. She was holding a 152 to a 153 for a long time, it was faster than the second place Amy. She's kept her stroke rate at 31.32. Amy's picked up her stroke rate just a little bit, but Chase, you were saying that damper probably pays an impact. They have it at the same. They're both around that higher 5 going into this one.
Amy Kringle and Olivia Kerstetter are your leaders here. Surya Meha is also up there, along with Ellie Turner, Rachel Noel, and Haley Adams.
This is really the last chance these athletes will have to play that mind-body game that we're talking about coming in. One, when the judge's hand starts getting in the air, at least you let people know where you're at, how you're doing. The other will be once you obviously get off the rower and move to the skier, and then how you do that. Do you waddle over because you're tired? Do you run over just to put on a brave face? Little games within the game, and it matters to some people. Those athletes that aren't as mentally locked in, they see someone getting off the rower 100 meters before them, running to it, realize, oh, I don't even have a shot. Look how relaxed and excited they are to start skiing.
I want to bring in Mike Arsenault right now on the floor. Mike, what's up?
So on these rows, the athletes actually do have somewhat of an idea of where they are in this competition. They can see what lane is currently in first place, and they can also see which athletes are directly above and below them in this race. So they don't have a full picture of where each athlete is, but they have an idea of the first place athlete as we see Syria Meha get off the rower and onto the skier, joined by Amy Kringle.
Yeah, Olivia Kerstetter, thanks Mike, was the first woman to get to the ski, followed by Meha, Kringle, Ellie Turner, and now Rachel Noel and Haley Adams. Here comes Emma Lawson. Ariel Lowen is done as well.
What a tough thing to see. Hey, this is who's rowing faster than you. Oh, it's not motivating at all.
Olivia Kerstetter, 7th place overall. She was on the podium last year. 7,200 meters, that's going to be the number they need to hit to close out this event. Now, there's no sprint to a finish or anything. It's as your monitor ends. Once you hit that 7,200 meter mark, you are done. There's Lucy Campbell, who was also on the podium last year.
Man, this race with Lucy Campbell and Emma Lawson coming down to the wire was one of the more fun ones we've had this weekend. But here's the thing, Lucy might not have had the run she's wanted cleanly up to this point, but she has not backed down once. And the way she finished off last night, a 2nd place in event 16, 1st place in event 17. That's the Lucy Campbell that she wanted to come into this weekend and that we've been looking forward to see. So there's still a lot of left on the table for Lucy Campbell today.
And she has a history of closing very strongly in competitions. And we saw it earlier this year in Miami at Wadapalooza. That's her kind of modus operandi, as she is able to perform late in competitions. But
she's got a tough rabbit to chase with Emma Lawson. Has taken 2nd place before, has won the leader jersey before, and she just looks like she's back to her old form. And how she handled that head-to-head between her and Lucy in that run, hang clean event. Now she hung tough. Again, it was her and Lucy. It's really been Emma and Lucy back-to-back in a lot of these events. And there's a reason why she's sitting in 2nd place in this finish that she had, just to edge out Lucy Campbell. Those little points will add up over the course of the weekend, and we are in for an exciting final day with this race for 2nd place.
Well, and it's really the same story with Kerstetter and Emma Lawson. We forget how young they are and how much they still have in front of them because they have been in the sport for so long. Lawson is only 21 years old.
Golly. We are so spoiled with the youth that we already have and how exceptional they have already established themselves at the games, both on the men's and especially the women's side.
And finally, Amy Kringle has, we're used to seeing Tia Toomey come out here, smash the field, and have this thing wrapped up before the final event. The women's side of the competition was supposed to be wide open. There's supposed to be this big close fight going into the final day, and that has not happened because Amy Kringle has been pretty flawless.
And the way she's done it is what you love to see from someone who's going to claim the title Fittest on Earth. How she's end races, whether it's in the hills of Aromas, on a bike at Morgan Hill, that finish of the 500. But this win will be the one when we talk about 2026 and the 20th year of the CrossFit Games. Is that was Amy Kringle really the fittest person? Without a doubt. That performance in the Triple Pig solidifies what we've seen all weekend long.
And it's a 116-point lead over Emma Lawson. Lawson trying to hold off Lucy Campbell for 2nd place. And like I said earlier, Maddie Sturt is going to need to probably sweep the final day and get a lot of help in the process to get herself onto the podium. Let's go back down to Mike Arsenault. Mike?
Sean and Chase, just let me reiterate exactly what these athletes can see in terms of tracking. So there's 4 numbers on their screen. The top number is the lane that is in first place. The second number is the lane that is directly in front of these athletes. The third number is their current position, and then the athlete immediately behind them. So if these athletes have memorized their position on the leaderboard, they do have an idea of where they are throughout this 3,600 meters on the skier.
Man, that's so cool. That's so cool. And that's great. You're not out here skiing blind or rowing blind, but you know who's doing the best, who you need to catch, and who's trying to catch you. I love that.
Olivia Kerstetter continues to lead. She was the youngest woman to compete in the 2023 CrossFit Games. She won the Rookie of the Year that year. She was also the 5th youngest qualifier ever. And we talked about Emma Lawson being 21. Olivia's only 20 years old. Surya Meha has also had some really good moments here in this competition. The first one came on Wednesday in the grass track race where she won her heat.
And she really has. And I remember her coming in last year. She qualified online. She came out of pretty much nowhere. When she showed up to the games last year, it was very underwhelming. But then she had said, it's like she had overtrained going into the games. She just didn't know how to prep. She did more than she should. And when that happens, the noises get louder, because the noises were, oh, how did you qualify online? We've never even heard of you. How did you get here? Did you really do everything that you were supposed to do? Is that real? But then she makes it up. She comes back, and she's had some great flashes throughout all weekend. So Surya Meha is the real deal.
First Albanian athlete to compete at the CrossFit Games. She was 26th at the Games in Albany, New York in 2025. Now, Lucy Campbell now starting to make a move. She's moved herself into second place behind Olivia Kerstetter.
And here's the thing, we're finishing on a skier. The skier is probably the most mind-numbing of the machines that we have. And if you go back to Lucy Campbell's background, an elite national level swimmer, distance swimmer, which means she has spent a lot of time in the pool or in the lake or in the ocean, mind-numbing training for hours on end. And that black center skier just reminds her of that godforsaken black line at the bottom of the pool, and the movement pattern mimics that so well. Lucy ending on a ski. This is her moment to make a move and start the day off right with 100 points.
Let's take a look at Lucy's monitor, and you can see the names that Mike was talking about on the bottom left-hand corner here. Let's bring in Bella Martin. Bella?
Hey, Sean. For this one, when it comes to minimum work requirement, you've got to do the entire thing. Dave Castro decided that there is no time cap for this workout because he wants every single athlete to finish, and he wants every single athlete to feel the fatigue from this one going into the next and final 2 events of the weekend. This event is already incredibly mentally taxing as it is physically, so the fact that nobody can even rely on a time cap to let them out, a mercy kill, if you will, there is none. You've got to do it.
Well, you mentioned Lucy Campbell and being good at swimming. On Wednesday in the pool event, Lucy Campbell beat everybody, both men and women. It's only the 7th time in CrossFit Games history that a woman has beaten the entire field in a gender-neutral event. And it wasn't even close.
Oh, no, it's basically a cool-down for the 7 events that were on Wednesday. So Lucy Campbell's closed the distance by about 20 meters.
She needs about 6 or 7 other athletes to start making a push and get between herself and Amy Kringle. Kringle's fallen back a little bit here. It's still in 4th place. Olivia Kerstetter is your leader. Yeah, likely, I think it's pretty safe to say that a lot of these athletes are never going to see a skier again after this event. Bring in Mike Arsenault. Mike?
Chase, little question for you on the technique on the ski erg. We're seeing some of these athletes coming all the way on the balls of their foot, rising their heels off the ground, and others are relatively flat-footed. So what would go in to deciding how much of your calves to use throughout the ski erg?
That's a great question, Mike. And some of this actually depends, and you'll see this on the rower too, where they're changing where they're putting their weight in their feet, which also changes the muscle groups they're primarily using. So if you're coming up on your toes, obviously that's going to light up your calves and your quads. But if you sit back on your heels, now you're doing more hamstrings, posterior glutes, and that hinge. So you'll see on longer distance, athletes will shift their weight to shift the major muscle group they're using. On a rower, you'll see sometimes people have their knees in, push their knees out, shorten their strokes, maybe come up off the balls of their feet. And in the longer distances, that shift from heel to toe just changes the main muscle group that they're using to do the stroke.
There's your leader, Olivia Kerstetter. Lucy Campbell remains in second place, and Amy Kringle is struggling. I shouldn't say struggling, but is in the top 5 right now. She is working to hang on to that spot. That's not a word I should be using when it comes to our overall leader. There's Haley Adams, who's moved herself into third place on the ski.
And Haley Adams is so good at events like this. One of her massive power or skill sets at the games is just her willingness and ability to just suffer for long periods of time. You see it in distance events, we'll see it in other events, but Haley Adams obviously does well in these endurance events, and it's just pure grit and determination from her.
25 years old is Haley Adams and started her games career in the 14 to 15-year-old division back in 2016. The Haley Adams cheering section in their signature pink shirts. This is her 7th career individual appearance at the CrossFit Games. She's only been outside of the top 10 once, and that was last year when she took 19th. So Olivia Kerstetter is getting close to closing this thing out.
Last
inside 500 meters.
That's tough. 60 meters on Lucy Campbell. That's a lot of ground to make up in a 500. And Kerstetter just driving her chest down and leaning into it.
Well, the good news for Lucy Campbell is that she's going to shave some points off of Emma Lawson's lead for second place if these results hold. And you can see both Lawson and Kerstetter picking it up here.
Lucy's going for it.
Or probably Campbell and Kerstetter picking it up. And across the field, the pace is picking up here. Kringle has moved back into the top 5.
Look at the power Kerstetter is putting to every pull.
He's going to rip the arms off that thing. Inside 200 meters for Kerstetter.
Lucy's trying. She's so much. She's not as strong as Olivia, so she's doing that cycle rate. But the power per pull for Kerstetter might be too much.
Inside 100 meters for Olivia Kerstetter, looking to pick up her 3rd career event win. And Olivia Kerstetter is going to take the victory, 27-38 unofficially. Lucy Campbell looking to be the next woman to finish up, 27-47 for her. And she'll creep closer to Emma Lawson for second place. Haley Adams looking to be the next woman to finish. And Adams is done. Amy Kringle has finished.
Oh, man.
Rachel Noel is done. Syria Meha also finished up. There's Abby Domit. And Domit is in as she cruises across the finish line. Alex Gazan has finished up. Great push from Haley Adams. Paige Rogers and Danielle Brandon have finished up, and it's the scene that you would expect after something like this.
It's a tough, huge, obviously a physical challenge for all these athletes, but what a mental challenge. Yes, you might know who's leading, who's ahead of you, behind you, but so much time where things can change, so much focus you need to have.
Aileen Wurz closing things out, and we just have a handful of athletes still out there on the floor. They're on the left side from our vantage point. Hannah Black.
I heard Hannah yesterday and might have done something. We saw her win the snatch ladder.
Right.
But then after that, really didn't look like herself. Clearly there's something going on. We don't know exactly.
Hannah Black is just a cruising speed right now. Lydia Fish finished, and it's Annika Greer and Hannah Black. Greer closest to the camera. And Hannah Black still has 540 meters and change right now. Let's go back down to Bella Martin for more on Hannah Black.
Hannah Black has a hand up in the air, so she's trying to get through these final 500 meters, and she looks a little less powerful than she normally does. She shared with me yesterday after that snatch ladder, as she was standing up that final barbell and winning the event, she did something to her back and it didn't feel right, and you could tell in that next event when she could barely pick up the barbell off the floor for her thrusters. Normally it's a grip and rip and some power you'd see from Hannah Black. Now she's just gingerly trying to finish the weekend. It's a testament to truly how challenging all of the events have been so far. It's the last day of competition, and this is event number 18, and that's a lot on the body. It's tough to see that for one of these athletes.
And listen, we talked about earlier the nature of sport, but also the competitive spirit, as you were mentioning, is that you never know when you'll come back to the games. That so many people have come and gone, one-hit wonders, and to make the most of the experience, she has tried so hard to get here for so long. The heartbreak that she had last year trying to qualify, losing out in a final event. And so she has the ability to compete. She will still compete at the best of her ability.
Inside 200 meters for Hannah Black. Inside now 100 meters for Hannah Black to close us out. You got to respect the effort, like you said, making the most of the opportunity to be here. And there's nothing worse than knowing you can't give your best when your best is required.
Very true, but knowing that, hey, this is the best I got with what I have right now, make the most of it. Still 2 more to go.
Respect for Hannah Black, who finds a way to get through all 7,200 meters. Olivia Kerstetter is going to win the event, her 3rd career event victory, trying to work her way into the top 5. An impressive effort from Olivia, who grabbed the lead on the row, and she is with Bella Martin.
Olivia, congratulations on your 3rd ever CrossFit Games event win. You began this week with a 7,200 meter ranch run. You're beginning your final day with 7,200 meters on a machine. Tell me about some of the mind games you experience in a 20 event competition.
First of all, I like this version of the 7,200 meters way better. But I mean, it's just been a roller coaster of a weekend. Like, I feel like with 20 events, you're kind of have to expect having some ups and downs, and especially with some of the crazy movements, new movements that we've been thrown this weekend. So you just have to stay composed and know that your events are coming, and yeah, walk in for those.
As an athlete, you've been competing as a teenager. You've been here at the CrossFit Games. Where do you find that mental grit from? You just said it. You've got to lock it in. Where do you find that from?
I think more than anything, I just have fun with it, and I think that when you're having fun and you have big goals, it's easy to lock in and want to achieve those goals, especially when you like have them in sight. I don't know. I feel like I'm a pretty gritty person, so it's pretty easy for me. I don't really have any advice.
Your family is behind us. You said when you were on the rower, you didn't want to make eye contact with them because you had a long way to go. You've got to stay focused. What do you want to say to them now that you're done?
Oh, I mean, they're the best. They've been here for me all weekend, and they're probably going through the ups and downs with me with the 20 events, and it's been a long weekend for them too. So I'm glad that they've stuck with it through this weekend and the last 10 years that I've been competing. So they're the best. I love them.
We do too. Congratulations on another event win. Well done.
Thank you.
7,200 meters outside, no thank you. 7,200 meters on the rower and the ski erg, I'll take it. Olivia Kerstetter, her 3rd career event win. Amy Kringle, 1 step closer to being crowned fittest woman on earth. We're going to take a break. When we return, the men take on event 18. It's time for the rise of the machines. 7,200 meters between a rower and a skier. Kick us off here on the final day of competition at the 2026 CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us, everybody, inside the SAP Center. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Bella Martin and Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. We will hear from them in just a second. Nothing has been decided on the men's side. James Sprague has the lead right now at 1,114 points, but Dallin Pepper is only 29 points back, and Jay Crouch still very much in the race for the top spot. Meanwhile, former two-time champion Justin Medeiros is trying to work his way back onto the podium, and our defending champion Jason Hopper also trying to get back into the top three. Event 18, 7,200 meters.
Man, what a great way to start off Sunday, especially with the athletes that we have vying in the top three. Row, 3,600 meters. Ski, 3,600 meters. The machine version of the 7,200 we saw on day number one at the ranch.
What's the mission brief here for this task at hand in event 18?
Listen, man, we just had the World Cup. Channel your crazy Norwegian Erling Haaland with the man with the stuffed raccoon. Row. That's all you got to do. And then play the mind games with the body language. These athletes do a good job looking around, trying to see monitors, see how someone's pace, how are they looking, the expressions on their face. The game within the game. That's all you can do in 7,200 meters on the machine.
Let's bring in the other members of our broadcast crew, Mike Arsenault and Bella Martin down there on the floor. Guys?
Good morning again. Mike, it's been a long week. We've been together since Wednesday, and it seems that every single day it's high and it's low. What is something that stood out to you? We get to see everything so up close down here.
Well, I think we always marvel at the athletic prowess of these athletes, but I think an underrated skill is recovery. We saw 7 events on Wednesday. We've had 17 events thus far for these athletes, and we have not seen one man drop out of the competition. So just the fact that these athletes were able to cool down and fuel and warm up, especially after that 7 events on Wednesday, is really impressive. Just how well these athletes can handle all of these challenges throughout the CrossFit Games week.
And here we go. And it's going to be fun to watch Dallin Pepper and James Sprague right next to each other.
Two guys that are very, very good when it comes to machines. Taller, stronger, big body boys that can handle the ergs very well. But they're not alone. There is a lot of elite talent, not just in the men's field, but a lot of guys that can fare very well on the rower and the skier.
Jason Hopper is our defending champion. He currently sits in 5th place overall with 916 points. Had a rough kind of beginning of his day yesterday. He had a 12th, a 22nd, and then a 19th in the speed snatch, but then got back on track with back-to-back 3rd place finishes.
Yeah, end of the day, a lot like Lucy Campbell did, but end of the day very well. And this could be a good start for Jason Hopper. Look, sitting in 5th place, won the games last year. One of his best place finishes prior to this was 4th, but coming in to his career, kind of trying to find his footing, the type of athlete that he is and wants to be here in the competition floor. He's still got another day of competition to put himself as high as he can on the leaderboard.
Justin Medeiros, a former 2-time fittest man on earth, currently in 4th place overall, 984 points. There was a big no rep that he got hit with in the snatch speed ladder that kind of derailed his hopes of putting some serious pressure on James Sprague for the top spot.
It did, and unfortunately that was in the first round on the speed snatch ladder, and that being a 100-point event, that was tough because he was charging hard, not just to stay in a podium position, but to put himself in maybe a top place position. And you see that 20th place finish was very, very tough for Justin Medeiros.
Yeah, 3 of his last 5 events have been outside the top 15. Jay Crouch currently sits in 3rd place, 1,046 points. Started the competition off on Wednesday with his first career event win.
Wore the leader jersey early on in the competition, held it for quite a while. And this is going to be an interesting day. We're starting off on the erg, 7,200 meters. Then we have a very high skill ring event. And who knows who's going to do well at that one. There's going to be a lot of volatility on who has a skill and who doesn't, just like we saw the triple unders yesterday. And then the Fibonacci final. I think that's a very good event for Jay Crouch relative to the two guys he's doing it with or competing with for this podium position between Dallin Pepper and James Sprague.
And speaking of Dallin Pepper, he sits in second place. He's only 29 points back of James Sprague for the overall lead, and his last 4 results have been 6 or better, and he has an event win in there as well in Echo Thruster.
The way he closed out the day, winning Echo Thruster, getting himself within, he's been within first place multiple events in single digits. He's worn the leader jersey for one event. This is a great event to start off for someone like Dallin Pepper.
And then finally, James Sprague, your overall leader, right next to Pepper. 2 top 2 finishes in his last 2 events, including an event win last night where he punched back hard against Dallin Pepper.
So if you just looked at the place finishes for James Sprague yesterday, you would think he might have had a bad day of competition. Started the day off with a 13th. Then gets a 3rd in the triple pig. Comes back around and gets a 14th. But then finishes the night off with his 2nd and 1st. 13th, that's a 500-meter sprint run. That's a good finish for James Sprague. His best finish of the day, I'm not going to say is his first place finish the end of the day. I'm going to say it's that 14th place finish in the speed snatch ladder where he was almost 1 spot away from being outside the top 20. The way James Sprague rode the roller coaster, yet finished on top, was probably one of his best days of competition as a competitor, because it's not about riding the wave of positivity, winning events by minutes. It's can you get knocked down? Can you get back up? And then when you get back up, what are you going to do with it? And the way James Sprague ended Saturday is championship caliber competition.
One more look at the overall standings. You just saw those in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. I think that's a great point about the snatch speed ladder. That seems like ancient history because things move so quickly here, but the fact that he was able to rebound from a near miss that you've got to think rattled him a little bit was pretty impressive.
Well, and he was 1 snatch away from making the top 10. So what James did yesterday should build his confidence about his resilience and his ability to keep that leader jersey.
Dylan Hamming is a great story in the field. Right now, 15th place overall. He's 33 years old, and he is a rookie in the individual side. He's been to the games before on a team, but this is his first individual appearance, so he is eligible to be named Rookie of the Year at 33 years old.
I mean, look, it's not age specific when it comes to Rookie of the Year, but where you fall on the leaderboard and how you competed all weekend long. And he has a very unique skill set. He's great with endurance events, but he also is fantastic at Olympic lifting, and that's what you want to see in a games athlete. Can you lift heavy? Can you go long? Can you do the high skills? All of that has been tested this weekend, and Dylan Hamming has handled that pressure very well in his rookie debut.
And Nika Mizaradze is also a man making his first individual appearance at the CrossFit Games. He's out of the country of Georgia. Finished 3rd at the French Throwdown. We've said his name a lot this weekend. 17th place overall coming in.
He's had some great heat performances through the weekend. He's a name that came on the scene a couple years ago. As you said, some great performances and some major off-season events. And the question was, can he take the next step? Can he get to the CrossFit Games? He did that. Now, how do you handle the CrossFit Games as a rookie? And sitting in the top 20 in a rookie year, it's a pretty good start.
Well, Colton Mertens is not a rookie, and he is the new owner of the competition total record. Set that on Wednesday. He won 2 of the 3 lifts in the total. Had a total of 1,370 pounds. And for more on him, let's go down to Bill and Martin.
Two things that I've been looking at as I've been walking across the floor is what these athletes' damper is set at and what their stroke rate is. There's two athletes that have their damper set to 7 and their stroke rate is kind of fluctuating between 34 and 35. That's going to be Colton Mertens and that's going to be Jay Crouch. Everyone else is settling in sub 30 with that stroke rate, but Colton and Jay both are holding it well into the mid 30s, and we're just 7.5 minutes in.
I mean, sitting at a 145 pace is not a slow pace to hold, even if we're talking a 500 meter, let alone for 3,600. And what you'll probably see is the two athletes you just mentioned, Colton Mertens, Jay Crouch, or one of the shorter athletes in the field, which means you're going to have a shorter stroke length. To offset that, you could bump your damper up a little bit and have a shorter stroke. That shorter stroke provides more power through the length of the pull. Where you look at the other athletes, maybe a lower damper setting, longer stroke rate. You'll probably see that from Jason Hopper, James Sprague, Dallin Pepper, and Roman Karenikov, another one of those athletes where the length of stroke is where they're going to get their bang for the buck.
Let's bring in Mike Arsenault. Mike?
Well, if you're watching at home and you didn't get a chance to see the women complete the 7,200 meters, here's what these athletes can see on the monitors on both the rowing machines and the ski erg. There's 4 numbers that they see on the bottom of their screen. The first number is the lane that is in first place currently in the race. The second number is the lane directly in front of them. The third number is the athlete's current position, and then the fourth number is the athlete right behind them. So on both the rowing machine and the ski erg, the athletes have a very good picture of where they rank throughout event number 18.
James Sprague right now, as things have settled out a little bit here, is your leader. Roman Karenikov, no shock when there's a machine involved, sits in second place, and it's Dallin Pepper who's right on his heels. And Jason Hopper inside the top 5 along with Nika Mazarazzo, who we just talked about. Inside 400 meters to go for Sprague. He once again is coming off back-to-back finishes inside the top 2. Recovery wins championships. You can scan the QR code on the screen to enter Satva's $5,000 Dream Sleep giveaway, because the best athletes know that sleep is the ultimate performance tool. There's Roman Karenikov, 8th place overall.
It's a man to look out for anytime we have a machine. Remember his 1,000-meter row in the 2020 qualifying games stage with an insulting 2:48 1,000-meter row, which means not only is he powerful, but his willingness to hurt and put himself in a very uncomfortable state for a very long time. Now, I don't want to say thankfully for him. It's 3,600 meters. It just means you don't have to suffer as intensely. You just have to suffer a little bit longer. But he looks very, very comfortable. Just 80 meters behind James Sprague on the right side.
Roman Karenikov currently sits in second place in this event behind James Sprague. He's moved ahead of Dallin Pepper.
And James is putting a lot of power into this pull. You can see just his face. Just look at the difference between Roman Karenikov on the left. Looks like he's totally relaxed, looking around. James, hyper-focused on his screen, on his row pace, gritting his teeth a little bit.
Looks like he's angry at that rower.
You know what?
I think I would be too at this point.
I'd be pissed off when I'll sit on a rower for 3,600 meters too, but that's the intensity that James brings to the competition, and I love to see, because he does have that bubbly personality off the competition floor, but once he gets on the competition floor, James Sprague is a competitor through and through.
Well, Sprague is just about done, and he will be the first man to the ski erg. Roman Karenikov looks to be second, followed by Pepper and Hopper. And Sprague is right to work. Came in with a 29-point lead over Dallin Pepper, looking to extend that going into the final two events.
And this is what I meant is that body language, that sprint to the ski, right to it. Roman a little slower, Pepper behind him.
4 men onto the ski, Hopper, Sprague, Pepper, and Krennikov. From left to right. And now more men are starting to join them on the 3,600 meter ski. Jay Crouch in the middle of your screen in those light blue shorts just grabbed the handles. There he is. Man who sits in third place. Boy, Justin Medeiros now just getting off the rower. He's in the background there in the blue shorts.
A few different techniques between Jay Crouch and James Sprague. Watch James Sprague as he'll drop his hips down, have that knee bend, and then pull down. But Crouch just flexing right at the hips, not really utilizing the legs, more just driving the chest with a shorter pull.
Now, Jay Crouch started off this competition with his first career event win and has had some very impressive performances to keep himself in podium contention.
When you think about the 2025 CrossFit Games, 10 events, Jay Crouch had his best performance at the games. The question was, how are you going to fare with 20? How are you going to handle when the test evolves with so many different skills, strengths, distances? Jay Crouch has handled it masterfully over the last 3 days.
Dallin Pepper trying to track down James Sprague.
And we go from the Prince of the Pacific with Jay Crouch to the Prince who was promised with Dallin Pepper, 3-time teenage champion. With all the pressure in the world, can that translate to the individual floor? And think of the pressure this guy's been under. He's been second once. He's been in podium contention multiple times. Hell, he's best friends with 3 CrossFit Games champions, and they have a podcast together, and he's the odd man out. But the way Dallin Pepper handled yesterday, we talked about the snatch ladder. There was a golden opportunity for him to get a massive chunk of points back, but he had to perform well, and he did. He needed a signature event win to get 100 points in the Echo Thruster, and he did. And even when you thought he was going to fall off the pace because he sold out for event 16, he charged hard to close the gap at the end of 17. So Dallin Pepper is coming in with a lot of momentum, a lot of pressure, but a lot of opportunities to get that elusive Fittest Man on Earth title.
Well, James Sprague is trying to become the first man to win multiple CrossFit Games championships in non-consecutive years. And when he won in 2024, a lot of people didn't know what to make of that, given the circumstances of that competition. But ever since then, he has proven that was not a fluke.
Absolutely not, and it's all been erased because James Sprague is the real deal, and he has shown that every year since 2024. What James does is that he's unshakable. If he has a, quote, bad event, it doesn't linger. He started the day off in 13th on the run. He comes back and gets 3rd on Triple Pig. He gets 14th on a snatch. He comes back and gets a top 5 finish in 16, and it comes out and wins event 17. James Sprague is a true champion. But he has his work cut out for him going into today.
And looking right at it, you can see him
yeah,
trying to find where Pepper is at here. His dad, Pat Sprague, is also a competitor, and I know is a big influence on James, and Mike Arsenault is with the elder Sprague right now. Mike?
Well, thank you, Sean. That's right. I'm here with the second fittest member of the Sprague family, 4-time Masters competitor, Patrick, for some live analysis. We saw James off first on the rower, onto the ski erg. What are you seeing that makes you think he's going to hang on to take event number 18 here?
Well, I'm worried about Dallin and Roman, those guys are probably a little bit better on the skier than James. Last time I saw them compete together. But those four are animals. Jason, Dallin, Roman, and James. So he just needs to keep that hunger in him like never before, because those, especially Dallin, hungrier than there ever has been. And those guys are best of friends. So it's so cool to see them out there together. I love Dallin's family. We're very close. So this is just so cool for me as a dad to watch Dallin and James going at it with each other.
Well, the evolution of James as an athlete has been very impressive. And again, you're a 4-time Masters competitor. Do you remember the first time that James was able to get you on a workout, and what thoughts and emotions went through your mind when that happened?
Yes, we did a workout called Christine when he was like 17 or 18, and he just killed me. I'm like, oh, it's over. So now whatever he does, I scale just to be able to work out with him, and it's still just a blast. That's what's great about CrossFit. You can scale anything and have a blast and get a great workout.
Patrick, thank you very much for your time. It's going to be an exciting Sunday. I'll let you get back to the cheering section.
Thanks for everything you guys do for the event, too. You do a great job. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Sean.
Thanks, Mike. Big fan of Pat Sprague. Anytime you meet that guy, he just gives you a big hug.
Oh.
You know,
We've had our customary morning hug every morning at the CrossFit Games, and I tell you what, Papa Bear's gotten quite a squeeze on him.
Sprague continues to lead. Hopper's moving up here.
Hopper's moving up, but Sprague has extended his lead slightly on the row. So on the row, he had about 70, 80 meters lead, but once he got to the ski rig, that's bumped up about 20 to 30 meters.
Let's go back down to the competition floor. Bella Martin this time. Bella?
Sean, with the rise of hybrid sports and the rise of High Rock specifically, we've seen a lot of new strategies when it comes to getting a little bit more recovery on the pole, especially on a skier. I'm in lane 4 and I'm watching Callum. He'll pull one stroke where he'll recover straight up the middle. Then his second stroke, he'll go wider, giving himself a little bit more of a break. It's really interesting to see how different athletes try to get a little bit more recovery in that pole. I caught up with Abby after the last heat. She said her shoulders are absolutely smoked. So I can only imagine that's exactly how the guys are feeling too.
Well, we've seen that a lot, the old Fikowski days, where he would do that wide snow angel-like recovery, and that's exactly what they're trying to do, Bella, is that we've seen that athletes will do that with their legs on the rower because that's predominantly here, but since it's a more of an upper body, just moving muscle groups around, trying to flush the fatigue a little bit, and sometimes moving your arms in certain ways, having a slower recovery. As you can see, Callum Clements will basically do 2 quick pulls and then a hesitation just to catch his breath.
Roman Krenikov continues to hang out inside the top 3, and he's been really consistent his past couple years at the CrossFit Games. Back-to-back 9th place finishes in 2025 and 2024, and right now 8th place overall.
He's had himself a great weekend. Not the best weekend he's ever had, and I'm sure he's wanted more, but we still have 300 or 250 points up for grabs today. What I'm looking at is James Sprague just looks so good with Krenikov and Hopper sitting in 2nd and 3rd. Dallin Pepper in the center part of your screen needs to make a move because Hopper is not going to back down on the machine at all.
And Jason Hopper's trying to get himself inside the top 3. Came in 5th place overall. Has some work to do today, but this will certainly help his cause as he is currently ahead of the 2 men who occupy the 2nd and 3rd spots on the leaderboard. That's Jake Crouch and Dallin Pepper. James Sprague is now keeping his eyes on his own paper.
Yeah. Well, Sprague, he's got a 29-point lead on Dallin. Dallin needs to be careful, if not to let Hopper and Krenikov get too far ahead of him as we get closer and closer to that 7,200 meter mark. We saw Lucy Campbell trying to run down Olivia Kerstetter in the final 500 meters. Unfortunately, that's not enough room. If you're gonna kick, you have to start kicking now because Dallin Pepper cannot afford to sacrifice too many points between him and James. So Dallin is going to have to start pushing a little bit harder these last 600, 700 meters to try to get Hopper and Krennikov, because he's only 20 meters behind him. James is all but clear.
Meanwhile, Pat Vellner, not in contention for a spot on the podium, but putting the finishing touches on what, if we had a Hall of Fame, would be a Hall of Fame career. 10 individual appearances. He's won 10 events. Been on the podium 5 times. And just one of the best all-around athletes as far as not only ability on the floor, but also off of it as well. Just a great ambassador for this sport.
It's good to have him back for his 10th and final year. And he's had flashes of greatness all weekend long.
He does have 2 event wins here in this competition. And he will be missed on the competition floor. It's been a pleasure watching him compete these past 10 years.
Pepper on the right side of your screens, looking around. Starting that kick. Again, Pepper has to get ahead of Roman and Hopper. He has to close the gap or not surrender as many points as possible. James is going to hang on to this. He's got a 100-meter lead with 200 meters left to go. Pepper has to start driving now because he cannot afford a 12-point loss to James Sprague.
Just 2 events remain after this, so Dallin Pepper is running out of time and James Sprague is running away. Looking to hang on for his 4th career event win, his 2nd straight here at the CrossFit Games. Sprague on his final 100 meters. And James Sprague is going to pick up his 4th career event win, 2nd in a row. And he is the man to beat right now as he widens his lead and tightens his grip on the top spot in the overall standings. Roman, Krennikov, Hopper, and Pepper are all battling for 2nd right now. Hopper is making a hell of a push. He's done. Krennikov is in. That's going to be close. And now Dallin Pepper is in. But Dylan Hamming, the 33-year-old rookie, is your leader on the floor. So Dallin Pepper has his work cut out for him over these final 2 events. The more men starting to finish here. Ty Jenkins just closed things out. Boy, Hopper just emptied the tank. This is the same scene we saw with the women. So Adler's done, and Jay Crouch is now in damage control mode. Because with Hopper done, Hopper was lurking back there in 5th place. It's going to get closer for that final spot on the podium. And Justin Medeiros, who was in 4th place overall, is in the same boat as Crouch right now. And Medeiros is in. There is Dallin Pepper, who will continue to sit in 2nd place behind James Sprague, who has gone 2nd, 1st, 1st in his last 3 events.
Hey, that's what champions do. We've seen it so often in the rich days where Sunday was win, like he never lost on
right,
Sunday.
It's win-win championship.
And that's what you need to do. Don't just, I mean, there's no time for Sprague to take his foot off the gas.
Thought Pat Vellner done. Colton Mertens getting set to finish up. Mertens is through. I love the fact that Colton Mertens never sits down or lies down after a workout.
I don't know how.
I don't know how he does it either.
I don't know how he does that. Ramiko Salo, that used to be one of his driving forces in his training, and it's the only time I would not lay down is because I didn't try hard. But the fact that Colton Mertens, we know how hard he goes and can do that, is just one of the most impressive things about him.
Well, Bailey Martin is the last man working here. And that'll do it for event 18. 2 events remain before we crown the fittest man on earth, and James Sprague makes another statement to start off Sunday. 24 minutes, 22.46 seconds. Jason Hopper looking to move up into the top 3 with that effort. Roman Krennikov will finish 3rd, and Dallin Pepper will have his work cut out for him in the final 2 events as he takes 4th place. Let's go down to the competition floor with Mike Arsenault.
James, that is the way you need to start Sunday if you want to be a 2-time CrossFit Games champion. Wire-to-wire victory here in event number 18. Now, you were able to see the athletes in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place on your monitors, on the rowing machine, and the ski erg. How much attention did you pay to that throughout that event?
Usually in an event, you know you can win. You run your own race, and at the end, you look around and see where people are at. So I actually almost was a collegiate rower for University of Washington. So rowing is actually something I love as much as it sucks. So I knew, like, hey, get ahead, see what happens. I knew these boys can rip the ski. I was expecting, a really tight race on the ski erg and was able to maintain the lead, which was a huge blessing.
Now, you come from a fit family. I had a chance to interview your dad, Patrick, during that event. And the question I asked him was, do you remember the first time that you beat your dad in a workout? Because he's a 4-time Masters competitor. Do you remember that, and what workout was it?
Man, there had to be rowing in it. I'm pretty sure we've done 100 burpees per time. I definitely didn't beat him in that. That was one of my first CrossFit workouts. One of the first things he made me do in a gym was a 1K and a 2K. Said it's the most way you know how to learn how to hurt. Sitting on that rower, and anyone that's experienced a 1K, 2K test, they know that. So it's got to be one of those. My mind's a little foggy right now. It's in other places, but what is it? Christine. Yes, that is a benchmark he had me do in the beginning. Shout out, Pops.
A great performance. 2 more to go, James. You have lengthened your lead on the leaderboard. We'll see if that ladies jersey is going to be staying there after 2 more events. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
2nd straight event win for James Sprague as he looks to put the finishing touches on a championship performance. 2 events remain for the individuals. When we come back, team competition continues here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. The 2026 CrossFit Games are presented by Air National Guard. Guard what matters. By Rogue. Don't weaken. Official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. By Velites. We are Velites, and we are made, not born. And by Sattva, the luxury of restorative sleep.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, welcome to your level 2. I want to know who you are. Tell us your name. Tell us where you're from. Tell us where you coach or how long you've been coaching.
Hi, I'm James Sprague. I live here in the area. I'm about 20 minutes away.
From team to king, James Sprague is the fittest man on earth.
I'm James Sprague. I'm a 5-time CrossFit Games athlete, 2024 fittest man on earth, and I'm here to take the CrossFit Level 2. I started CrossFit when I was 13 years old, and now I'm 23, and it's just like every part of my life. I'd been doing this sport 9 years up until the point I took my Level 1, so I had a really good understanding of the 9 foundational movements. I know in the L1 there was some things the coach or instructor spotted with me, just like a PVC pipe. Like, James, you could fix that. You know, you are a top level games athlete, but hey, can you move well with a PVC pipe? And I was like, oh man, that exposed me. Every part of me wants to give back to this sport because it's given me so much. And this community has just like honestly blown my mind with how cool the people are. So I'm really excited to spend time with you guys, get to get humbled with you guys, and get called out on how little I know actually for being an athlete that's a high level in the sport. So looking forward to it. The L2, I'm really looking forward to the application. Just refining my programming for my athletes that I coach online and being able to spot technical deficiencies in person. I think the L2 is going to help level me up as a coach to be able to do both those things better. Scary.
I'm not about as least scary as it gets, James. I might seem it, but pretty nice.
The CrossFit Level 2 is an opportunity for coaches to come and refine their coaching skills.
Okay, awesome. We can set our PVC pipes in front of us.
Show me that full move, please, James.
The push jerk is going to look like this.
So they come here and do a series of drills that are set up to be able to pull apart the mechanism of coaching, refine and buff out any kinks, and then put it back together so they're better trainers.
Now we're not going to get the perfect position with low load, so just do your best here. What I want you guys to go through here.
Okay, pause. Take a breath, my friend.
Most people forget the drive. What they do is
Okay, pause. In life, do you feel like you talk a lot or too little?
I talk way too much. Yep.
It's a challenging and sometimes a scary environment for people, but everybody who shows up at these courses are remarkable.
For the front rack position, with a strict press, you're actually going to keep your elbows a little bit lower. So what I want to see, instead of pressing your elbows through as much as you can, find that hybrid position where your elbows. So if the floor is there, your forearm is there. So let me see that good front rack position.
Okay, pause. I want to say first, better.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to say that was 90 seconds to say get your elbows under the bar.
My coaching style, I blabber at people too much. I overshare information and it gets confusing for people. So one thing I'm working on is oversimplifying.
Yeah, James is a good sport. You know, he wants to participate actively. He listens eagerly. He takes any feedback with a smile on his face.
Cody, your front rack position for the strict press is going to look a little bit different. For a push press, you're going to get those elbows through more, and same with a push jerk.
Don't mean talk faster.
Cool.
It means talk less.
Cool. For the strict press, all I want is your elbows to be under the bar. Can you show me that?
Hell yeah, let's go.
I haven't seen very many elite athletes come through the level 2. I think it is unique to have someone who has the bandwidth as an elite level athlete to also be a coach.
What do you think about his hands?
I think the bar could be placed a little bit better in your palms. So I want to see you do that.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
I do believe that I have a lot of room to grow in my coaching and just knowledge on movement in general. And I'm so good at coaching the advanced things, the ring muscle ups, the squat snatches, high intensity output, different systems for athletes. But the basic stuff that we're really drilling here is pretty foreign to me. So I'm realizing more and more, this is really gonna help me level up, knowing the basics better.
The idea is to say, hey, here's the next thing, and it's as simple as this. And if I can make it seem simple, then it is way more doable for every athlete that's in front of me.
He's genuine in his reactions and interactions with everybody around him. So I think he elevates the experience for everybody in the room. I'm excited for day 2. How you guys feeling? Sore?
Fired up.
Anybody weirdly sore? Anybody got the under chin? Huh? My brain is sore. Yeah, anybody tired, mentally fatigued? Sometimes. I mean, if you say no, it's just not true. You just don't remember.
James, what's that feedback you're working on? What are you doing?
My feedback is simplifying.
Simplifying.
Yes, we're gonna be real simple today.
Yeah, we are.
Coaching to me is about giving back. I think if a coach says they want to get into it for the money, they're not going to last. I think that successful coaches have people's hearts and souls in mind, and they want to see them thrive because they know a good routine with health and fitness is going to help set them up for so many other avenues in life. Thumbs going to be under your pointer finger and your middle finger, knuckles to the floor. Want to see everyone model a good hook grip. Looks good. Looks good.
I love that you have elementary schoolers hook gripping.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They better be starting young.
If you love the community, there is this intrinsic desire to understand the community from every angle. And that being an athlete is just one side of the ecosystem of CrossFit. And I think it's really remarkable to see athletes want to continue to expose themselves to more perspectives that just bring out the best in CrossFit as a whole.
Recover. Okay, I'm good with that right now.
Yeah.
I like
with
it.
the angle? Is
Yeah,
that what
I
you're
like that
looking for?
angle you're creating.
Look,
Really
I like your
good.
acute angle.
Yeah, you're a cute angle.
Aw,
Yeah, for
that's a
sure.
nice
Anytime,
compliment.
anytime. I think people get this confused a lot. They think games athletes are superhuman robots. You know, we just eat, sleep, train, and in reality, we're all just human beings pursuing the same thing, better health. Do you think anyone wants to be my partner?
I can't do your weight, but I'll be your partner.
Let's go. We're rocking. That was easy.
I mean, I don't have to do your weight, right?
Yes, Scott. No, you don't. When I get to interact with just regular people that show up an hour a day, a couple times a week to hit a workout, it's my favorite part of the gym. It's my favorite part of working out. I get to meet so many cool people who have the same mission, just on a lower scale. You know, I'm trying to achieve the top end of what's possible, and they're just trying to constantly achieve better health and fitness. So we're both on this mission. I just do it up here. So we can relate a lot to each other. Anyone that pursues health and fitness in CrossFit, I have so much to talk with them about, so much to relate to them with, and I'm so excited to get to know all the people in class. Partner, how we do?
You did pretty good. I did all right, I guess.
No, you did great. How old are you?
43.
Okay, guys, he's literally me plus 20. CrossFit, you can do anywhere, anytime.
I've been doing these courses for over 10 years now, teaching the level 2. And I am amazed by how our community continues to grow. Every year we run through these courses, better and better and better coaches.
What cue could you give? Stand up.
To shift her back on her
Yeah.
heels, I'd say shift the weight back on your heels.
No surprises
Yeah.
there. Nice, simple language, my
Yeah.
friend. Claps for James, yeah? Done.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, all done. Thank you. Nice work.
Is that simpler?
Nice work. Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
Was
okay,
that
good.
simpler? Yes.
It's amazing to see the whole tide rise and all of the coaches in every affiliate get better.
It was beyond what I expected. I felt like I came into this thinking I'd learned something, and I learned a lot, much more than I thought. I'm taking this course and setting myself up for the future. I want to still be involved in CrossFit when I'm not competing, whether it's coaching, owning an affiliate, coaching group classes like I do now, online programming. I want to stay involved and immersed in the space because I think it's such a cool space and there's so much to learn. So maybe I'm not applying this L2 stuff immediately, but I know it's going to set me up for a bright and successful future with whatever I want to do.
Fittest in 100 words. Eat meat and vegetables, nuts and seeds, some fruit, little starch, and no sugar.
Maintenez les apports à un niveau qui fournit l'énergie nécessaire à l'activité physique sans entretenir la masse grasse.
주요 리프팅 동작을 연습하고 훈련합니다.
Clean, squat, presses, clean and jerk, and snatch.
Similarly, master the basics of gymnastics.
Pull-ups, dips, subidas a la cuerda, push-ups, sit-ups, presses to handstand, piruetas, volteretas, splits y planchas.
Bike, run, swim, row, etc. 5 to 6 times a week, hard and fast.
Mix these elements in as many
combinations and patterns as creativity will allow.
Routine is defined.
ワークアウトは短く、高い運動強度で。
Aprenda e pratique novos esportes regularmente.
Welcome back to the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard. Home to the 1999 Women's Basketball National Championship, the SAP Center here in San Jose, California. Boiler up. Alongside Jamie Hagia, our CrossFit team's expert. My name is Joel Godet. We are set for the final day of competition for the teams and individuals. 400 points on tap for the teams. It's a comfortable but not solid lead for CrossFit Mayhem. CrossFit Whip, last year's CrossFit Mayhem team, is in second. CrossFit Oslo, last year's champion, is currently in third with a, again, comfortable but not indefensible lead against Sodra Vatern, the Swedish veterans. All right, event number 8 is actually going to happen, event number 9 is going to happen simultaneous to event 10.
That's correct. Athletes will have 5 minutes to establish a max load of a deadlift, and then they'll have 1 minute rest. The females will start on that deadlift. In that 1 minute rest, they'll exchange. The males will head over to the barbell, and the females in event 10 will head over to those handstand push-ups for max reps of a deficit handstand push-up.
Capmar Mission Brief brought to us by Air National Guard. What do you got?
It's really simple. Push and pull. You need to have your best pullers and pushers shine, so whoever has the best deadlift, whoever has the best handstand push-ups is really going to shine. This is our moment here.
A couple of Norwegian teams in the field. We will see both of them in our next heat, our first 10 of our 20 teams. Our teams ranked 11 through 20 at the moment. Our athletes to watch for our opening heat with deadlifts and handstand push-ups. Let's start with the team from South Africa. Victorious in the Rebel Renegade Games out of CrossFit Uncontained in Pretoria. This is a group that wants to be an example to Africa, show that it's possible that you can come to the CrossFit Games and execute this sport and this methodology at an international stage. And then you've got Body Blueprint, much different team. Veterans, you got Christine Best, an individual elite on the right there, and then Will Carter. You can see the black arm sleeves for the handstand push-ups. He is coming back from double Tommy John surgery, double UCL reconstruction. He was in double arm casts, and yes, his parents did have to help bathe and feed him. It's tough as a grown adult, but that's the adversity you go through to come back to the sport you love.
No longer, because he is out here doing his deficit handstand push-ups. Good to see.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room and the deficit. Men with a 14-inch deficit, women with an 8-inch deficit. How and why is that harder?
This is absolutely a difficult movement. Adding any, we're used to normal handstand push-ups that come from the ground. Adding any type of deficit, let alone by itself, is going to be tough. Then you add the parallettes to that as well. You see how far they have to get down. Their shoulders are almost touching those parallettes. So it's an extra big drive, hip with their hips coming up, and have to make sure they're in a straight line before they get credit.
2 reps for Jake Douglas from Snake. Jacob Marconi is now going. And you can see how much time is being taken on each of these reps, and that is because they were told explicitly what a good rep is and what a no rep is during the brief this morning. They need to have their rears squeezed and their butts off the wall for this to count as a good rep. Their judges will guide them through that if they're not in that position at the top.
You'll see it's really interesting that these men, they can knock out, I'm sure, 50-plus handstand push-ups unbroken. But you add this implement, and we're getting down to singles. We're switching every other rep. We're alternating.
Taking a look at Marconi and Douglas again as we scan the signs up and down. It looks like the lead right now is around 19, 20 handstand push-ups. Yeah, Butcher's Lab, you can see top of screen in the hat. The deadlifts are happening, as you can see simultaneously. This is 11:24. And Emma Harving, member of the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness team in her career. The scores work: total handstand push-ups between your men and your women, total best deadlift between your men and your women. The deadlift is event 9, the handstand push-ups event 10. Jamie, they're two different things, two different parts of the body. Would you rather handstand push-up first or deadlift first?
Personally, I would rather deadlift first. I'd rather get that out of the way. It isn't a strong movement for me, so I would be depending heavily on my teammates to pull that number up a little bit higher for me to make up for my ground. The handstand push-ups, actually, these are 2 of my worst movements. So this would be a nightmare of a workout for me. You're really trying to contribute the best you can, and you have to make sure that at least they're totally opposite movements. You need your shoulders for one, you need your legs, hips, right? Everything to squeeze your glutes like they're talking about on those deadlifts.
Look at that straight line that's being created for those good reps from Butcher's Lab. Good lift on the deadlift for uncontained relentless. As you're taking a look at Janine Peniol. She is the elder stateswoman of this team, 37 years old, was actually the coach for Henry Merring, the team's captain when he started CrossFit in 2019. And a good lift for Snakes women. We saw Snakes men, Douglas and Marconi. Back to 11:24 and Harving. 690 total right now for 11:24. That lift was 370. Compare that to the elite individuals. Amy Kringle, go figure, had the best lift on day one at 425. Now that was part of a CrossFit total, not necessarily going for your single best 1 rep max deadlift because you're doing it at the same time as the press and the squat.
You see that deep position they have to get in. So sometimes that flexibility, right? So getting your body down, you move on to the deadlifts. What a great lift. Nice and smooth. Hips up a little bit higher in the start of a deadlift. You're using your hamstrings and your glutes, driving that barbell. That looked really easy for them.
That was a 365 rep. And now back to the handstand push-ups with Adam McAdams doing the work. And that is a no rep. And these are costly no reps in the final minute. How much does it take out of you?
When you hit that failure, there is nothing else you can do, but you have to rest. If you try to push it, you're going to fail over and over and over again. But towards the end, you got to just give whatever you have left in the tank.
Harving just missed at 385. Jess Androsik is going to go up in weight. You just have to get the bar off the ground in the first 5 minutes for the lift to count. 30 seconds left to go. Handstand push-ups counted at the top of your screen. 23 with Butcher's Lab is the lead. The best deadlift total right now is Snake at over 800 pounds. No, excuse me, that's a 6. Trying to read through some judges' heads. 760, it looks like, is the best deadlift right now for Hendersonville. And that bar did not get off the ground for Peniel. So we'll have 1 minute to regroup and restage. 730 for Uncontained Relentless. 760 from Hendersonville. And then we've got 760 from Q21 as well. We got a 415 lift from AOD.
They had a quick start on their deadlift. The barbell was unloaded, so these women had to get to work. The men have Butcher's Lab on those parallel handstand push-ups, really making sure that they got every rep to count. And then we had 11:24 on that deadlift bar, nice and smooth, making sure they're adding to their team's total load.
And we are off to Heat 2, essentially, of Heat 1. This is still events 9 and 10, as we have now flipped sides. The women are handstand push-upping, and the men are deadlifting. You see the brand new singlets on the left side of your screen. All the athletes got these. They are for sale on Velites' website. Shouts to Body Blueprint for demonstrating them. Uncontained Relentless on the left side of your screen, deadlifting. And we're seeing some numbers jumping off the board already with some efforts well over 400 pounds. 1610 is your current deadlift leader as the men are putting up weights. That belongs to Q21. You want a little bit of perspective? We are in the home of the San Jose Sharks. If you were to deadlift the Sharks NHL hockey starting lineup, you would be deadlifting 1,157 pounds. So more than the Sharks starting lineup is going up for these team totals.
The more you know. That's a good fact. I love that.
This is Joe Piero. They call him Joe the Electrician, full-time electrician in New Jersey. There are 740 pounds available, and you can see the metal road plates actually let you put a little bit more weight on at the end if you run out of room with those thicker competition plates. If anybody deadlifts 740, We'll let you know.
These women are knocking out these deficit handstand push-ups. It's going to be a 14-inch deficit for the women. These attempts. You're going to try to think about something you want to make sure you get on the board. So 5 minutes is plenty enough time to make sure that you definitely hit a number. Then you want to go with something that you think you can hit. And then in the end, you know what? You're just going to go for it. Something you want to hit.
The women of Blueprint AOD with their handstand push-ups. That's Helen Nutter going to work. Her teammate Carrie Hewitt's a full-time doctor. Nutter driving through. You can see squeezing at the top to get that full extension. With about 2.5 minutes left, she'll switch out for Nutter, back to uncontained relentless. This is Barron Smith. Team made up mostly of CrossFit Level 2 coaches. And the lift is good at 5:15 for Barron Smith.
Beautiful and smooth. No shaking. Just lift it up off the ground, right? You get that initial pull from the ground. You got to keep on driving. Shoulders stay over until they come behind the hips, and that's when you're ready to lift it up.
5:55. That counts. We saw the women of Blueprint AOD. Those were the men. Joe Hurley hitting successfully. Looking at 11:24 with the captain Tyler Cook coming up to lift. His teammate with the shirt on, Brandon Smith.
These women, you got to think about everything they've done this weekend. But, you know, when you have gymnasts like Jess right here, this is something she's been trained to do her whole life. She's been upside down. But pressing, normally there's better pressers or pullers. Usually you're better at one or the other.
96 is the number to beat right now on the handstands, up to 98 from Butcher's Lab. Now they're only at 1680 on the deadlifts. Taking a look at 11:24, currently sitting at 1780 on the deadlifts. Brandon Smith going to go to work. He's got to get going if he wants to. Bar's got to be off the ground in 5 seconds. Oh, that's right, we have a minute to go. I forgot the minute transition. We're building excitement twice. Now he's got a minute to go, and Smith lifting. Oh, that's way too easy. Brandon Smith, welcome to your first CrossFit Games. 6:15 is the official lift.
I believe the highest we saw on the men's individual side was Patrick Vellner with 605, so that's a 10 additional pounds.
That is the best men's deadlift in competition at the games this year. That 525 is good for Henry Mering. That bumps uncontained relentless up to over 1,700. As Snake just can't pump out that last handstand push-up, hitting some failure. Maisie Wild switching out for Georgia Pryor. With 5 seconds left, quick transition. You can get another couple of reps here. Wild driving. And the game's rookie gets no rep, but she did pick up one more. Gymnastics background. Try to crunch those last few reps in. Nice performance, though, at 18 plus, 18:10. It looks like for 11:24. 18:20 was the deadlift total for a lot of people. Hendersonville, Body Blueprint, 18:40 for Blueprint AOD.
We had these athletes, the males headed over to, this is the second part, so with the males transition to that deadlift, the females went over to the handstand push-ups. You saw Snake there repping these out. These women trying to go for those doubles. Sometimes under fatigue, you're only going to get that single. We have 555 pounds on the deadlift, but the highest that we saw did come from 615 right here, the highest we've seen in competition. And nice and easy. Look at him shaking his head. He knew he had that in the bag.
Brandon Smith, firefighter. CrossFit Gym's built out of his firehouse. Got time to deadlift. Events 9 and 10, Heat 1, done. Welcome back into the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard. We are at the Shark Tank here at the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Heat 2 of events 9 and 10 alongside our team's expert, Jamie Hagia. My name is Joel Godet. Glad to have you with us for a little bit of push-pull. We are going to deadlift. We are going to deficit handstand push-up. And we are going to decide what these standings look like heading into our final 2 events. CrossFit Mayhem leads. 25 points is the difference over CrossFit Whip, last year's Mayhem team. Those 2 teams know each other pretty well. They train in Cookeville. This is our Overwatch cam brought to you by Air National Guard. And each of these teams came away with event wins yesterday.
They did. It was a hard back and forth battle between Whip and Mayhem. You do see Whip on their bar. They headed over to those worms, but it was Mayhem that had a nice and smooth, easy, fast transitions on those hang, clean, and jerks, and they were able to get across that line and get an event win. Then after that, we had one more event where it went back and forth between that Whip and Mayhem.
What did that buzzer ever do to Jack Rosenberg? All right, here's our event description for events 9 and 10 happening concurrently.
Event 9 is going to be 5 minutes to establish a max load for a deadlift. Then event 10 is going to be 5 minutes to establish max reps for deficit handstand push-ups. The females will start on the deadlift. The males will start on the handstand push-ups. They'll have a 1-minute transition and switch.
The mission brief presented by Air National Guard. You're looking at what?
Super simple here. Push and pull. You need to have your best deadlifters, your best handstand pushers, the strongest ones on there. They need to shine today.
Top 10 teams in the field. Best teams in the middle of the floor. Whip and Mayhem, 5 and 6. Oslo Krieger currently in podium position in lane 7. Sodra Vatern, who had been in a podium position, chasing in lane 4. Asker Krieger is another one of the teams from Norway, particularly strong team, Ben Buyar. They actually had to sub Ben Buyar in prior to competition. Andres Timenez was one of their male competitors. Because of an injury, Ben Buyar checked in. He is the partner of Ricky Kivag, so they've got a good relationship there. Oslo Krieger, the defending champions, trying to climb up the board here on the final day of competition. Quick note on Oslo. You do actually get the affiliate cup. It's a real thing. It comes home to your affiliate with you. It's been in the lobby at Oslo all year long. 2 days before Krieger left, Kristen Holte called and said, hey, do I need to bring this with us? And they said yes. And she said, well, I'll bring it, but it had a little bit of an accident. It's got a little bit of a tilt to it. We'll have it. It'll be all good.
It's here. Went through a couple celebrations.
The Stanley Cup, we're in an ice hockey rink. It's been dropped a few times. All right, these are deficit handstand push-ups. The number to beat is better than 100 from the first round, and that's something that these teams have in their mind. We talked to Angelo DiCicco from Whip after the event briefing today and said, hey, are you going to do a little bit chasing here? Because do you have a target? And he said, yeah, it's basically about the field, not about us here.
That's what you need to do, knowing they have 2 more events after this, so if you can save your bodies and not have to go past that limit, you only need to do as much to win the events.
You're looking at Mayhem. Jack Rosema has twice competed at the games as an elite individual. Xander Ballas here going to work, has competed on a team before with Training Think Tank.
Training a nice kip. He's bringing his knees all the way down, almost towards his elbows. And you'll see as they come down, a big drive up with their hips. The hips are going to pop up. You're going to press at the same time. It'll give you a little bit of weightlessness.
The ladies of CrossFit Whip. Molly McGrandy, affiliate owner, on the left. Zoe DeMeester on the right. You can see them wearing their CrossFit lifting belts. You know who's got good belts? Tuput. 2026 CrossFit Games and the fittest athletes on earth. Trust Tuput. It's the official belt of USA Weightlifting. Save $50 on a lifting bundle at tuput.com with the code GAMES50. Alex Alebro, Victor Langsved. Langsved inverted from Sodravater. They struggled a little bit yesterday, fell down the leaderboard from 3rd to 4th after a 5th, 8th, and 14th place finish. 125 points off the podium. Homefront had 2 event wins as you get a look at Poppy Hay and Christina Lividatakis here. They fell back, but fought at the end of the day yesterday with a couple of 6th place finishes. And you can see the bars getting loaded up. Available 740 pounds for these athletes. The best lift we saw was by a male in the first event, or first heat, at 6:05.
6:15.
Excuse me, 6:15. 6:05 was Velvet. Jamie, how do you judge this as you get later into this? We saw the no rep. You get obviously a lift on the board you know you can hit, but then how do you start gauging the shots you're willing to take?
You know yourself, you know your numbers, you know your strength and your limits, so you definitely need to hit that number that you can get. You're going to go up a little bit, and then depending on how you feel, if there's time left, you're going to try to put that home run on and go for it. It's a big, if you can get it off the ground, you're pushing away, your shoulders are over that bar. If you get that barbell lifted up off the ground, sometimes you have enough in you, right, to just pass your knees and that last little bit to stand up, get your shoulders behind that bar for that rep to count.
The women of Soldravaten, as we get a look at Oslo Krieger, are current leaders in the deadlifts. Oslo is leading in the handstand push-ups. Björkman Carl Gudmundsson has done a handful of these as an elite individual. Tilla Maracanio is a great gymnast.
And we're almost at that 4-minute mark, and they're still knocking out some doubles and looking really smooth. There's no point in their handstand push-ups, or they're struggling, or they slow down a little bit in there. They know their limits. They know when they need to switch out.
This is for 425 and good. Elvira Ek is one of the strongest women in Sweden. Big time target of Soldravaten. That's a good lift for Uda for CrossFit Oslo's Uda Lundekvam. Uda was 14 years old on the right when Kristen Holte began competing in CrossFit. Her idol. Now competing on the same floor as we take a look at Bouillard for Asker Krieger.
Still looking strong in their handstand push-ups. He thought about that third one. There's only about 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left.
How do you manage fatigue? Because when it goes, it goes.
Absolutely. So once you're done, that's it for you. You got to really make sure you're not going to hit that red line until the last 10, 15 seconds.
And Ek was going for 435. She is the only woman on the floor right now that has hit better than 400 pounds. Lundekvam trying to pull up over 375. No, 425, excuse me, and hit it. So 2 400-pound lifts. Lundekvam with a massive exclamation point at the horn.
That's amazing. And that's what we love watching this sport, watching these women excel in their strength and to be able to deadlift 425 pounds.
That equals Amy Kringle for the total that she put up on day one of the CrossFit Games. That's pretty good company to be in.
We started this off with the women on that deadlift. The men took to the handstand push-ups. Really easy in the beginning, right? That deficit didn't seem like to be too much of a problem for Oslo Krieger, especially being former gymnasts and a lot of games experience between them. But it was Uda with that 425. Really, that last little pull, got it at the buzzer. It's their time to shine.
Uda Lundekvam, who Kristen Holte has called part of the future of Norwegian CrossFit. They'll go to the handstand push-ups now. Already one on the board. 70. They're going to win the event unless they get caught from behind. They're going to crush the number from heat one. And now Tilla Maracanio just getting a number on the board, lifting for Krieger.
This is where strategy is going to come into play. If they know the number they need to beat, you wonder if they're going to stop right a little bit early once they pass that number on the handstand push-ups. You win the event, you're good. Let's save our shoulders for what's coming up next.
Already 1,600 total. 495, maybe more, is going up next for Krieger. Oslo. Handstand push-ups. Taking a look at Soldravaten. Elvira Ek is upside down. BKG attempting a 495 lift here on the right. And he should put more weight on that bar.
No stranger to competition.
Sir, it's a single, not a triple.
They're just warming up. They got 4 minutes.
And how much of this is just warming up? Because these are big lifters. They just spent 5 minutes doing handstand push-ups. They were corralled before this. So they probably haven't lifted a bar in a half hour.
Yeah, and that's super important, especially in a deadlift. And you're going for a 1 rep max. You're not just coming out here to hit some deadlifts for reps. You need to hit the heaviest deadlift you can. So it's very important to get some warm-up reps in there.
You see the mats underneath the head of Madeline Person. It's only an 8-inch deficit for the women. The men were going all the way to the ground at a 14-inch deficit.
If you've never done these, we're used to the generic handstand push-ups from the floor, but when you add any type of deficit and parallettes on top of that, that's really going to make these handstand push-ups different.
105, the current number to beat, as 530. Oh, that went up real nice and easy for Hope Front. And look at the wrist position. And we were talking to Jack Rosema from Mayhem, and I said, how do your wrists feel on parallettes versus regular handstand push-ups? And he said, better on parallettes because you can kind of stack them, but it still doesn't look that comfortable.
Yeah, it's almost like that dumbbell, right? You can stack everything nice and tight if you have dumbbells and that strict press overhead. Same thing, you're just flipping yourself and going upside down.
Guys just going to work. 525 went up nice and easy. 1740 for Oslo Piger. They are not in the lead, though. 1760. 1840 has been lifted. That's Sodravater. And we've got about 2 minutes left here. Remember, the clock is going to 11 because we had the 1-minute transition. Good push through by Kristen Holta.
And that's
10th CrossFit Games.
What they were looking for. The judges are looking for their body in a straight line. So sometimes if you bring your hips forward, that'll make sure everything's in line. That's when the rep is credited.
Tuck your ribs, squeeze your butt.
That's it. 2 cues. Think about that when you're doing handstand push-ups.
Person who coaches at CrossFit Sodravater. One of the really fun things, you see it a lot on the individual side still too, but especially on the team side, a lot of coaches, including BKG, one of the elite men in CrossFit history, still coaches about 7 to 10 classes a week at CrossFit Reykjavik. And that is an awesome lift at 545.
And what an incredible thing. You have your athletes, you have your community cheering you. He is in class coaching you. You're getting coaching from one of the best in the world.
Tola good at 545. And Tanner Balaz just got no rep for Mayhem at 525. 570 good off screen for Angelo De Chico. You can see him on the left just take his weight belt off. CrossFit Whip is in second. Mayhem, who you're looking at right now, is in first. The difference is 25 points. If those teams are to be tied going into event 11, there need to be 4 teams between them on the leaderboard. So Whip would win, Mayhem would need to come in 6th to create a tie. 5-point difference for each placing. We get a look at the Mayhem women. Stevie Dellinger upset out.
This is when these reps and the fatigue and really strategizing, how much more can I go up? How much more is that going to add? We have a big lift coming up on that deadlift. Whip over here.
Rosema's waiting to go to work on what is listed right now at 6:15. That would tie for the best individual lift. Bar just has to move off the ground before 11. Rosema. Oh, that's easy lifting. Can he finish it from the knees?
Oh, all he has to do is stand up, bring his hips forward.
He can. No lift for Jack Rosema. That was smooth to the knees, and then the brakes. And Mayhem hits 18:05. 18:40 by Sodravater is the best. 18:30 by Rhino. And then Whip was at just over 1800 as well. So it's going to take a little bit of sorting through to look at the numbers. With 2 events happening concurrently, but I tell you what, Oslo Krieger, very happy.
Celebrations.
That could be a PR from Lundekvam.
Nothing feels better than when you hit a PR.
200 points in a flash. Just flew onto the leaderboard. Take a look at how it happened.
These male athletes went over to their deadlifts. This is the second round, right? So after that 5-minute break, the 5 minutes of work, the 1-minute rest, we have Oslo Krieger here on their handstand push-ups. Nice and smooth. Good kipping up. This 14-inch handstand push-up with the deficit was no problem. Jack Rosema going for that heavy deadlift to tie at 6:15. almost had it right at the knees, but couldn't get his hips through and to stand all the way up. But such a great attempt. Really exciting. Put on a great show for everyone here.
All right, we do not yet have the full results for event 9. These are the event 10 results, which is the handstand push-ups. And I just want to put this into the perspective for you. Kriger, Oslo, great. That's going to help them. What the bigger picture is Mayhem and Whip. Mayhem's in first. Whip is chasing. That is not good for Whip. I do believe Whip is going to beat Mayhem in the deadlift, though, so there may not be much of an overall leaderboard change other than Kriger inching closer to silver positioning heading into event 11. 2 more events for the teams. So much more competition still to come, though. In the 20th anniversary CrossFit Games, presented by Air National Guard. Stick with us here in San Jose, California, because the teams are going to take a quick breather. They're going to take a quick refuel, and then they're going to come back out for event 11.
Hi, I'm Harry Lightfoot. I'm a 2 times CrossFit Games athlete, and I'm going to do my level 2 this weekend. During school, I was probably more of a practical kid than getting deep into like a textbook or anything like that. Playing rugby, obviously being on that pitch and having all your parents and coaches and everyone there watching, you'd wanna stand out a little bit. Looking up to these role models that are teaching me the way, I think that's what sort of like lit the spark for me. Whether it's like any sport I've played, I've had a coach figure in front of me. I've always taken it on quite well. I hope people believe me. I never got into this to become a games athlete, like never. Like I found the gyms, the method, that side of it, the affiliate first. I was back at school, my friend was trying to teach me a power snatch with a dumbbell, couldn't get my head around it. So we found a CrossFit gym and I went, never even heard of this workout that we'd done, never even heard of half the movement, and that's what drew me in. I was very coachable. You're all right at this, you're picking up things very, very quick. Good, I want to pick these things up, I want to make these people pleased with what I'm doing and progress. Again, if you go to the sports side, look at all the top athletes in any sport, they have to be coachable. Started doing some personal training before eventually moving on to working at a CrossFit affiliate. It's just it's a job I never from the start thought I'd get into, and it doesn't almost feel like a job. Again, I know how cliche that sounds, but I've just enjoyed my process the whole way and still managed to qualify for a semi-final. So yeah, I owe a lot to CrossFit, I feel, and when all's said and done, I want to give back. The level 2, it's just increasing my knowledge a little bit, and like I said, really diving into the coaching side. I want everybody to get something from my coaching rather than Susan that's at the back and it's like second week at CrossFit. Do you understand what I mean? So yeah, the detail, again, I want to add that to my arsenal, and again, just develop as a coach, spot things that you may not have necessarily noticed before, and actually getting different perspectives. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to.
Can you just check for me that is your correct email?
Yeah, that's not my work email. All right, that's a very old.
Harry's fresh.
Yeah. All right, you don't need to say it in front of the camera, but yes, that is me. Thank you very much.
Very welcome. Very welcome.
Difficult part of this seminar is jumping in and teaching, because it is quite challenging to do so, right? It is nerve-wracking. However, nobody's paying you any membership, so now is the time to make mistakes, right? Our goal throughout the seminar, me and the team, are just here to make you a little bit better than what you were when you came in. So the goal would be on Monday morning when you go in and teach your classes, just implement something different that you've learned throughout the weekend. Okay? And you might end up finding that it is a huge effect.
Any questions, just ask me. If you're not sure on points of performance or you're not sure on progressions, don't make stuff up. Just do it as you usually would in your affiliates.
Harry, what you got?
Push press.
Perfect.
Good. Bit quicker for me, Gareth, all right? Go!
you're looking at, have I got a vertical torso? Extension will happen naturally.
Yeah, okay.
You haven't got to worry about that until things like snatching, cleaning, because then it opens and it closes.
Sure.
Are you with me?
Yeah. As we're going to extend out of the bottom of the dip, we're going to like get the bar up off the shoulders just by using the legs.
I would probably add in, before that point, a dip drive slow, looks like that.
Yep.
No pause, because
Yep.
pause is a problem.
Sure.
Then a little bit of speed. So no press for now. We're going to work on speed on the way up, because you can't do a push press slowly. Right, so I'm going to go down slow, up fast. Watch this one. With me? Now what I think about is I think about squeezing my quads as hard and as fast as I can. Watch one more, watch the speed. So I'm not bringing this in yet, right? All right, set up for me. If you're watching a class move, and teaching a push press, and everyone's doing this with the torso, you probably taught it wrong. For as good as an athlete he is, he's a humble bloke as well. Like, he's a nice guy. You would never guess from meeting him how good of an athlete he is, which is, you know, if you want to be a good coach, you have to be humble in understanding that you're probably not the finished article yet. It's quite refreshing to see someone so like laid back and relaxed. It's not the most comfortable experience when you're coaching in front of other coaches and being told that, okay, you're very good here, but this needs a little bit of work. So it's cool to see how he can just walk into the room and has no problem with taking on feedback, but also like being pretty good at improving on that feedback as well in a short space of time.
The common movement themes exist to give us like a blueprint of which we can evaluate movement from. Harry, tell the group why you picked Tom.
I picked Tom because like as soon as he goes into his dip, his torso leans forward.
Yeah, yep. And then what does that have a knock-on effect to? The press.
Try and dip your weight straight down in between your feet and then press up to see what that looks like.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Happier with the torso, right? Much better, okay? So that speed, you can relax, so will have so much knock-on effect, right?
Yeah, I want you to finish extending your hips first, then press. If you've done like your level 1 or something before, it like re-jogs your memory a lot of it. It actually encourages me after this weekend to go into, let's say, those movements that we were going through, in ways of breaking down every single movement. It like really inspires me to go back and have a look at that. So I'm actually quite excited already to dive into things as soon as this weekend's finished.
Realistically, there are no silly questions, and most people in this space all have the same drive and want to serve the community.
Education drives people back to the affiliates and makes the affiliates better through further education. And the games is born from the affiliates. Without the affiliates, you don't have any education, you don't have any games either. So it's one of the most important factors in CrossFit. So it's cool to see a games athlete that's able to put their chips in both camps, if you like. Yes, he's a high level athlete, but he's also humble enough to come back on the level 2 and be told that he's good at some stuff, but then also needs some work on other stuff.
Even the best of the best athletes will have movement efficiency things that can always be tweaked to the next level. As a red shirt, it's just our job to meet each individual where they're at and move the needle in the right direction, essentially.
Ready, start with straight legs, squeeze your quads, squeeze your bum.
Lots of these seminar staff members have been CrossFit affiliate owners for years and years and years, and have taught multiple classes like constantly.
We're lucky enough to have a seminar staff, Joe Pearson, coaching us at the gym already. He's just like showing me the way, like really hones in on the little tiny details.
These athletes understand that they need to move, they need a little bit further by everything they could possibly do, and they trust in people who have huge amounts of knowledge and capabilities to ensure their movement patterns are correct.
The reason that I coach Harry, or that it works, is we share a lot of similar values and mindset and approaches. I think he's very aware that CrossFit, competitive CrossFit, although he wants to make it his career, it's not going to be a forever thing, and he prides himself on his coaching. It's what he did before he was an athlete, and it's likely what he'll continue to do afterwards. I know he has a lot of passion for coaching.
Under shoulder width for me, all right, team, and now we're going to carry on. Okay, get yourself ready. Good, and stand. Piper, really press up for me when you can. When you can, I need you to. There's no if. Ready? Squeeze your bum for me. Yes, that's what I'm liking to see. Okay, ready? Go!
think the energy is really cool, the presence and attitude is really cool. It's just the subtleties now of controlling the group a little bit better with your static, dynamic, static, and then actually seeing change.
I told you I'd get a sweat on it. How visible is it? Is it obvious?
Why is that?
Nerves. I think maybe I'm not as confident anymore because I don't do it as much. It makes you think, Christ, like, what could it be like if I did a little bit more? So yeah, definitely. But I don't think I could pack in being an athlete anytime soon.
It's just not an easy thing to do, is it? It's really not an easy thing to do to put yourself in front of people and actually coach them, despite the fact whether you're a games athlete or not. It's just a really uncomfortable situation to be in. You could potentially argue that it's more so for him. I think that, you know, walking the walk like everybody else does and doing so, and actually, you know, putting himself into uncomfortable positions to coach other people and whatnot can really help that come along and develop that camaraderie.
Like you said, that grassroots level, that's where I started and how I've progressed on to where I am today, and I'm not going to lose touch with that. My incentive over the years is to give back in however many years' time when my athletic career finishes. Being out of the picture and out of the frame for an amount of time and then trying to get back into it isn't going to help. If you want to become a better coach, I think this is the right progression.
My name is Troy Peterson, and I'm the founder of ValorFit. ValorFit is a 501c3 nonprofit that partners veterans with CrossFit affiliates, and we pay full price for their gym memberships to help with their transition out of the military and live a healthier way of life. ValorFit's based off my personal story. I graduated high school in 2001. And I was in my first semester at DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College in Central Iowa, and I had nothing going for me, and 9/11 happened, and it was something came inside of me and made me want to do more. It made me angry, made me feel sad for families, and so I signed up and joined active duty shortly after. We trained up for Iraq, deployed to Iraq March 13th, 2004. Through March 13th, 2005, I was wounded. I lost a few of my friends, and things were pretty difficult over there. Things were happening that I wasn't used to, and I started to become a person I didn't know how to control or what to do. And so when I got home from Iraq, everything's great. I got an honorable discharge. I went to work at the Travis County Sheriff's Office in Central Texas and went about my life, but unfortunately, I had no goals, no aspirations. I couldn't think straight. I was in a fog. I had blinders on, and I got addicted to pain pills and alcohol, and for the next 10 years became a drug-addicted alcoholic. And we moved back and forth from Texas to my hometown in Iowa a few times, trying to figure out who I was, and I just couldn't figure it out. What was in front of me was there, and it was a lot of partying. So my wife and I had a 3-year-old son at the time in 2015, and she was 3 months pregnant with my now 10-year-old Truett, and the drugs and the alcohol were basically telling me I wasn't a good person and that I wasn't fit to be a dad. And so I thought if I took myself out of the equation, I'd give my wife and my kids an opportunity to live a good life. And so I attempted suicide by overdose. And thankfully it didn't work. and I'm really grateful for that. And so my wife gave me an ultimatum and said, it's this or I'm leaving. And this was CrossFit, and I thought CrossFit was for dorks. And what it was is I had no self-confidence. I had anxiety over being around people. And so I went into the gym, and the gym owner took me under his wing and taught me some one-on-ones and taught me CrossFit and said I could do more. And then he partnered me with another person, and they took class with me. So ValorFit was started off of my personal story. We started in 2018, and it's really fucking awesome.
Personally, yeah, Troy and I have known each other for 8 years now, and Troy was, one of the guys that really impacted my life on a serious basis when I first met him. And you can just tell when you meet Troy the passion that he has for not only people but also just veterans in general. I was a coach at a gym 7 years ago when Troy walked into my office and he said, I have a mission in front of me that I want to help people with, and I think that you can help me and we can put some veterans in your gym. And he didn't ask for much, and he didn't ask for anything in return other than just help. And here we are 7 years later, and to see what he's doing on a national scale now and being able to continue our relationship personally, professionally, everything in between, it's been a dream come true for him, I know, and for me just as a passion of helping people, but also helping Troy realize his vision has been amazing.
It provides all the things that fitness does. So improved health, right? It gets them moving. It gives them a space to come in and know that they're able to come back on a regular basis, kind of like a safe space. But it also gives them a social circle. So they have people that are hanging out with them during classes, people checking in on them when they're not here, when they're not coming in. And I think that's the most important part, because you can find fitness anywhere, but it's the people that are surrounding them that keeps them coming back.
I started it because there was a lot of talk across the country and everywhere about veterans, and we need to do more, and the suicide rate is really high. And I thought, well, this really worked well for me. And so through some conversations with some people, it was like, hey, I think we could do this at our gym. I think we could bring some more veterans in with you. And so we just started bringing a couple local veterans in with me, and they signed up for CrossFit, and they would come 5 days a week. And then it was like, hey, I think we have something real here. And so we decided that, hey, the best way to do this, let's start paying for their gym memberships to hold them accountable, because veterans get free things all the time. And so it was like, hey, we'll hold them accountable to going to CrossFit at minimum 3 days a week. We'll pay for their membership. It'll create a loyalty, it'll create conversation. And it's worked really, really great.
Well, I think it kind of gets rid of that barrier of who our veterans are and what they're doing. I think from like a very broad scope, we can have holidays like Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and it's kind of like, we're super grateful for what they've done, but it's them, it's not a person. So by getting veterans into the gym, it's putting a face to the name and showing that they're real people, and they're people that are oftentimes struggling. And so creating that kind of like human connection with, again, the folks that are giving everything for us, it makes it a bigger impact for the people who are here and also maybe donating or just like being a good friend to the people that are coming in through ValorFit.
As a CrossFit affiliate, this is a no-brainer. And I think it comes down to having the support system in place that, each of us want to create a home, and a third home we talk about, where you get really excited to go with a community into a space and you get to work on your fitness, and even more so, you get to work on the relationships in life. And for a veteran, you've got to be able to find a really comfortable place where they can get uncomfortable, if that makes sense, right? We want to put them in vulnerable positions that are safe. And as an affiliate, we don't work with everybody at ValorFit. We want to find the right fits for people that share these visions, share these values, and can create homes for people and veterans that, hey, it may not just be 6 months to a year where they feel, a little scared to be there and a little vulnerable, but then they can create a really long-term, sustainable future within that community, and that's the perfect place to be with CrossFit affiliates.
So I think the veterans need to understand that this is an opportunity. It's a new way of life. It's an opportunity to put away the past, open a new door, and get to do something with people that is fun. On a team, in a positive environment that is hard work, and getting veterans to understand that this is a better way. This isn't the only way, but it is a much better way than what they're doing now. And so if they ask for some support, we provide that support, and we're super proud to do that. So if you go to valorfit.org, there's a veterans tab. Veterans can apply. It's a super simple form, and it comes directly to me, and my eyes are the only ones that see it. We keep this very personal, and then I get back with you to 7 to 10 business days.
It's all about grit. There is no doubt that this event is going to go down as one of the most memorable in CrossFit Games history.
She is putting in maximal effort here, and you've got to respect it.
And here comes the crowd behind Rebecca Fusela. This is fantastic.
It all starts with a choice. You don't feel strong. You don't feel ready. Good.
Nice.
You showed up.
Easy. Right.
That's the only starting point. This isn't about perfection.
Here we go.
It's about the fight. Failure? It's not a detour. It's the road that progress demands. We don't ask, Are you able? We ask, are you willing? Willing to walk through the door, to turn fears into fuel, to keep showing up again and again. The true test has never been ability. It's willingness.
Air National Guard presents the 2026 CrossFit Games from San Jose, California, and the SAP Center. We've got 2 events left for the teams alongside Jamie Hagia, 2018 CrossFit Games teams competitor. My name is Joel Godet. We've got a shake-up as we go into event 11, and it's because a little bit of our Don't Weaken moments, some people putting up some big old numbers. Brandon Smith with the second best deadlift on record in CrossFit Games history, CrossFit competition history, 615 pounds. And then Uta Lundekvam, third best deadlift ever, 425. She ties somebody named Amy Kringle, might have heard her this weekend, for what she did during the CrossFit Total on Wednesday. Event description for event 11, Jamie Hagia.
It will be 4-time. Male 1 will complete 30 shuttle box jump overs into 30 snatches. The second male partner will go 30 snatches into 30 shuttle box jump overs. They'll tag. The females will come in. They'll go over that 30 shuttle box jump overs into 30 snatches. And finally, their second female will take it home with 30 snatches and 30 shuttle box jump overs.
Air National Guard mission brief.
Attention to detail. This is the first time we're going to be seeing these teams athletes get after these shuttle box jump overs. It is a 2-foot and 2-hand touch behind that line. And broken or unbroken, they're used to doing 30 snatches per time, but do we want to go touch and go? Do we want to go fast singles? That is going to be up to them knowing themselves.
Teams 11 through 20 in the standings are in this heat. We'll draw your attention to the 2 British flags in lane 7 and lane 10, Blueprint CrossFit and CrossFit Aylesbury. It's the battle for the fittest in England. Blueprint is in 13th coming into the day. Aylesbury is in 19th coming into the day. Both teams have been to the CrossFit Games before. AOD returning from a year ago. Aylesbury's first appearance since 2021. Take a look at our athletes to watch. There are your British teams. Shouts, by the way, to Sam Dell, whose mother, Liz, in 2016, 10 years ago, competed in the 40 to 49-year-old division. Now he is competing in the teams division here at the 20th CrossFit Games, representing their home country of England. All right, so this is the first time the teams have seen these shuttle box jump overs. James Sprague, the leader on the men's individual elite side yesterday, was jumping from the box clear over the line, so he really limited his steps. And a no rep there for Wes Peters from Hendersonville. We asked Angelo DiCicco about that from CrossFit Whip, and he said, yeah, that was crazy. So I think people are going to take that little shuffle step.
It is almost. It's not just a hop down. You do have to almost like a little broad jump to get over there. If you're long and a lengthy athlete, that is going to help you. But that attention to detail from the start, we saw that a no rep on that box. No part of your body can touch that box besides your feet. So making sure you pay attention to that detail.
You might do something similar to this in your daily CrossFit, a burpee box jump over. I'm sure these competitors are glad that competition director Adrian Bosman and Dave Castro decided we'll just stop at the shuttle touch. We're going to look at Brandon Smith, just deadlifted 615 pounds. Working for Team 1124. I don't know if you can still see it, but into the side of his head was shaved 1124.
I did see that.
When it was a fresh cut at the start of the games, it came through really clean.
A lot of times we do see box jumps paired with deadlifts. So after him hitting this really 1 rep max heavy deadlift, getting into the shuttle box jump overs isn't anything abnormal what they're used to seeing.
Why is that?
You know, because they're going to be use your hamstrings and your glutes, and then you want something explosive. It's great training for athleticism, for power, speed, and explosiveness.
And on to the 30 snatches. If you are a CrossFitter for a long time, or maybe even if you are for a long time, maybe you've never done Isabel, the workout. This is Isabel. It's a traditional classic CrossFit workout, 30 snatches per ton. The hitch is that you've also had to do these box jump overs. So how does that affect, hey, this is what I know if I've done Isabel. I know what I can do for 30 unbroken snatches or 30 snatches. But what changes when I've done 30 box jump overs?
You are raising your heart rate. Anyone who is going to be a stronger athlete and stronger in that barbell, I would think they would put them strategically here in this because you want to get that aerobic piece of those box jumps in and then finish with your strongest movement versus the other way around. You would be having a tough time on those box jumps or overs after the snatches.
These teammates will tag their other male counterpart who will then snatch into the box jumps. So you're snatching cold, right? Like you've been warmed up, but you've been corralled, you've walked out onto the floor. So yeah, if you do the box jumps first, you at least get to get the body moving before you lift the barbell.
We'll see that usually, again, if you're going to start out on those snatches, maybe that's not your strength in the strength in the barbells, and you're really aerobically really good, so they're going to come out in that second part and do really well on those box jump overs to bring it home for their team.
60 total repetitions per athlete, 240 total in this test. Snake CrossFit has a 2-rep lead. 11:24, Brandon Smith is in second, trying to get it to Tyler Cook, the owner and team captain for 11:24. Jake Douglas is done for Snake first. He tags Jacob Marconi. Those two men have competed as a duo together down under at the Down Under Championships.
And going touch and go, right? That you're fresh, you're waiting around. This is your first time you're going to be touching this barbell. So your legs are good. And clearly he is efficient and fast with that barbell.
10 reps unbroken for Marconi, and you can see the different strategies. Tyler Cook going quick singles here. Jamie, are you a quick singles or are you a big set, bigger break person?
I'm a big set, big rest. But once you put that barbell down after the big set, sometimes it's nice to get a bigger set out of the way, especially in a workout like this that has 30. And then you're going to have to chip away at those fast singles, making sure that you really control that and have discipline to get back on that barbell.
How do you keep the big rest from becoming a too big rest?
In training, that's where you really have to play around with your pacing, how do you feel, how are you breathing? You see some of these guys behind them on the floor absolutely crushed after this, so you know what this is going to do to athletes. And as your teammate's looking down, that's not exactly what you want to see, knowing what's coming.
CrossFit's Adrian Bosman told us the demo team did this in about 3:30 per round in testing. That about holds true here. 30 135-pound snatches straight into 30 shuttle box jumps. We'll head to the box at 90 reps. And Fort Vancouver, how about Adam McAdams making a move? Guy that's been training for a long time in the Pacific Northwest finally gets to the games, and there go the legs.
And that's a trap, right? You can go fast and furious on those snatches, but this is not a normal 30, 24-inch box that we're seeing. It's a 36-inch box for men, which is a lot higher. Some of the shorter athletes, or those who lack in height a little bit like me, myself, that is a high box to get over. Making sure that you get your knees up, get your feet up and over so you don't trip or scrape your shins on that box.
And because of the height of the box, look how deep Jacob Marconi on the right for Snake is landing. Typically, Jamie, if you're doing a regular height box jump, 20 inches, 24 inches, you want to elevate to the box, not have to add a squat. This is an added squat because of how high the box is. You can't jump straight up 36 inches that high.
You'll see him do a little extra hop, so he'll get to the box, do a little hop to get over to the other side, closer to the end, and then hop off after that. So two different strategies, right? You can jump up, right, and then kind of step down, or you hop down off of that. There's no rules on that. Usually it's a step down, but here you're allowed to jump off as long as you get those both feet and both hands across that line.
Do not have to stand up on the way for a box jump. This is a box jump over, so you just have to make it over. 120 is the number we're looking for at the top of the screen to tag in the first female partner.
30 is not a small number here, which we're talking about, after doing 30 snatches. So this isn't something that you can sprint and get 10 and go tag your partner. 30, you're going to have to work through, chip away at these.
Chad is a very famous CrossFit workout, 1,000 boxed step-ups. It was performed at the CrossFit Games in 2024. You know there's somebody at home watching this right now going 36 inches. Tall Chad.
With a weighted vest.
Tyler Cook, pretty smooth and consistent here.
Tyler Cook went singles on his power snatches versus Marconi, who went touch and go. So interesting to see how that plays into the fatigue when they get into their box jump overs here.
Well, it's a 4-rep difference, Cook behind Marconi. Marconi is your leader. McAdams has fallen off pace. He was the first to the box. And the first woman going to work belongs to Snake CrossFit. Maisie Wild and Georgia Pryor. Pryor is the Games veteran, finishing 29th in 2024. And we're starting to get women released across the board as Rochelle Hudson is now working for CrossFit Fort Vancouver. A former Games champion. This is the 11th Games for CrossFit Fort Vancouver. The lone team this year in the field that was also in the first team's CrossFit Games in 2009. Fort Vancouver won the whole thing in 2010.
The longevity to be in a sport and a competition, not only just training, but at the highest level, is so impressive from Fort Vancouver to keep on returning with more and more accomplished and really well-rounded athletes.
Really fit gym. $160 will release you to the barbell. For those counting reps at the top of your screen, Snake continues to be in first. Peniel, uncontained relentless there in the blue bottoms, green top.
Much like the men, these women are jumping on a 30-inch box jump. When we traditionally are used to seeing a 24-inch box jump, so still having to get that knee drive up and over the box, focusing, attention to detail to stay focused.
This is Maisie Wild, national levels gymnast, competing for Snake out of Tamworth, New South Wales. Jake Douglas, who we saw first for Snake as the affiliate owner, qualified second out of the Torian Pro, which for a lot of Australians and New Zealanders is the CrossFit Games. It's a long way from Oceania to get here, and it's a really awesome competition to be at in person. But to get this opportunity on this stage, it's a whole nother Super Bowl, and Maisie Wild just ripping through these snatches.
Maisie hanging on to a large set of touch-and-go snatches. This is something they're used to training, but after those 30 shuttle box jump overs, didn't seem to affect her very much. But now she's going to, after each drop, reset, quick singles from here on out.
Snake came into the day in 11th overall. Their best finish was third on the handstand walk relay day one. Rochelle Hudson from Fort Vancouver now on the right side of your screen. The CrossFit Level 2 coach.
They have a little bit of a wider stance. Normally when you do a snatch, your feet are in a little bit closer for where you jump from and land where you squat. But because you're going touch and go and trying to do this as fast as you can, maybe a happy medium in between those two for feet placement.
Who is going to be the first to tag their final partner? Fort Vancouver has fallen off pace. Maisie Wild working touch and go, ripping through things, and you can see Georgia Pryor lying in wait.
It's one of the best parts of teams. You have your teammates there cheering you on. If this is you by yourself, yeah, you're suffering, right? But you know your teammates are depending on you to release them so they can finish that event.
3 more reps to get to Pryor. That could be good or bad, because you could have your teammates yelling at you, and you're like, please stop.
Yes. I've been there, Chelsea.
How did you handle those team dynamics?
You know, you got to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and also know how they respond to, do they need yelling? Do they need encouragement?
Taya Flores made it to the barbell before Georgia Pryor. Flores for Fort Vancouver. She is an assassin. Adam McAdams found her eating a sandwich in the corner at the West Coast Classic a couple of years ago, semifinals, and he just saw a mentality sitting by herself. And she said, she's a killer. If I ever make a team, I want Taya Flores. She's going head-to-head with an individual games athlete, Georgia Pryor, in the black on the right of screen.
You want someone confident. You want someone who knows themselves, who's going to be a great addition, a great teammate. You depend so much on each other, so this is really important here to find the right mix, the right chemistry.
You do not have to advance the barbell, but Pryor is chasing hers forward as it bounces.
Which actually is smart because she's getting herself closer to that box for the shuttle box jump overs.
$210 is the number we're looking for to advance, and then 30 more shuttle box jump overs. And Fort Vancouver going back and forth with Snake.
This is that trap that we saw earlier. Your second male athlete, you saw them go hard on that barbell, but you need to leave some room in the tank for those shuttle box jump overs because you have 30 coming up.
We saw Adam McAdams fail his first box jump after the 30 snatches. The legs were weary. Hand is in the air for Taya Flores.
You can relax a little bit after your work is done.
And it is Georgia Pryor who makes it to the boxes first. Two-hand touch behind the line. You mentioned Jake Douglas is the head coach for Snake Athletics, Snake CrossFit. He has been Georgia Pryor's coach since she began CrossFit as well. So a cool dynamic. Individual elite athletes, also one is the coach of the other, getting to represent their country and their affiliate here on the grandest stage.
And that's a huge advantage, knowing your athletes, knowing your teammates. He knows what she's capable of. He knows how much he can push her, what they need to do in training, focus on strengths and weaknesses. Huge advantage for Snake.
Flores falling off pace, now 7 reps behind. Georgia Pryor's cycle rate is smooth but steady. You can see her in the distance in the black top. Now on the left side of your screen, Hudson on the right. Time cap is 16 minutes. 1:20 left to go. Can you get across the finish line here in Heat 1?
Georgia Pryor speeding up that pace on her shuttle box jump overs, knowing she must be getting close to the end. When you get to about 10 reps left, you know that you got to push.
Pryor checking the field. You got a whole nother heat coming behind you, though. 232 reps. We're going to 240 with 50 seconds to move. Q21 in 4th place. The gentleman cheering on Augustina Haag. Closing in on 30 seconds. Snake is going to get over the line. And Georgia Pryor taps the buzzer. 15:34 is the unofficial time to beat. Now Blueprint has caught Fort Vancouver. So neck and neck between the Brits and the Washingtonians. Final 5 seconds. No one else is going to get across the line. Only one team finishes. Cap +3 is second in the standings to beat. This took its toll.
They were talking about this was going to be a tight time cap, and you clearly see one team finish, so that really matters, setting your teammates up for that next section to be able to finish. The men started out with those 30 shuttle box jump overs. For these men, right, they went straight into those 30 snatches. Jake going touch and go on his, being able to transition to Marconi, who also went touch and go on his 30 power snatches. Dropped it a little bit in between. Then we saw the toll that it was taking on their legs, making sure that that's a 36-inch box that those males have to jump over. but it was Snake that was able to keep that lead. They came out fast and furious. Georgia Pryor really comfortable on that barbell. She's an individual athlete. She knows what it feels like to be here. Individuals, you have to go ahead and know yourselves and on these snatches, how many you can do, how much of a limit you can push yourselves to. She finishes up those snatches and headed to her 30 shuttle box jump overs and knew that she was going to have this one in the bag. The only team to finish. Great job, Snake.
15:34.18 is the time to beat. And then Blueprint and Fort Vancouver wind up tying for second. Q21 did come up from behind to get within the top 5. Welcome to the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard from San Jose, California, and the SAP Center, where a month ago MJF defended the World Championship. We're going to find out who's better here in event number 11 alongside Jamie Hagia. My name is Joel Godek. Glad to have you along with us. It is Heat 2 with 2 events left to go before we crown the Affiliate Cup champion. All right, Jamie, what are we in store for?
Event 11 is going to be 4-time. Your first male athlete is going to do 30 shuttle box jump overs into 30 snatches. They'll tag their next male athlete to finish in the reverse order, 30 snatches and 30 shuttle box jump overs, who will then tag the first female athlete who will go through that 30 shuttle box jump overs and 30 snatches, finally to that final female athlete going 30 snatches and 30 box jump overs.
And our mission brief, as always, presented by Air National Guard. How are you attacking this thing?
Attention to detail. This is the first time these athletes and the teams are going to be doing these shuttle box jump overs. It's a 2-foot, 2-hand touch behind the line, also making sure that they focus enough that their legs get up on those box jump overs. And broken or unbroken, we always see these athletes go touch and go or quick singles. You have to know yourself and know your body and know your limits.
And will they be broken by the box?
That too. We will find out soon.
Top 10 teams. They did not reseed the lanes since the start of the day, so a little bit of a mix-up based on where your leader would be. Typically, number 1 is in lane 6, but because of the performances in events 9 and 10, CrossFit Whip is your new overall leader. They now have 895 points, 15 better than CrossFit Mayhem. If Whip is to win, and they have 2 events to go, they would become the third team ever to win the CrossFit Games Affiliate Cup with no individual previous experience on their roster. Jack Rosema, an individual, leads the way for Mayhem, BKG, the same for Oslo Kliger. In the era of super teams, sometimes it is the best team that winds out on top. Going to work on these 30 shuttle box jump overs. Sam DeMeester is the first athlete working for CrossFit Whip. Jack Rosema for CrossFit Mayhem. BKG for Oslo. Those are your top 3 teams. That's your podium. Oslo, which is kind of like the under headline, won events 9 and 10. They've gotten themselves kind of back into the race with 815 points. Safer spot on top of the podium. But now they're kind of wondering if they could chase a different colored medal.
Hey, that's why they need 2 home runs here. They need to focus to make sure that they have a great event here and finish the day strong. In the next one, you see BKG coming out. All of these men came out at a fast and furious pace, but you see them settling in. This is still a pretty fast pace, knowing that they're going to have 30 snatches before they hand that over to the next male partner.
Only 1 team completed all of this work with a 16-minute time cap in our first heat.
I have a feeling we'll see a couple more finishes in this heat.
That basically breaks down to 4 minutes per athlete.
Speaking to competition director Adrian Bosman, we talked about these shuttle box jump overs, and we kind of asked the meaning behind it. He said it's a little bit of safety, obviously, and then they're not jumping off the box, but also for athleticism as well.
Chance to showcase that athleticism. Jorgen Carl Gudmundsson doing just that. One of the most veteran individual elite CrossFit Games competitors of all time. finding a little bit of different motivation going the team route this year with the defending champions from Oslo. The Wolfpack currently sitting in third. Sam DeMeester, Jack Rosema have now joined on the snatches. DeMeester's whip is your overall leader. Rosema trying to make up some ground for Mayhem going touch and go.
And the speed and the cycle rate, you can make up a lot of reps in that time, knowing that you have 30 snatches before your part is done. You see him gaining on those going singles and where they're dropping in between.
A little perspective on this part of the test. 30 snatches for time is known as Isabel. Isabel was introduced to the CrossFit community in November 2004 in CrossFit Journal 27 as part of the new girls workout. So it has been a staple and something a lot of people may have done in their affiliates all around the world. PB Fit protein bars introduced into the PB Fit family. You can fuel your WOD with PB Fit protein bars. 24 grams of plant-based protein, perfectly balanced, 40-30-30 macros, and created in partnership with the CrossFit Games. Shop now on Amazon.
Jack Rosema coming out with a huge set of touch-and-go snatches. He finally has put this down and going into singles, but they are quick in between. Once you do a big set, now you have to see how quickly can you get your hands back on that barbell.
3 reps left for BKG. What's your best Isabel time?
Ooh, I did it recently and got and this is not good. I wouldn't make the time cap. But I think anything sub 2 would be great.
Noah Olson is on YouTube doing it in 1 minute and 9 seconds. Tola Maracanel. Now this guy's never seen a barbell he doesn't like. There's a small part of me that just wants to see him rip 30 unbroken because he has not broken a sweat yet.
And we might. You see nice and smooth. He's staying relaxed is what's a big part of this. This is the first part of the movement that he's going to be doing before those shuttle box jump overs, but he's very comfortable with the barbell. He knows himself. He's going to even take a break in there.
Angelo DiCicco trying to maintain that unofficial lead for CrossFit Whip. Mayhem had the lead, a share of the lead. A little confused. Whip was Mayhem last year. Had a share of the lead going into the final event and dropped it coming in 4th to Oslo. Tola Maracanel was on that Oslo team.
Tola opted to go touch and go, take a break, touch and go again. We'll see what he does here. He's going to go hands on that barbell. This is a lightweight for this man, so he's going to go another set of touch and go. The bigger set you can knock out to get to that 30 really kind of helps keep you on track and focused and motivated to get to those shuttle box jump overs.
Tola Maracanel is one of the strongest snatchers, 1 rep max, in CrossFit as a sport. 2 final reps. And Tola maintains the lead for Oslo Pigem. The BKG saying, go, start box jumping. They've got some ground to make up, currently in 3rd place.
These are 36-inch box jump overs for our male athletes. Traditionally, we see a 30-inch box for males and a 24-inch for ladies, but we will be seeing this 36 and 30 for the women.
And that's considered high, right? Normally it would be 24-20 in a regular.
Excuse me, yes.
Oh, I want to go to your gym.
Yes, excuse me, it's 24-20. Getting a little ahead of myself.
Tanner Blas really taking his time here. Slowing down for Mayhem. The door opening up a little bit for Angelo DiCicco. See what kind of kick he has on the back half of his work.
The toll and the trap we talked about, those 30 snatches, these athletes are used to doing 30 snatches, but what you have to think about is those aerobic energy you have to use after that. So your better cardio athletes, I would think you would get that barbell work out of the way so that they can go on these box jump overs.
Now keep in mind, we are still well ahead of the cap for where these athletes are. They need to be done by 8 minutes to keep their team on pace, and if it takes them 2 minutes to finish the rest of their box jumps, something has gone horribly wrong.
They don't need to stand all the way up, so you'll see these athletes jump. They have to get a high knee drive up, tuck your knees in, because this is such a high box. They're gonna hop off, and then those 2 feet and 2 hands have to touch that line before they can go into their next rep.
Udo Lundekvam waiting to be released. still waiting for that hand to go in the air to let us know that there are 5 reps remaining.
30 box jump overs by itself is a lot. You add in that shuttle run touch, 2-hand touch, that's going to add on to that. But the nice thing is you're sandwiched in between your 2 teammates who are cheering you on. You have one that just finished telling you to go, and that next partner waiting for you so they can start their work.
Final rep upcoming here for Tola Maracanyo, and Oslo Krieger is moving on. So Udo Lundekvam now under her 30 shuttle box jumps. The youngest member on the defending champions. She was on their roster a year ago at 24 years old. Spent 13 years prior to CrossFit playing handball. Wound up trying CrossFit with a friend. She went to bring a friend Saturday, and they did 100 of each movement on the board. Looked at her friend and said, should we leave? They did it. They were exhausted. They had a great time, and now she's here as a defending CrossFit Games champ.
What a great story. I think we should all bring a friend to CrossFit. Have them try it out, see if it's for them. It is absolutely for them. Everyone thinks they need to be in shape to come to the gym, but no, we meet you where you're at. Whatever level of fitness you have, we welcome you into our doors.
We hit the halfway point to the cap. Only one team finished in the opening heat. And Oslo Krieger was 30 seconds ahead of that split pace. Boy, if Oslo hits 3 home runs in the first 3 at-bats today, it becomes very interesting with one final event to go. Only problem is that Oslo is trying to chase the 2 women to its side, Mayhem and Whip. So they're not going to make up a lot of ground. There's a 5-point difference for each place at the top of the leaderboard.
These women starting out with their 30 shuttle box jump overs. We know you can't go ham and go to that red line space because you have 30 snatches to go after this is complete.
And not 30 light snatches. How heavy is 95 for the typical woman, both competitively and in the everyday CrossFit box?
And a typical CrossFit box, that is a heavy snatch. A lot of people celebrate if you get to that 100-pound mark. That's amazing.
And Udo Lundekvam going, I just deadlifted 425. This ain't nothing.
She's opting for those quick singles. Obviously a very strong athlete, but she knows her body, she knows herself. Maybe she's gonna save some touch and go for the end, but right now this is a great way to keep her breathing and her heart rate down a little bit less than if she went touch and go.
Now 5 women snatching, so half the field, advancing to the final movement of their 3rd athlete. This is Stevie Dellinger for Mayhem. They had the proverbial white leaders jersey on at the start of the day. They've seeded it to Molly McGrandy, now left of screen, and Whip.
Molly's feet are a little bit wider than your traditional snatch feet width. You're usually going to start a little bit closer wherever you're the most explosive and powerful from, and you'll catch in that little bit wider position. But you're going to find a happy medium here, especially if you're going touch and go and have to be fast reps overhead, lock them out, go straight into your next rep. You see them communicating there, telling her to go, you got this. She has to know herself. Know when she can push, waiting for those final 5, maybe that hand to go up in the air.
It'll be snatches next. So this will happen in reverse order for the final woman. 4 reps remaining for Lundekvam. And Denise Thomas, the head judge, coming over, making sure Udo Lundekvam has that full lockout position overhead. 1 more rep. And one of the elder stateswomen of CrossFit is off for Oslo. The head of Krieger, Kristen Holta, in her 10th CrossFit Games, ripping early set of 3. 45 seconds ahead of the split from the one and only team that finished in the opening heat. That was Snake CrossFit. And they finished 15:34, just under the cap. And McGrandy tags out. Zoe DeMeester in. Jamie, take me inside Whip's mindset, the team on the left side of your screen. Went into the final event last year, tied for the lead, wind up dropping it to Oslo. What goes through your mind coming back, being right there again here in 2026?
It is, you feel all the emotions, but what you really need to do is stay focused on yourselves, on what you guys can do. You can't control what's going on around you, what other teams are doing, but you know yourselves, you know your camaraderie, you know your chemistry you have, so you have to really stay in your lane and stay focused on yourselves. And just hope that that's enough.
30 snatches, then 30 shuttle box jump overs. Whip, your leader. Mayhem in second. Oslo in third, left to right. Overall standings.
Uda cheering on Kristen in the back there.
And here is Caroline Klutz, the defending Masters champion, 35 to 39 age group last year. She's been dealing with a little bit of some injuries this weekend. Mayhem finished 12th in the deadlift this morning. She has pushed through, has persevered. Her team has been in first most of the weekend. It's a huge credit to that warrior spirit she brings to the table. Can Mayhem get back over the finish line? That race, Whip and Mayhem, massive, with an event and change to go. And here comes Kristen Holta as Krieger tries to make up some more ground.
Kristen is such a well-rounded athlete. I don't think she's bad at anything, but her gymnastics and her aerobic capacity is where she really shines. So being able to get through those snatches and then going into these 30 shuttle box jump overs, I'm sure she's excited. You see her moving at a great pace. No heavy breathing, nice control, and she's moving. She's keeping that consistent pace on those shuttle box jump overs.
How do you control your pace if you're Holta, knowing you've got a lead? No rep for Zoe Jones. Knowing you've got a lead, you're going to win the event if you keep it up, so maybe don't overexert yourself with an event to go.
30 shuttle box jump overs is a lot. The advantage is that she gets to see to her right and to her left of where these other teams are at. Of course, she doesn't know where she's at, or she knows the times that she needs to beat from the previous heat. So being able to take that event win, but also preserving for that final event in the end of the day is going to be important as well. But I think the athlete in all of us, we don't care. We're just going to keep on pushing. We want that win to go as fast as we can.
Jones to Meester left. Klutz in the middle. Holta on the right. Last year was her 9th CrossFit Games. She thought she was done. Tola Maracanyo reeled her back in this year. She said she's done after this year. You never retire in CrossFit. We'll see her next year. Time to beat is a minute away. Hand is in the air. 4 reps now, 3 remaining for Kristen Holta. This is going to be a 3rd consecutive event win for Kristen Holta. Oslo Krieger hits 3 consecutive home runs on the final day of competition. It closes the gap. The only problem, the teams it's chasing aren't going to cede much territory. Whip is ahead of Mayhem here. So its lead in the overall standings is going to grow. It's a great start for Oslo Krieger, but on the overall leaderboard, it's a better start for Mayhem. And now damage control for this year's Mayhem squad. Trying to hunt down the 4 they replaced from a year ago, now competing at CrossFit Whip. And Kia Maya is going to put another team in between them. 5 points go off the board. Mayhem done 2 seconds later. Home front proven comes across as the cap hits. And just like we had in the first heat, many caps here in the second. More finishes, but the winner overall is the workout. That's 3 straight wins for Krieger. Will it be too little too late?
These athletes started out with their first male going after those 30 shuttle box jump overs at a height of 36 inches, higher than the traditional height we're used to seeing in the gyms. BKG from Team Oslo Krieger got him off to a great lead. He takes out Tola, and he's going to go after those 30 snatches, which are definitely power because he's one of the strongest athletes in this whole CrossFit Games. They're going to get over and onto their 30 shuttle box jump overs before they can take out their females. It was Uda who got out, kept the lead with those shuttle box jump overs. Those single snatches, quick and fast. She was able to tag out Kristen Holta, a multi-games, very experienced, highly decorated CrossFit Games individual athlete. It was her time to shine on those shuttle box jump overs, and she was able to get that win for her team for the 3rd win overall for the day. But it was CrossFit Whip who would just not take, they were sticking in there, and they were able to get a 2nd place finish.
3rd straight year that quartet has been at the CrossFit Games, first as CrossFit Mayhem Independence, then CrossFit Mayhem, now CrossFit Whip. They finished 2nd in the event. They are 1st in the overall leaderboard. Oslo Krieger making a strong push, unofficially now 50 points back of 2nd place Mayhem, who comes in 5th. And then CrossFit Whip trying to bring it to Michigan. One more event to go for the teams. We will crown an Affiliate Cup champion at the 20th CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard.
How long are you going to listen to a society that tells you that there's an easy way? Listen to me, there is no quick fix. They're telling us it's a pill, it's an injection, it's this, it's that. No, it's hard work. Your future health is based on the decision you make today. You don't have to be the quickest, the strongest. You just need to take charge. Yes, optimal health can be a reality, yes. It's yours, but you gotta get up and you gotta go get it. It's yours, but you gotta put in the work. It's yours, but you gotta grind. All it takes is you making a decision right now, because practice makes permanent.
I was looking for my tribe. I didn't know where it was at. And then I joined CrossFit. And the rest of my life is different.
When I think of CrossFit, I think of Henry. And when we opened these doors, that's the person that I wanted to serve.
I suffered really bad with my mental health. For 2 years, I actually tried to commit suicide twice. I had nothing to get up for, I was forgotten about kind of thing and just left at home, and that's when it all got really bad.
I don't say this lightly, but I think CrossFit really saved his life, as it did mine too. I was struggling with depression and obesity, and he was struggling with alcoholism, and CrossFit pulled us out of some dark places.
I have not been able to tie my shoes since 2006. I came here and saw what was going on. I was scared, but I took the challenge. I can tie my shoes now.
I step out onto the floor, I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude that the sport, that the affiliate, that the community has allowed me to touch so many lives, and for so many people's lives to have touched mine.
I've seen people change their lives. I've seen people lose 50 kgs, relationships be created, babies being born.
I would be miserable if I wasn't helping. I know what fulfillment this brings me, and if I wasn't doing this, I would not be happy.
CrossFit is leading from the front in terms of training and health and fitness.
I told him I have some bad knees, and he looked at me and said, "You stick around here long enough and you probably won't need knee replacements," and the man was correct.
I don't care that I live to 95 if I'm decrepit. I'm more concerned about living with a good quality of life.
When you're 15, 16 years old and you leave home, you kind of feel like there's nothing left. You don't have much family. And whenever I opened up a gym, they gave me the family that I never had.
you're having people in wheelchairs do muscle-ups and get up over curves, and that's great, but that means they get to be better fathers, they get to be better wives and mothers and friends because they do this.
CrossFit's 100% part of my journey that saved my life.
It makes people better, and everyone around the world is finally grasping that.
CrossFit is cool, but I think it's what it does to us as people. I think that's more important.
It's all about grit. There is no doubt that this event is going to go down as one of the most memorable in CrossFit Games history.
She is putting in maximal effort here, and you've got to respect it.
And here comes the crowd behind Rebecca Fusela. This is fantastic.
How long are you going to listen to a society that tells you that there's an easy way? Listen to me, there is no quick fix. They're telling us it's a pill, it's an injection, it's this, it's that. No, it's hard work. Your future health is based on the decision you make today. You don't have to be the quickest, the strongest. You just need to take charge. Yes, optimal health can be a reality, yes. It's yours, but you gotta get up and you gotta go get it. It's yours, but you gotta put in the work. It's yours, but you gotta grind. All it takes is you making a decision right now, because practice makes permanent.
Let's hand out some hardware. The Affiliate Cup is on the line. Final event for the teams at the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard, San Jose, California. And the SAP Center is the site. Bella Martin, our eyes and ears down on the floor. CrossFit Level 2, Jamie Hagia, and 2018 CrossFit Games Teams competitor. My name is Joel Godek. Glad to have you along with us. Our team standings, 30 points is the difference for CrossFit Whip. Made up a gap, started the day in second, overtaking CrossFit Mayhem. CrossFit Oslo Krieger, gonna have to do a ton of work and get a ton of help, but it has won all 3 events so far today to solidify a podium spot. All right, our final event, it is a repeat. We have seen this before. Jamie Hagia, you have done this before. Tell us about it.
I have. This is going to be 4-time a 30-foot worm walking lunge into 36 worm thrusters, 36 burpees over the worm, 24 of each, 12 of each, followed by that 30-foot worm walking lunge. But don't move so fast. You have 20 feet of walking lunges between each of those 36, 24, and 12 reps.
Our mission brief is, as always, presented by Air National Guard. I love alliteration, so tell me about it.
Leg and lung crusher. So what this worm is going to do is all that lunging, all those thrusters are going to build up all that lactic acid in your legs, but also your lungs. And then it comes down to how bad do you want it? Can you push past that hurt and the pain to finish out your weekend strong?
That worm is 365 pounds, 10 teams, currently ranked 11th through 20th in the standings. CrossFit 11-24 and Snake CrossFit, the highest ranked in the middle of the floor. Snake had a great showing in our most recent event. The only team in Heat 1 to finish event 11 at 400% effort. Georgia Pryor able to run across and hit the buzzer, competing on a team with her coach, Jake Douglas, in the front, Maisie Wild and Jacob Marconi as well. Jake Marconi lives in Connecticut. The other 3 live in Australia. They all came to stay with Marconi in the end of their training process, kind of worked out on his family farm, and he prepared them for anything and everything. He said it's the 20th CrossFit Games. They were learning how to throw softballs, you name it, coming out here and putting forth their best effort heading into the final test. And we are underway with 20 feet of worm lunging. This is a little more complicated standards-wise than you might think, Jamie. There are a lot of points of performance that have to be hit.
Yeah, you have different heights of these athletes, but all you have to do is make sure that your knee touches the ground at the same time, and then you stand all the way up and pass through that full standing position. And you already see a team, once they get past that yellow line, they'll walk back so they can get into their thrusters.
Thruster is a squat into a press, or basically a lift over your head. And again, points of performance here. Watch the hips and the legs. They must be locked out. Easier said than done.
And they also must be below parallel, so the hip crease must be below your knee.
And the old little hang on there from Matthias Becheron. You can feel the roller coaster behind him.
And you see that they're on opposite sides of the worm, so the communication, that to make sure that worm is on the same shoulder.
Front section is 100 pounds. Spacer section is 6 pounds. The second and fourth sections are 70 pounds. So 365 pounds, the shell is 7. Evolution of the worm started as wooden logs strung together with rope. Rogue has one of the original worms here, so you can go see it out in Vendor Village. Please don't try to lift it up. Don't try this at home. These are trained professionals.
Unless you grab 3 friends, that's okay. You can give it a go then.
Worm is down for Hendersonville as they take a break. 36 worm thrusters here, a descending rep scheme. It's hard to make the comparison time-wise between this and what we saw in 2018 because that was out at the North Park in Madison, so the lunge distances were further, so the time calculations are going to be a little bit off.
Okay, now I don't feel so bad. Doing so bad and feeling so terrible after this workout. I knew it was a long field.
It was won by Invictus X, Sam Dancer's team. Fort Vancouver, who is competing in this heat, did finish second. Different team members, same affiliate. Torrance Training Lab finished 11th. There were 40 teams.
All right, yeah, we'll take it.
Now after the thrusters, lunge forward, and then you see the burpees begin. That is CrossFit 1124 with Brandon Smith, who had himself a morning with a 615-pound deadlift, third heaviest in CrossFit competition on record.
You notice the pace that they're going at. You have to start this nice and controlled. 36 reps is a lot. So if you come out too fast and burn out, you're in trouble for the rest of this event.
These have to be synchronized, so your chest has to be down on the ground at the same time as all three of your other teammates. Jamie, who's spotting to make sure you're doing this right in your team?
You can't really see. The person in front you want to make sure is going to be, you're going off of their pace because they can't see really behind them. You can kind of glance back a little bit, but you're kind of working off of that top athlete, that male athlete in the front.
And if you got a teammate slowing down, what happens?
Ooh, that was me. So definitely the communication, because they can't see behind you. You need to be telling them and talking to them. It gets loud in here, but if you can say, hey, I need a break. Hey, 2 more, 5 more, whatever it is, you need to make sure you're all on the same page.
Now you just have to be at the bottom. So everybody could do the burpee. Lay down and wait for you as you take your break and your half beat before you move on.
And my teammates, that's definitely what they were doing. So that is another form of communication. I think on the worm you have to communicate like I can only do this much. But on the burpees, you can all just lay there until the slowest person gets down to the ground.
It's a strategy. Might not be a winning strategy.
You want to spend the least amount of time on the ground as possible to win.
CrossFit Butcher's Lab is in front. 1124, center of screen, is a couple of reps back here. 36 burpees is the number to get to until you have another 20 feet of walking lunge. A rep is credited every 10 feet, every segment on the floor.
All these teams are going to step up. They're going to do that little hop over. You don't have to stand all the way up over on that jump over the worm. So staying low to the ground is going to help you out. Not the best for your breathing, position for breathing, but it's going to help you speed up those burpees over the worm.
2 more reps for 1124. 1 more rep for Butcher's Lab. And Butcher's Lab will now pick that worm up and continue to lunge. And Jamie, you've just done all that aerobic work. What does it do to your breathing to now pick a heavy implement up and put it on your shoulder?
For anyone who's ever done a farmer carry or anything where you're holding something in front of you, it's going to restrict your breathing. So any object that has weight on it is going to make your breathing heavier. So you have to really be under control, try to breathe. If you need a break, try to slow your breathing down, talk to your teammates, but it definitely takes a toll when you have an object, a heavy object on you.
Once you cross the yellow line, you can walk back behind it because that's where your thrusters and or burpees have to occur. Or at least you have to then start behind the yellow line to begin your next lunges. So Butcher's Lab will have to take a small little shuffle back before it continues past the thrusters. You're going to rest with it on the ground, or you're going to rest with it on your shoulder? 2 different strategies.
You know, and that's going to take a toll, but it's quicker. You eliminate that clean from the ground. So you see everyone has to get on the same page, get their hand on top to bring that up to their shoulders. So resting on your shoulders isn't a bad strategy.
Uncontained. The South Africans who won out of the Rebel Renegade Games to get here on the right side of your screen. That was a 9-event semifinal.
Basically the games.
Can't say they weren't tested. And look at the communication here. So they'll take a break. Looked like Baron Smith was trying to talk things through, and don't do that with 365 on your shoulder. Right into the lunges here for 1124.
This event, there is nowhere to hide. Individuals, you need to put that aside. You need to come together as a team, and we'll see who has been putting in work together on this one.
Six reps off the pace. And quite literally just counting it out loud, Baron Smith leading the front. Uncontained Relentless was here a couple of years ago as CrossFit Tiger Valley. Look at Tyler Cook's eyes in the back. See how he peers up to see where the rest of his team is as he does the burpees?
Yeah, and that's what you want to be doing, communicating. You need to save your breath, so the less you can talk it, the better. You're kind of just checking out to see body language, where everyone's at, using the visual cues. It's going to be a great strategy as well for these teams.
The burpee is everybody's favorite CrossFit movement, so Jamie Hagia, as a Level 2 certified CrossFit trainer, walk me through the efficacy of the burpee. What is great about training this movement?
You know what? We talk about everything in CrossFit being functional fitness and functional movements, right? You think about if you fall down to the ground, you have to get up. No matter your age, no matter your fitness level, being able to get down to the ground, push yourself back up and get to a standing position, that's what we need in everyday life. But in CrossFit, we just do it for time and for reps.
Well, if you're on ice, you have to continuously get back up. So.
That's right. No rep.
And a no rep. Now, you don't have to cross back over. You just have to get back down to start the rep again.
You see that fatigue as it sets in, right? The mental errors, you got to stay focused through that. The heavy breathing, everything's starting to hurt. This is the final event. You're almost there, but you have to mentally stay in it and stay focused.
Butcher's Lab taking a second before it picks up the worm. It will be lunged by Fort Vancouver.
Those fist pumps, she knows it. Get that crown behind her.
One of the most decorated affiliates in CrossFit Games history, making its first appearance since 2017.
Their coach, Adam Neifert, you know he's had 10 years consecutively at the CrossFit Games on a team. You know he's having them work on that worm. I talked to Josh Hong. He said, absolutely, they're working on that. They're together. They're in sync. They know it well. They know each other well. It's going to bode well for this event.
CrossFit Fort Vancouver, 11th overall appearance, first in 2010. Adam McAdams is shouldering a lot of that worm in front.
Typically, the athlete in the front, the male in the front and the female in the back, because there is no end bookends to them, they have that loose worm. They have to make sure that they keep it under control. And sometimes we'll see people switch, teams switch. However, we haven't seen any of that so far yet.
That was smooth. Taya Flores and Adam McAdams' feet were coming real close together on the lunges, but they went nice and easy onto the burpees. They've got 12 burpees here. 36 in the first round, 24 in the second round, 12 in the final round, and then lunge to the finish.
And they're keeping an incredible pace. You don't see anyone on their team falling behind. They're all in sync. They're all moving well.
This is how you want to do it. Hand is in the air. Move fast enough so that you don't fall apart at the end. Have a kick. Pacing 101.
They weren't our leaders in the beginning, but they paced that perfectly to set themselves up for their final rep before they head into those lunges.
A team of athletes that has worked for so long to make it to the CrossFit Games, coming together under one of the biggest brand names in CrossFit Games history. And Fort Vancouver is going toe-to-toe with another big name, Butcher's Lab, one of the oldest European affiliates. Lunging in lockstep. Butcher's Lab over the line and winds up stealing the heat in 11:38. 11:43 for Fort Vancouver. Butcher's Lab didn't have the CrossFit Games I'm sure it wanted, but did hit a handful of home runs. This will be one of them. Their best finish was a 4th yesterday.
And that mission brief of how bad do you want it, that really came through and shined for Butcher's Lab. You know, speeding up those steps, quick, touch and goes, get your knee to touch that ground and going straight into that next rep.
11:24 took a break. 2 steps. Emma Harving thinks. 1 more. They're good. Tyler Cook. Guy is in his late 30s. Jess Androsik said he's one of those annoying people. He works out in class every day, and then he has like a donut and he still has 6 packs.
Oh, must be nice. Don't we all wish that could happen like that?
And a no rep when Baron Smith put his hand down on the ground, so that's why Uncontained has to go back. The blueprint comes across. That's the same affiliate that Harry Lightfoot works out of, the individual competitor.
And that worm is really, the weights are a little bit uneven. You're under tired and fatigued legs. You don't get your balance right all together on those lunges. That's going to give you some problems.
Time cap is 16 minutes. So still plenty of time for the teams lagging behind in this final test to come across. Hendersonville. And the Mayhem affiliate pushes across. Descending workload here. Jake Douglas is holding on to that worm like he's trying to hang on to a building. Snake finished. Now Q21 is still working. Aylesbury is at the top of screen.
The toll and the fatigue, this is a culmination of 12. This is your 12th and final event of the weekend. But once you cross that line, hit that red button, you know that you have done everything you possibly could and gave it your best for this whole weekend.
14:46 they finish. And that leaves Q21 in the spotlight. Out of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Qualified 5th online. Augustina Haag, Antonella Sanchez. The 2 men are Axel Jimenez and Matias Becheron. He travels quite a distance to train and compete with the team on weekends. Was on their games team a year ago that finished 15th, best finish in gym history. This their 5th CrossFit Games qualification. They entered the day in 15th, and they finished the final event in 15:38. So everybody finishes in Heat 1, which keep in mind as we go into Heat 2, and see if any scores become a factor in the overall standings.
A grueling repeat of 2018, the lunging worm. These teams picked up that worm. They had to lunge 30 walking lunge steps till they got to the first box of 36 thrusters, making sure that they hit below parallel in that squat and over, hips fully extended over. They're going to go straight into those 36 of each, 24. Here they are in the round of 24 burpees over that worm. It was close, 11:24 hung in there, but in the end it was Butch. Hort Vancouver was able to take a lead, but they weren't able to hang on to it. The fatigue, the lungs, the legs, it all builds up, and in the end it was Butcher's Lab who was able to cross that finish line first and end their weekend and this heat with that first place finish.
11:38, time to beat 11:43. Keep an eye on. Those could factor in here as we take a look at our top 2 teams vying for the podium top spot going into the final team heat of the 2026 CrossFit Games. Inside the Shark Tank for the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard. This is the SAP Center in San Jose, California. The final heat of the final event for the team competition. Who will win the Affiliate Cup? Bella Martin down on the floor. Jamie Hagia, the 2018 CrossFit Games teams competitor. My name is Joel Godet. Our standings through 11. They look different than things were at the beginning of the day. CrossFit Mayhem was your overall leader coming in. Last year's CrossFit Mayhem, now competing under the name CrossFit Whip, is your current leader. 30 points is pretty comfortable, but not insurmountable coming into the final test. That final test is a repeat. Jamie Hagia, it is a workout you have done at the 2018 CrossFit Games.
And still gives me nightmares to this day. It is 4-time 30-foot worm walking lunge into 36 worm thrusters, 36 burpees over the worm. You'll hit 24 of each and then 12 of each, finishing with that 30-foot worm walking lunge. But oh wait, you have to do 20 feet of walking lunges in between each set.
Every team was able to finish in the first heat. Time to beat is just south of 12 minutes. How do you do it with our Air National Guard mission brief?
This is a leg and lung crusher. So those thrusters, the walking lunges, that is going to build up fatigue in your legs, and the burpees are going to hit your lungs. So in the end, it comes back to how bad do you want it? How much can you fight through that and push through for your final event at the CrossFit Games?
We did reseed after the last event, so these are the top 10 teams in the standings. CrossFit Whip, your leader in lane 5. CrossFit Mayhem, 30 points off in lane 6. Oslo Krieger, your defending champions, pretty much out of the title picture this year, but they have won all 3 events contested today. This is where it comes down to, though. It's Mayhem of this year and Mayhem of yesteryear. Whip is on the left side of the screen. They were tied for first place going into the last event last year. They came in 4th to Oslo on the right side of your screen, who won the whole thing. Mayhem in the middle, this year's version of Mayhem, stirring the pot up. They were the leaders coming into the day. A 6th place finish or better for Whip. They win. And we are underway on the Redux of 2018 lunging worm. These teams will lunge 30 feet to the first yellow tape line and then perform 36 worm thrusters. And as you would expect, Jamie, they go right to work. No rest for the weary right off the get-go.
We talked about earlier the speed of which you can move this worm overhead. At the bottom, your hip crease has to be below your knees. You have to drop below parallel in that squat and hit that all together, all 4 members at the bottom together. At the top, you're going to open up and extend your hips and knees as you bring that worm over to the other side. So we'll see how long they can hang on for before they drop it into the set of 36.
Sam DeMeester at the front of the worm for Whip. His wife, Zoe DeMeester, behind. Angela DeChico, the captain, 3rd. Molly McGrandy, whose affiliate they compete for, in the back. This is a look at Oslo. We said 6th place or better for Whip, and they win. Mayhem needs to put 6 teams between them in order to create a tie. That means Mayhem would have to win. Whip would finish 7th, 2nd, 8th, 3rd, 9th, etc. And then there's all sorts of other math that can factor in there as well. But that's the basic. So Mayhem not only needs to run its own race, but Jamie, it needs help, and that's an uncomfortable position.
And with Whip moving that worm really quickly and already on to their walking lunges. Doesn't look like that. We'll see how this plays out. They're staying nice and smooth. They went straight into that. They didn't make any drops with that worm. They're going to lunge their 20 feet. As soon as he crosses that line, as soon as Sam hits that, he's going to back that up, and then they can do their burpees before continuing on to their walking lunges.
Every barbell, every rig, every piece of equipment on the competition floor built this weekend by Rogue Fitness. It's the official equipment supplier of the CrossFit Games. Shop at roguefitness.com. It's also the mind that created many of the implements. The worm, the snail, the pig, everything you've seen on the floor. And for teams, this implement being the ultimate tester of teamwork. 4 days of team competition. Jamie, 3 of them have had the worm. You cannot say at the end of this weekend that teamwork hasn't been tested.
This worm brings out the worst in me, but it obviously creates chaos, right? All these are strong athletes, but the communication it takes to stay together, the team chemistry, the camaraderie, knowing each other to know when we can push, when we can go, when everyone's going to hit the bottom at the same time, and just kind of being in sync and on the same page is going to be really helpful with this worm.
Time cap is 16 minutes, 3 minutes in, 11:38 is the time to beat. Oslo gets caught up a little bit. A little bit of miscommunication between Tola, Maracanio up front, Udo Lundekvam behind him.
Your chest and thighs have to hit the ground at the same time. All 4 members have to have their chest and thighs on the ground before you can hop over the worm. You can only go as fast as your slowest member, so you can wait there at the bottom until that member gets down to the ground.
You can see the eyes, Molly McGrandy and Angelo DiCicco looking ahead. Do you hear almost like a metronome in your head when you try to do these as well?
Yeah, you want to get a good cadence, right? So you kind of know you're looking at your leader. Also, if they can't see behind them, you need to be communicating or some kind of signal to let them know we need to slow down or everyone has to wait for me.
This is the first round of burpees over the worm. 36 burpees required. Teams will then pick the worm up, advance 20 more feet in 2 10-foot sections. They'll then have to do 24 worm thrusters.
These are the fittest athletes in the world, but even then you have to pace, right? You know when you come out in workouts too hot and you blow up the red line too fast, but 36 in the very beginning before hitting into that round of 24 and 12 still to come. You want to make sure you're pacing and breathing correctly.
Whip is done. They will pace, they will breathe. Sam DeMeester is going to bring up those knee sleeves. The descending rep scheme, Jamie, plays into that how. You have such a big chunk of work in this first round. 36 reps, then we go 24, then we go 12. If you do this right, theoretically, you should be able to either keep your speed or even hit some gas at the end.
You want to save some room in the tank to go at the end. If you can preserve that and stay in that zone where you're comfortable, where you're pushing but not hitting that red line, you should be able to keep it, maintain that in the 24, and crush it in the set of 12.
A little bit of company from Solidarity at the top of screen. Could throw a little bit of a wrench or a help into the equation if Mayhem wants to come from behind and catch Whip. Remember, Mayhem needs to put teams between it and Whip. If Whip on left of screen continues to do well, there's nothing Mayhem can do about catching them.
You see that hand go out. That's how they communicate a lot of times with that free hand, that shoulder's on the whatever side that worm is on. They'll use that opposite hand to give them a signal. Good, thumbs up, we're ready to go.
Round of 24 worm thrusters.
Hear them communicating, right? Drop. Or are we going to hold it? Are we going to rest with it at the top of our shoulders?
Oh, and interesting, Jamie, you talked about this last heat. There was a switch. That was not a planned drop, I don't think. I think Sam DeMeester needed a break. That drop was being yelled to Angelo DiCicco, who was about ready to go into another rep. And Solidarity now is going to take the event lead over. Doesn't matter in the immediate for Whip. They finish 6th or better, they win automatically the overall event.
Talked about that worm, the front of the worm, the back of the worm, so that male in the front and that female in the back they don't have the control of those two in the middle on either side of them. So sometimes it's a little bit harder on the athlete in the front and the athlete in the back. Maybe that's why they call for that switch. They need a little bit of help in rearranging.
Whip backs up, they are behind the yellow line, they can begin their burpees. When you practice as a team, you're playing with every possible combination on the worm?
Oh, absolutely. Because you know everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. And when you get in this moment and things don't go according to plan, we have to quickly make the switch. Hey, I need your help here. Can we pick up a couple more reps here for me? In this, it's all together. There's nothing, there's nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to go. You need all 4 of your teammates to complete all of these thrusters and these burpees over the worm.
About 4 minutes until times from Heat 1 begin to factor in. Time to beat is 11:38.
You still see this is that middle portion, so you're still seeing them pacing. Their fatigue has come in and set in from the 36. Looking ahead, you only have that round of 12. So this is that part of that workout where you start to really feel it, but you have to decide, let's keep on pushing through this so we can get to that final set of 12.
Working through these 24 burpees over the worm. Demeester looking behind.
They switch back.
Whip working here to straighten up. Shape it up.
Sometimes we don't realize the toll that burpees take on your triceps, right? And going into a movement of the thrusters right after that, that's going to be tricep intensive as well.
And the amount of handstand push-ups, so the pressing that this competition has already asked of the teams today. Does adrenaline help you at all right now?
Oh, absolutely. The crowd, the cheering, the atmosphere. This is such an amazing venue. The crowd has been amazing. So you definitely, that helps you out and gives you a little bit more energy to keep on pushing through.
And you could just hear 6 and 6 yelled out from their Solidarity team. And we'll see whether or not they put the worm down when they take a break or if they just pause to catch a breather. Solidarity looking for its 2nd event win of the game. It's going to be a pretty darn good weekend for them. And have a top 10 finish overall.
They opted to rest on their shoulders. That saved them from putting the worm down and having to clean that back up again before they can start their 2nd set of 6.
Camp Rhino, your day 1 overall leaders. Now Whip backs it up. Whip is in a good enough position right now. Mayhem coming up from behind. If Whip can keep Mayhem behind it, that's all that matters. Zoe Jones, Zoe Demeester calling the downs now. It's also interesting to see the way that Whip shifts responsibilities. They're very comfortable with one another.
And when you train as a team, you know who needs that push, how to communicate with them. It's not only telling them how to do it, it's how they want to be that, how do they want to be communicated to. I don't personally like people yelling at me. I need a moment, especially if it's something I can't control, so they know each other in and out, what they need to get the best out of each of their teammates.
It's another segment of walking lunges here for CrossFit Whip. Last year, the runners-up under the banner of CrossFit Mayhem. The 3rd year this team of 4 has competed together at the CrossFit Games. They were the leaders going into the final event a year ago, and they said it's just not our time. CrossFit Oslo came away the winners.
Ooh, gives me goosebumps. The redemption that the story can tell.
Whip center of floor on their final 12 burpees over the worm.
Solidarity trying to go into their lunges, but they got called back. They had a little mishap in communication.
And a no wrap for Whip. Completely unaffected. They know they're in a good position. Solidarity is going to win the heat and is likely going to win the event. Time to beat is 11:38. So Solidarity, Riley Good is done in 11:28. Their 2nd event win. But the CrossFit Games win, that is what's on the table. CrossFit Whip, if it finishes 6th or better, it wins the whole darn thing. Now here's the thing, it's got some teams ahead of it, diving across the finish. But Mayhem is behind Whip. 2nd a year ago. The season that started with the sentence, "You want to know a secret? I'd do it again," ends with an Affiliate Cup CrossFit Games Championship. home front across the line. CrossFit Whip unofficially becomes the 10th affiliate in CrossFit Games history to claim the Affiliate Cup title. Angelo DiCicco, who competed in his first Open in 2015. He won the games that year as a teenager. Zoe DeMeester, her first Open in 2015. This her 6th games. Sam DeMeester, his first Open in 2016. Molly McGrandy owns CrossFit Whip. It is the gym she started at. She said, I didn't know what a snatch was. Now I own 2 affiliates. This is a team that has been heart and soul in CrossFit for better than a decade, and they have won it all.
You love to see that. You love to hear the longevity of that. Being about all the lives they've impacted, how many people they've inspired over the years.
And now Oslo has run into a wall here. After winning the first 3 events of the day, the defending champions are one of the final 2 teams out on the floor. That is the other, the young team of CrossFit Reykjavik. Ironically enough, an affiliate now owned by Björgvin Carl Gudmundsson, who is on the worm at the top of your screen. And Oslo Krieger will not defend its title. Kristen Holte did tell us, winning the second may be harder than winning than the first. Valiant effort, they will podium. And Reykjavik finishes in just over 14 minutes as well.
You see the hugs, the celebrations, that we did it. No matter what team you're on, you completed the CrossFit Games all together.
More than 10 years ago, DiCicco was maybe the next man up. A decade later, he wins a team title. Here's how it went down.
The 2018 repeat of lunging worm started with CrossFit Whip taking an early lead on after those thrusters and heading into their walking lunges. Then they hit those burpees. It was 36, 24, and 12. A nice steady pace, knowing that you have a lot more coming down in this event. But they were able to be at the first, to cross the line to get over there. They weren't the first ones to finish in their heat, but they were able to come in second because it was Solidarity who took the event win, that diving leap to hit that red button. And here, CrossFit Whip, the redemption of coming back this year to win the whole thing.
Solidarity wins the event. Whip wins the games. They started in 9th place. A 9th place finish in event number 1. They dug themselves a hole and had to dig out of it. Then went 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 1st. They just kept throwing up small numbers, and that'll keep you hanging around the leader's spot. And again, a team that was just a couple of points ago last year is your champ. Let's go to Adrian Bosman.
CrossFit fans, introducing your 2026 fittest team on earth, CrossFit Whip.
Angelo DiCicco, former fittest boy on earth when he was 15 years old, now part of the Fittest affiliate. The 10th Affiliate Cup team. The 10th Affiliate Cup team to win, and it all started with incredible worm work.
That's right. It was a worm work that did it for them. They are such a well-rounded team. That chipper with the bar muscle-ups was nothing for them. They came out and crushed that 4x4. Angelo DiCicco bringing it home with the baton cross all the way across the line. We had Sam DeMeester lift that most impressive, that 615 over that barbell. Zoe, his wife, the married couple getting this work done all weekend long. It was in the end that 2018 repeat of that lunging worm, them sticking together, coming back from last year, and being able to take the entire title for this year's team's 2026 Fittest on Earth.
Now Bella Martin is down with the CrossFit Whip champions.
Sam, are you ready?
Sam, you have been chasing this for 4 seasons, and now you finally have it. You're the fittest team on earth. Tell me how that title feels now.
I don't really know yet right now. It hasn't really sunk in yet, but I feel like I'm the most fortunate athlete out here. I'm competing with my wife and 2 of my best friends, and I think I'm the only one out here that can say that.
Exactly that. You get to compete on this stage with your wife. Tell me what that means to you. That is incredibly unique.
Oh, it's super special. We met in 2019 in a CrossFit gym and started training together and started dating, and then the rest is history. Got married and then won the CrossFit Games, so I guess we reached the top.
Doesn't get much better than that. Molly, you are representing your affiliate Whip. As an affiliate owner, tell me what this means to you to be bringing this cup home.
Like Sam said, I don't think it's really sunk in yet, but I know they're all watching. So I just want to say, hey Whip, we did it. We're on top of the podium this year, so thank you for supporting me. I mean, my CrossFit journey started as an individual in 2018, and this just means more than I can say. So thank you for all your support, everyone.
Congratulations. You're the fittest team on earth.
CrossFit Whip, the fittest team on earth, a decade of fitness. 11 opens, and the Demeesters win the CrossFit Games. Angelo DiCicco, 11 years after he won as a teen. Molly McGrandy wins for her affiliate. An awesome team competition at the 20th CrossFit Games, and it is in the book. We still have to crown the fittest man and the fittest woman on earth, though. There is a ton of fitness to come from the Shark Tank in San Jose. For now, Jamie Higia, Doug Foster, our producer, the rest of our entire team's crew. My name is Joel Godet saying so long. We'll turn you back over to our individuals' teams when we come back to San Jose.
Sober had you not gone to prison?
No, I would be dead 100%. From 14 to 28, I got life completely wrong. I was addicted to drugs. I stole every day for my addiction. You know, you can't borrow money from your mom for meth. And then when I got arrested in 2008, I replaced my meth addiction for a food addiction when I found myself a year later at 400 pounds. And I had an epiphany in my cell one day where I just realized this is it. I need to change. And it just dawned on me that I had done that with the meth, with the food, with everything else. And I was like, this ends today. And I started working out, and it changed my life forever. And I'm sitting here right now because of fitness. The mental side of addiction is super rough. It's hard. It is overwhelming. It consumes every bit of you. You overthink everything in your life. You start distrusting everybody around you, and you will sell everybody out to get high. And that's the only focus. But as soon as I tasted meth for the first time, I knew what my focus was. And I was like, oh, I need this every single day. And it became an everyday grind. You know, it has no remorse. And there is no limit to the pain that you'll put yourself through to get high. And then it feels like you are in a pit of tar, because no matter how hard you try, it seems to get harder and harder, where there's no solid ground to stand on. And then that coupled with like, you know, the shame, like all my family members are, you know, super respected. They got like, you know, vice presidents of Cisco Systems. They're working for Johnson & Johnson, and then there's me, you know? And I'm like, hey, I'm sorry guys, I messed up again. Hey, I'm sorry. And then you just go silent. And then you're isolated from the people that love you the most. And so I was isolated from my family for years and years. You know, my mom would just be like, you know, where did I go wrong? I'm like, Mom, it's not you, you know? It's like, I'm addicted to a substance that has complete control over me. It's like the weight of the world on you and you can't get it off.
And then, but to warm up, we are gonna do 30 seconds each side of a calf stretch on a rig. So find yourself your favorite rig. I need this probably.
I've been sober now 17 years. August 11th was my 17th year of sobriety, complete sobriety. And I celebrate that day every day. But it was also the day that I got arrested. During my trial, they came back with a 96-year sentence. And I was like, man, I just ruined my life. But during my trial is when I really started putting faces to crimes. Because before I was just a drug addict, I was just thinking about like, well, this is just a purse, this is a laptop, this is someone's vehicle. All of it's getting sold to the drug dealer. But when I was face to face with the victims and I'm hearing like how it affected their day and it impacted their life and how, you know, they felt violated, and I'm sitting there looking at these old ladies that I stole their purse, and I'm looking, you know, they look just like my grandma. Reading the victim impact statements, that same lady that I was talking about, she said that she didn't want me to go to prison, that she forgives me. It impacted me. The compassion I felt from her was like, man, I can't ever offend somebody like that ever again in my life. My trial took it all out of me. Like, it did exactly what it was supposed to do. Like, it worked. Going to prison, going through that trial, going through all these no plea bargains and making me sit through the trial was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because it, to this day, you know, is a motivating factor in my life. You know, it makes me also think to counter that, like our program, Redemption Road CrossFit, which is building people up and making people feel wanted and needed, and you are helping them, you're coaching them to be a better athlete and a better person. There was a show on TV back then called Extreme Makeover Weight Loss Edition with Chris Powell, and I love that dude. And he would take people that had to lose half their body weight, and I was like, that was my goal, and that was my focus. And I had put stuff on my wall to gear me towards that, like, you can do it. And I was trying everything, you know, and I'm like, man, I'm not seeing any results. And then I was watching Damien, and he's doing all the cool shit. You know, he's box jumping, burpee, clean and jerks, and I was like, what is this guy doing? And I went over there one day, and I was just like, hey, can I work out with you? And he was like, well, let's go, 50 thrusters for time. And I was like, man, and I did the most miserable, god-awful thruster that I've ever done in my entire life. Damien's laughing, he's like, what do you think? And I was like, man, I got 49 more to go, bro, don't stop the clock, let's go. And I was hooked. And I lost 220 pounds, and everybody's like, well, what'd you do? And I was like, well, come see it for yourself, you know? Our program really started taking off, and like, you know, 2 became 4, became 8. We were seeing the improvement, we were seeing the motivation, and then the administration loved it too. They were like, man, you guys are really onto something. Brandon Cruiser and Damien Arguello, they're the brainchilds of RF2. I'm just a steward of it. They were like, let's make this a program.
Redemption Road Fitness Foundation is the nonprofit organization that supports the RF2 CrossFit affiliates in Colorado prisons.
Brandon and Damien were like, bro, we're gonna get our CrossFit level 1 certs. And I was like, you're crazy. Like, that's not gonna happen. And then he's like, bro, they said, yeah. He's like, matter of fact, we called Dave Castro, he asked Greg Glassman, it took him 2 seconds to respond. Absolutely, go now. And you have no idea how much that meant to us. It was the first thing that I was ever like, this is what I'm setting my mind to. And man, we studied, we had flashcards, we were drilling each other. There were study groups every single night. There was no way we were gonna let CrossFit down, and we didn't. All 10 of us passed, and it was the, hands down, to this day, the most like magical like 2 days of my life. You know, when you're in prison, you kind of feel like you're on the island of misfit toys. You're rejected. A lot of people, you know, they've burnt every bridge that they've ever had. So no one's coming to see them. We had our first volunteers come out from the Colorado CrossFit community.
At that time, there was a competition that was coming up, so I signed up my entire gym. I made everyone do it, and that's how I got involved with RF2. So we started going into the prisons, and that's how I met all these guys.
They would make us feel so welcome. And I'm like, man, this is where I want to be. These are my people. Like when I get out, this is exactly where I'm going to go.
People don't understand that most people who are incarcerated will eventually get out. Eventually, they are going to be our neighbors, our coworkers, people in our communities again. And if we can bring them the community of CrossFit inside, that is going to translate to functioning members of society.
If I would have found this, I would have never gone to prison. These would have been my friends, you know? CrossFit itself as an entity is just tremendous. You know, my mom got a wild hair in her ass and sent Dave Castro my clemency petition, and then 20 minutes later, Eric Rosa called my mom and was like, look, I don't know the governor, but I know the Attorney General, and I've already made the call, and I forwarded him the petition. He agrees with us that her son shouldn't be in prison, and I'm actually gonna go out there and meet him. So he came out to Lyman, and Ben from WAD Prep, he was at the competition that we put on in prison. He was the first competition ever, and he put me on his platform, which generated like 200 emails to the governors, like, hey, release this kid. Eric introduced me to Don Fowle. Here I am with the CEO of CrossFit. He helped me get out of prison. The day I got out of prison, I was like, man, I'm gonna go, let's go to class. And so I walked in, never seen a gym, and I was like, oh, this is it. I signed up to be a volunteer the next day. CrossFit Decimate gave me the in. I was just there fixing rowers and painting walls until it was time for me to coach. And then I took over managing that gym. I was managing Park Meadows CrossFit. They gave me my ends. Now I work here at CrossFit Bonnie and Clyde. The owners, Clint and Lisa Jordan, they're great. You know, they're supportive of everything I do. We are proud of the men and women that are getting out and making our program shine. And for everybody that's out there that's like, you know, like a naysayer, they're like, oh no, this is ridiculous. There's always that first dude that's like, this is my tax dollars. And I got an argument for that, right? It's not your tax dollars. Your tax dollars are actually going to house inmates. That's what you're spending money on, and to support staff. Now, what your tax dollars aren't being spent on is an inmate-led program, which is funded through our nonprofit. You're not buying rowers, you're not buying anything. What we are doing, though, is making those people not go back to prison. So really, it's affecting your bottom line in a positive, because it's about $49,000 in Colorado to house an inmate for a year. And we have a 1.6% recidivism rate. The national average is 73 to 80%. We have a 1.6. It's huge. They're not going back to prison. They're getting out, they're getting involved in gyms, they're taking over gyms, they're coaching, and they're phenomenal coaches. So when I first got out of prison, bro, I was in the gym 50 hours a week coaching. Coaching, and I loved it. Happy birthday to you. The 5 of us that are out of the original 10, we're best friends. You know, 4 of us were never supposed to get out of prison. 3 had life sentences without the possibility of parole, and they can tell their stories. But we build on each other. Our mission statement is to change prison culture through mentorship, accountability, and community. And we are hitting that every single day, inside and out. We're just trying to make a difference in this CrossFit community, and I think we're doing just that. I've been entrusted to this organization that I love with my entire heart. My goal is to keep people sober and free from incarceration, and I'll do that until the day I die.
How long are you going to listen to a society that tells you that there's an easy way? Listen to me, there is no quick fix. They're telling us it's a pill, it's an injection, it's this, it's that. No, it's hard work. Your future health is based on the decision you make today. You don't have to be the quickest, the strongest. You just need to take charge. Yes, optimal health can be a reality, yes. It's yours, but you gotta get up and you gotta go get it. It's yours, but you gotta put in the work. It's yours, but you gotta grind. All it takes is you making a decision right now, because practice makes permanent.
don't even know how to describe it besides make the noise. It's like that whoop, whoop, whoop of the blades beating through the air. You could like feel it in your chest. Like, that's how close you were.
And it was one of the coolest things I've ever experienced in my life, honestly.
I'm James Sprague. I am 2024 Fittest Man on Earth.
My name is Dallin Pepper. I'm a 4-time CrossFit Games athlete.
My name is Justin Medeiros. I'm a 6-time CrossFit Games athlete.
My name is Jason. I am a 5-time CrossFit Games athlete.
Harper is the fittest man on earth.
We are here exploring Alaska with the Air National Guard and experiencing what their life is like here.
They've kind of just brought us in and honestly just showed us the ropes on pretty much everything that they do from a day-to-day basis.
Day one, we got to pretty much do the PJ test. They came up with this new fitness test. I think it's been around for the past 4 years or so. These guys have to stay ready for anything. They rescue people. They go into dangerous areas. They have to be agile, strong, fast.
The job is amazing. The job is like, it's like pararescue heaven up here. We get rescues all the time. There's always people getting hurt. We're always busy. So yeah, I love it, man. Love helping people.
Today we're doing, it's called the Operator Fitness Test, the OFT. A little bit of fun, a little competition, see how you guys do compared to some of our guys. And I could really just pick anyone from our unit because they're all elite. So good luck against them today.
This is the test that is kind of the ground floor for them. This is the things that they need to be able to do on any given day.
So we did a ruck, did some pull-ups,
15.
We did some deadlifts, we did a number of things, some shoulder runs. Lots of cool things that carry over into CrossFit.
We started off with a ruck. It was a 3-mile ruck with a 60-pound ruck.
They just completed lap 25. So 13 laps to go.
Based on my ability to walk fast?
This is walking.
That's dude.
My traps hurt, honestly. Just the weight pulling on my freaking back. Knees weak, arms are heavy.
And the reason it's 60 pounds is anytime these guys are out, they're gonna have about 60 pounds on them to survive and make sure everything's taken care of.
42-32.
It like forced you to go that slow.
Yeah.
Because if you do go faster, you're like blowing up too early.
We did a max broad jump. We did a farmer's carry with 2 53-pound kettlebells, and then we got into a 300-meter, 25-yard back and forth shuttle.
The crux of the entire test, and I think everyone would agree, was the swim.
A 1,500-meter swim, which we have to swim in this full uniform that you see us in, did get fins, but I promise you that did not make it any better.
This is how all of our swimming for us are done, is in full combat gear. For 2 miles in the open ocean.
Full uniform, baggy, doesn't matter, drag everywhere, and we're also wearing a mask that's covering our nose, which changes breathing entirely. And I just remember being in the first 5 laps of the swim test, thinking, I'm gonna have to stop. It was extremely uncomfortable.
These guys right here, they're like kind of torsos up in the air, which is causing a lot of drag. Everything's about drag on the water. You can probably get their time down like 1 or 2 minutes. It's that quick to be able to identify your inefficiencies.
Oh, so tough, man. The pants weren't like the end of the world, but this like thick, heavy shirt was just so much drag.
It was tough. It was tough.
Oh, I just said I'd be the CrossFit champ, no big deal.
Beat me in this?
I did.
You did?
I did.
What'd you get?
I don't know, but I did win. Thank you.
I can tell you right now. You're fit, man. He was done a while before us.
It impressed me how much fitness they actually have. These guys are superheroes in my mind because us CrossFit athletes that compete at the CrossFit Games, like we're really fit and we can do a lot of things, but these guys have it all. So it was really cool to actually experience going through the test with some of them and then see, hey, that's just a small part of their day.
Yesterday morning, we walked onto the runway to see the C-17 basically getting de-iced.
But that thing was pretty massive. We stepped inside of it, saw the specs. It was crazy. Yeah, we got to take a peek inside one of these earlier today, and the plane looks massive right now, but from the inside, somehow it looks bigger. What are some of the things that you guys carry in there? Because it feels like you can fit a house.
Anything you can think of. If it's military related, it's made to fit in a military aircraft.
So anything from an Abrams tank to a helicopter.
You can fit a helicopter in there?
Oh, any helicopter. CH-53s, which is a very, very large helicopter, Marine One, all those types of things are all designed to fit in our aircraft. So we carry anything and everything, deliver it anywhere around the world that it needs to go.
So the PJs that we've been with, they're pararescue men. They have to go out in horrendous conditions and rescue people no matter what.
True story. We did a mission out here in the Seward Peninsula.
Anywhere from plane crashes to grizzly bear attacks.
On the way in, there was bears everywhere.
To people just getting lost and stuck out into the wilderness.
Some of the missions we fly are humanitarian relief. We got to evacuate over 600 people that were without homes and shelter out in western Alaska as the winter was approaching.
These guys have to be able to do everything. The people that they're going out to save, I mean, it says on this wall, it says that others may live. They're going out there no matter what, no matter the situation, and they're there to save somebody. And if they aren't ready for it, they have no chance of saving that person, and they're gonna lose themselves.
And then we got inside of a KC-135, and on that plane, we actually took flight.
And the plan was to get up, get to an air zone, and we were gonna have a couple planes come through and get refueled.
There's this pit in the very back of the plane that you have to crawl down into. There's 3 platforms that 3 people can sit on. Like, how far away are we gonna be? Like, it was like almost like just over 100 feet, 150 feet.
You'll start at 100, 150 feet, and then you get a lot closer.
You're 15 feet away from a flying aircraft. It was one of the most unreal experiences that I've got to see. It was insane to watch them refuel another plane and be able to keep balanced with this other plane as well. I thought that was actually insane how that takes place 30,000 feet in the air.
For you guys, right now, go down and get fit up with Dre for all the gear for the helo.
This morning, we got to the brief, and honestly, they were like, hey, 2 people have to go on the HC-130, and 2 people get to go on the helo.
We find out this morning only 2 of us are gonna get on the helicopter.
So me and James got to go on the HC-130, and we were a little bit jealous of Dallin and Jason getting them to go up in the helicopter.
And in the moment, I felt a little bad for the other 2. And then we walked up to the helicopter, and I didn't feel bad any longer.
They dropped me off in the middle of nowhere, and they went up, big circle, and essentially the training was that I would be hoisted up into the aircraft.
Sonny rappels down, hooks me up, and off we go. And that moment of immediately being lifted, but the helicopter has started going already as you're being pulled up and you're just flying through the air.
Saying that the PJs use and we do is things we do that others may live. When we work in Alaska, for every person you save, you affect 1,000 lives in the community. So that's kind of what gets me out of bed in the morning.
Once we got up to altitude, they ended up dropping the back of the plane, which completely opened it up like the size of your garage door. And we had 3 pararescue men deploy parachutes and run and just jump out of the back.
I've been part of the Alaska team for the last 18 years. Between the fun training that we have and the missions guys get to do, there's a ton of job satisfaction, saving lives and having fun while you're doing it.
I think I had the biggest adrenaline rush of my life.
Unbelievable.
And then Dal and Jason come up in that helicopter right up beside us. I mean, they're probably 50 yards away. I mean, I could see Dallin putting his head out the window and waving to me.
They're in it right now. They're in a flow state right now, getting better and getting like ready for real combat someday, or like an actual rescue. And it was just cool to like be a part of that moment, to like see what these guys go through. And it's a very high level, high skilled job, and a lot of things are on the line. Lives are on the line.
The part that's really cool to me is how much each person cares for the other people that are here. And they all just do their part and get to work, get after it, so others may live.
It all starts with a choice. You don't feel strong. You don't feel ready. Good.
Nice.
You showed up.
Easy. Right.
That's the only starting point. This isn't about perfection.
Here we go.
It's about the fight. Failure? It's not a detour. It's the road that progress demands. We don't ask, are you able? We ask, are you willing? Willing to walk through the door, to turn fears into fuel, to keep showing up again and again. The true test has never been ability. It's willingness.
events remain before we crown the fittest on earth inside the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Thanks for being with us, everybody, as we wrap up the 2026 CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Bella Martin is down on the competition floor. As the great American poet Fred Durst once said, keep rolling, 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 rolling. What?
Oh, man, I got so many Fred Durst quotes that'll get my butt kicked off the air. We're just going to keep it clean. AMRAP in 5 minutes. You saw it online, and here it is in person. 4 forward rolls to support, 3 backward rolls to support, and we're tipping a cap to the olden days of CrossFit.
Mission Brief is presented by Air National Guard. What are the keys here for a brand new movement?
How hard can it be, Sean? Just keep the rings close and you'll be fine. A little bit more technical than that, and that's where technique over intensity is the name of the game. More effort does not mean more success today.
For more on the ring, let's go down to Bella Martin on the competition floor. Bella?
Sean, Chase, I love the energy you guys have because I am just as excited to watch these athletes get after it. Dave Castro and Adrian Bosman went back and forth as they were creating this workout and going through the many iterations to decide if they wanted the athletes to come down after each rep just to preserve their shoulders, make sure they limited the injury possibility. We just watched the demo team take it on. They were just fine. No coming down in between reps. I think things are going to get pretty flying down here.
Thank you, Bella. Here are your lane assignments for the first of 3 heats. In event 19 of 20, Lydia Fish will be in lane number 3. Didn't have the games that she wanted. 13th overall last year. Comes in 26th place here in 2026.
Hey, them's the breaks, Sean. It's been a long weekend, came in a little banged up, but Lydia Fish and the Fish Heads always here to support, and you know, she's very good at gymnastics, so we'll have to see how she figures out these forward and backward rolls to support.
And we are underway, and we will see who has been doing her homework.
Lydia Fish on the left side of your screen in the green and black. Whoa, just a little bit too forward.
It's 4 forward, 3 backwards.
And you have to come down to a hang each time. So it is the first half of a muscle up, roll through and then finish it.
Miriam Von Rohr, that's the first time.
Oh, they counted that?
They did give her the rep.
Okay. Justin Medeiros would like a word.
There's Annika Greer. Now, to be fair, we don't know how the judges were briefed on what completed the rep and what didn't.
What's a lockout? Now, the forward roll is one thing, Sean, but we have heard from everyone that the back roll is the most challenging of the 2 movements.
Janie Chevery with a good rep.
So Miriam Von Rohr, you can see that's his thing. You can't fly over the top on a back roll like you can on a forward. Because you're going backwards, it's so hard to control the rings in front of you when you get disoriented going the opposite direction.
It looks like the entire field has gotten through the first 4 forward rolls, and now it's that backward roll.
There you go. Annika Greer gets her first rep.
Ooh.
And here's the thing. Once you turn over, athletes have this tendency to have the rings behind their hips. But the trick is to keep the rings in front of your hips on the rollover, almost like you're laying on the rings, not unlike a bar pullover that we have seen at the CrossFit Games 3 times in the past.
So goes Annika Greer. She, Ella Wilkinson, Hannah Black, and Janie Chevery have all gotten at least 1 backward roll. 5-minute time cap here.
So the athletes that are successful, this is the keep it close. Keep the rings in front of your hips on the turnover. Annika Greer had it, but lost the rings out of the side. So when those knees are coming over the chin, watch Miriam Von Rohr. See how the rings go wide and behind her? There's no support there. You have to bring your knees over your chest, keep the rings in front of your hips to have that support position.
Janie Chevry down in lane 9. She, Lydia Fish, and Annika Greer fighting for the lead here. But Lydia Fish has figured this out. She's through one round.
See, Sean, she's just flying through. There is absolutely no technique to this. And that's what we're talking about. Where Fish, nice technique. It doesn't matter how hard you try here. You have to technically do it correctly.
The Fish is now into round 2. There's 5 reps per round. Probably 7 reps per round. Sometimes math is hard. There's Janie Chevry. She's on the left side chalking her hands. She and Lydia Fish are in the lead here.
Greer got through the back rolls. Had some trouble in that last rep for herself.
Now this is a 50-point event. First time since 2016 we've had 50-point events in the competition.
We've had several in different modalities. We've had 50-point events on monostructural movements, 50-point events on weightlifting movements. We needed a 50-point event on gymnastics.
Chevry through another forward roll as Annika Greer continues to rack up some reps as we are inside a minute to go here. 40 seconds to the time cap. Lydia Fish with another good rep.
Now she went wide on the turnaround, where on the turnaround you do want to flip the rings out.
There's Ella Wilkinson with a good rep. So in case you tie, the tiebreaker is how quickly you got to your last rep.
Which is a great tiebreaker because there's so few reps available in here. Oh, that's what you got to be careful of.
And that'll do it. Janie Chevry is going to be your leader heading into Heat 2 with 14 reps. We always want to know when something new is introduced. Now, there was notice given on this, and how the athletes are going to handle it. After watching that heat, what do you think?
I mean, once you see it unfold, this is like pulling out the pegboard in 2015. Right? It seems absurd or too far out of the athlete's reach, but every once in a while, and Dave Castro has said this, you need to raise the bar outside of the athlete's reach to see what they're capable of on the competition floor.
So Janie Chevry gets through 14 reps. Lydia Fish had 13, and Annika Greer got through 11.
Lydia Fish and Janie Chevry really led the charge. Miriam Von Rohr was out early on the forward rolls, but could not figure out the backward roll. Lydia Fish could, keeping the rings close. Good positioning. But the fatiguing element added up, and Janie Chevry, very strong, very smooth, good technique, going rep for rep with Lydia Fish. And Lydia Fish on the backward roll, keeping it close in front of the hips. It all came down to the final rep as Janie Chevry was able to get one more rep than Lydia Fish.
One heat down, 2 to go. We'll take a quick break. When we return, event 19 continues for the women. We are down to the second to last event here for the individual women at the 2026 CrossFit Games. One heat is down, 2 remain inside the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Individual event 19 is the roll to support AMRAP.
Aptly named AMRAP in 5 minutes, 4 forward rolls to support, followed by 3 backward rolls to support. Max reps win.
10 women on the floor for this second of 3 heats. And in lane number 7 is Surya Meha, comes in 13th place overall. The first Albanian woman to compete at the CrossFit Games. And has made a giant leap from last year when she finished 26th.
Well, here's how. In 2025, she had 1 top 10 finish. With 2 events left to go in the weekend, she has 7 top 10 finishes. That's how you get yourself halfway up the leaderboard than you did the year before.
Surya Meha trying to track down Janie Chevry's top score of 14 good reps from round number 1. Holly Tynan making her debut appearance at the CrossFit Games, currently sits in 19th place overall, coming into this 19th event.
Got to talk to her coach, Rob Lawson. Good friend, great trainer, incredible affiliate owner over there in Aberdeen. And they got to see her family. They're just so excited. They're happy with their performance, very calm and relaxed for a rookie.
Second of 3 heats has begun. 14 reps is the score to beat. We talked about this earlier, and you made a really good point about if you're going to coach a CrossFit Games athlete, you got to know your history. This movement didn't come out of nowhere.
It absolutely didn't. You can look that this came on the scene just from a video of Greg Glassman teaching it over 13 years ago. Since then, there was another video for the backward rolls to support by Dusty Highland 12 years ago on the CrossFit YouTube channel. And all but when this workout got released, you had Dave Castro, Greg Glassman at the ranch teaching this again. Now, it's a very high skill movement from a technical aspect, but it's not too physically demanding to learn how to do this from a technical position and excel.
Saw Abby Domet with her first backward roll.
Alyssa Fuliano, I was curious to see how she'd do, and man, she is flying backwards on these rings.
Ooh. Able to save that one. We'll see if she comes down after that rep. And she will.
Just did 3 in a row, and one thing you notice why she hung there, it wasn't that there was an issue. She's trying to not let her rings fly around because it is so hard to control them once you come off the rings.
Burgess Bjorn's daughter there in the middle of your screen was unable to hit that last rep. Abby Domet on the left side, back to work. She and Fuliano are now more than halfway towards Chevry's top score, and we still have 3.5 minutes left. Let's go back down to Bella Martin on the competition floor. Bella?
Sean, we saw in the barbell slips the other day, kind of grips and wearing grips matters a lot when it comes to sometimes your performance in a workout. Most of the female field that we've seen so far is choosing to wear grips on this because of the taxing, kind of rub it raw feeling that you're going to get on your hands. You'll see some of the athletes, most of them actually, are wearing grips that you use chalk for because that's what you want when you're working on the rings. Velites, the sponsor of this workout, makes a really incredible hybrid grip that you can use for chalk bars, you can use them on the rings, you can use them for whatever workout you're going to have coming up at the CrossFit Games. They make one for you. It's the all-terrain, it's incredible, and the best part, it matches their uniforms too.
Abby Domet and Lisa Fuliano are through 11 reps each into their second round as we're past the halfway point of this event. 5-minute time cap here. And the score to beat belongs to Janie Chevry at 14 good reps, and Domet and Fuliano are looking like they're going to easily pass that.
Oh. The challenge here is that a lot of athletes, when they're inverted, there's a moment of weightlessness where the athletes basically you feel gravity. And the one time you don't want to feel gravity is when you're 10 feet in the air, upside down, and there's a panic moment. And you'll see that panic moment when the rings shoot out, where athletes change their technique to try to out-muscle the movement versus stay technically sound.
Elisa Fuliano is now your new event leader on the left side of your screen. She's through 16 reps, inside 2 minutes to go.
Between Elisa Fuliano on the left and Abby Domit on the right, Domit made up her ground on the backward rolls to support, where she was doing 3 in a row. Fuliano making it up on the forward rolls to support.
Another good rep for Fuliano. She's got the forward roll down. She has nailed those so far. 17 reps with 1:10 left before we hit the time cap.
Well, her backwards rolls were wild. She was like splaying, going very vertical, but she's so strong that she's able to control the rings.
There's CrossFit Games rookie Holly Tynan, 6 reps behind Fuliano through 12, as Abby Domit with another successful rep.
And where you want these rings to be on the forward and the back roll is at the hips. You see a lot of athletes, when they get tired, those rings are at the shoulders. So if you see an athlete fail, either the rings are too wide or they're too far forward up by the chest. You saw Kyra Milligan just there on the left. So watch Elisa Fuliano in the center. Watch where she puts her rings, right through the hips. See the hips, it's right at her waistline on her shorts. Pulls through, keep the rings close, hips, but that one, where'd she miss? Right at her shoulders.
10 seconds left. Abby Domit's going to try to get another rep in here. Fuliano's going to go for another one as well. And she... I think they gave it to her.
Hey, listen, if they give the last rep, they better give her that one.
I think it's going to be 22 for Fuliano. It is 22 for Elisa Fuliano, who's never won an event at the CrossFit Games, and that might change here.
Right out the gate, 2-horse race between Elisa Fuliano and Abby Domit. 2 different strengths between 2 different athletes. The high flying receiving position for Fuliano in that early portion of this. And then Holly Tynan making a late move about the mid portion of this AMRAP. 5 minutes goes by really quick out here on the competition floor. Abby Domit on the right side trying to keep pace with Fuliano, but started to fail late, and that provided an opportunity for Fuliano to get that last rep in at the buzzer.
Elisa Fuliano with 22 reps to set the new mark to beating Chevery's mark by 8. Third and final heat coming up next. We are live inside the SAP Center, the Shark Tank in San Jose, California, as we are down to the last event for the individual women at the 2026 CrossFit Games. Amy Kringle has owned this competition and just needs to avoid a disaster to be crowned the fittest woman on earth.
And coming in, it was, we're used to a strong start, but how was she going to finish the weekend? Could she hang on was the question we had coming in. Not only could she hang on, but she has been dominating event to event to event. And yesterday, the statement she made on Triple Pig unbroken on the double unders, smashing everyone in the heat by nearly 2 minutes. And let us know that we will not be seeing Amy Kringle in any color other than red and white.
1,278 points, obviously more than 100 clear of Emma Lawson. If that doesn't change after this event, Amy Kringle will have mathematically clinched. Lucy Campbell is now only 5 back of Lawson for second place. That will be a battle to watch. Let's bring in Bella Martin. Bella?
All week long, we've been able to use the work analytics wearables to track and monitor and see why exactly Amy Kringle is currently in the leader jersey in the last day of competition. All weekend long, she has had less time when it comes to resting. She's had shorter transitions. And this time, with this event that we were looking at, she had a lower heart rate than the competitors in the field. So not only is she dominant, here's 3 reasons why exactly that's happening.
I mean, it's one thing to see with your own eyes, but the data doesn't lie when it comes to the domination from Amy Kringle that we've seen really all weekend long.
The New York Rangers captain Mark Messier said you got to take away the other team's will to compete, and she did that in a performance in Triple Pig. I think everyone knows that she is inevitable right now. Event 19, figure it out on the rings. Better figure it out fast, too.
Yeah, and you only got 5 minutes to do it. 5-minute AMRAP forward, 4 rolls to support, 3 backward rolls to support. But there are 2 athletes in this heat that everything is on the line before we get to our final event, and that is Emma Lawson and Lucy Campbell. Emma Lawson on the left side has a 5-point lead on Lucy Campbell, who has been charging back up the leaderboard. But this is going to be a challenging event for Lucy Campbell.
22 reps from Elisa Fuliano is the score to beat. This is a 50-point event. And again, Amy Kringle in the red and white on the right side of your screen through her first rep is more than 100 points ahead of Emma Lawson, who's in second place. And Kringle's looking really solid on this.
Have you heard that one before?
Right.
Kringle's looking great. Very confident on the rings, taking her time. And what's nice of the lead that she has is that she can afford to take her time to be technically sound.
Well, let's see how Lucy Campbell does here.
Now, Lucy Campbell was very, very nervous about this coming in. If you asked her how she felt about this, she said, we'll see when we get out there. Lucy Campbell, who has been working her way up the leaderboard the last 3 events, is only 5 points out of second place. And she needs to keep close to Emma Lawson if she wants a shot to possibly get second coming into the final event.
Ariel Lowen, no shock, former gymnast, through 7 reps already. Velites is the official apparel, footwear, and jump rope partner of the 2026 CrossFit Games. Shop performance gear built for elite athletes at velitesport.com.
Sean, Emma Lawson just had a tough miss on the rings where one of the rings slipped out of her hands. And so the question now is, how is Emma Lawson handling the rings? She's working through her back rolls to support. Good rep there, just lost the grip on her last one.
That's her first successful back roll. Amy Kringle tied for 4th right now. We'll be back down to Alex Gazan.
We're talking to, Bella's telling us, he was talking to Justin Kotler earlier, is that, hey, this is Alex Gazan's event to lose. That's how well he thinks she's going to do. But Emma Lawson is currently at 5 reps. Lucy Campbell at 4 reps. Lucy Campbell only 5 points behind Emma Lawson on the standings with that fight for second place.
These are your top 3 women in the competition. Lucy Campbell trying to make up ground on Emma Lawson. 5 points back for that second place spot on the podium behind Amy Kringle. Kringle, meanwhile, is through 9 reps.
We talked earlier, what is going to be the challenge for Lucy Campbell? It's not the forward rolls to support. It's the backwards roll to support. And what number is Lucy Campbell stuck on? It's 4. That means she has yet to complete 1 single backward roll to support.
Oh, there it is.
Hey, there's announcer curses, and then there's your welcome. I've been cursing athletes for 15 years, and I finally got one in my favor.
There you go. Well, Ariel Lowen is through 15 reps. 22 again is the score to beat from Elisa Fuliano. Danielle Brandon not able to lock that one out on the right side of your screen. Brandon's through 4 reps, so she has yet to get a back roll to support.
Now, Ariel Lowen might have failed that last rep, but she's currently sitting at 15 reps quietly, leading the field just over Paige Rogers, who has 14. And look at the face on Lucy Campbell. She needed that rep. She needed to know she can do that rep. And sometimes, Sean, there's the competition floor magic. We hear it all the time in 1-rep maxes, or maybe the effort to put some extra effort into a echo bike. But on the rings, out here on the competition floor, Lucy Campbell is figuring it out for the first time.
That reminds you of Andy Thorisdottir with the snatch a few years back when she hit 205 and stood it up. It's the same look right there. You'd love to see that from athletes who we're so used to seeing to be able to do everything.
I'm not a lip reader, so I won't say what I think she said after hitting that successful rep.
Said, oh, fun.
She's got a minute. She's got a minute. She's at 7. Emma Lawson is ahead of her at 11, but these are precious reps that Campbell needs to keep it close to Lawson.
Well, look what Ariel Lowen is doing here.
Crazy.
She's through 21 repetitions. Now, Amy Kringle tied for 3rd. Ariel Lowen has 1 more rep to go to Ty Fuliano for the top spot in this event.
Lawson falls through. It's a big rep for Lowen.
This to Ty Fuliano, and she's got it. Still has 15 seconds to go here.
And hit the tiebreaker.
Will go to Lowen. She got that 22nd rep faster than Fuliano did. And Lowen's going to get it. It won't matter anyway. 23 reps for Ariel Lowen. And she's going to win the event and lock up 50 points. Now, meanwhile, Lucy Campbell did not finish ahead of Emma Lawson. Lawson had 14 reps. Campbell had 10.
Here's the thing. Campbell, though, was just dead set on her getting a bottom 5 finish in this event. It's also a 50-point event. So the points in between are not as much. So the fact that Lucy got 10 when she thought she was only going to get 4 is huge to stay close to Emma Lawson.
Well, Amy Kringle, meanwhile, got 18 reps. So a new skill, no problem.
No problem. Amy Kringle wearing the white leaders jersey for a reason, and that's her consistency and her dominance on the leaderboard. But Ariel Lowen, just doing what Ariel Lowen does, just steadily doing awesome in a gymnastics workout. And there's the miss from Emma Lawson. Now she was able to recover and get the next reps. She had a 5-point lead on Lucy Campbell, who's on the far right side of your screen, but Lucy Campbell needed this in the biggest way.
Well, Paige Rogers was close to Lowen as well. They may have tied. So we sent them both to Bella Martin. Bella?
Well, we're trying to figure out who got that final rep first. I'm here with Ariel and Paige. Paige, as a former gymnast, you're not always going rep for rep with your competitors. Normally it's a little bit more slow and creative, artistic. Tell me how, as a gymnast, you navigate this style of event.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like a movement like this. It's very personal to you, and you do have to go at your own pace, but I definitely was feeding off the crowd when I got close to Ariel, so it was fun.
I like it. The crowd enjoyed watching the head-to-head. Ariel, congratulations. That was another amazing finish for you this weekend. It has been always a pleasure watching you do the things you excel at, which is gymnastics. For you, when this event was announced, was this what you were practicing in your home gym and getting ready for the drama?
When it was announced, I actually hadn't done any. So I videoed every attempt, put a little video on Instagram just to show people it's a hard skill, and you don't get it the first time, you don't get it the second time, but just keep trying and you might get it. So I was excited.
I like that you said that. You might not have a skill yet at your level in CrossFit Games competition. How do you learn something new?
I think step one is like know where you are. Should you be trying these if you don't have a ring muscle up? No. But celebrate where you are, celebrate your wins. Don't compare to anyone else because you'll just steal the joy.
Well said. I've just been told it was Paige Rogers to take the event win to the tiebreak. Congratulations, Paige.
Thank you.
So it is Paige Rogers who just sneaked in ahead of Ariel Lowen. So Rogers is going to win this. Lowen, I think, had 23 reps as well. We'll have to wait to see if that gets adjusted. But Lisa Pugliano had the second best mark at 22. Amy Kringle, we don't have Westminster Abbey ready, so the SAP Center is going to have to do the coronation of the next member of British royalty. Event 19 in the books for the women. The men will be up next as our coverage of day number 4 of the 2026 CrossFit Games continues from San Jose, California.
How long are you going to listen to a society that tells you that there's an easy way? Listen to me, there is no quick fix. They're telling us it's a pill, it's an injection, it's this, it's that. No, it's hard work. Your future health is based on the decision you make today. You don't have to be the quickest, the strongest. You just need to take charge. Yes, optimal health can be a reality, yes. It's yours, but you gotta get up and you gotta go get it. It's yours, but you gotta put in the work. It's yours, but you gotta grind. All it takes is you making a decision right now, because practice makes permanent.
I was looking for my tribe. I didn't know where it was at. And then I joined CrossFit. And the rest of my life is different.
When I think of CrossFit, I think of Henry. And when we opened these doors, that's the person that I wanted to serve.
I suffered really bad with my mental health. For 2 years, I actually tried to commit suicide twice. I had nothing to get up for, I was forgotten about kind of thing and just left at home, and that's when it all got really bad.
I don't say this lightly, but I think CrossFit really saved his life, as it did mine too. I was struggling with depression and obesity, and he was struggling with alcoholism, and CrossFit pulled us out of some dark places.
I have not been able to tie my shoes since 2006. I came here and saw what was going on. I was scared, but I took the challenge. I can tie my shoes now.
I step out onto the floor, I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude that the sport, that the affiliate, that the community has allowed me to touch so many lives, and for so many people's lives to have touched mine.
I've seen people change their lives. I've seen people lose 50 kgs, relationships be created, babies being born.
I would be miserable if I wasn't helping. I know what fulfillment this brings me, and if I wasn't doing this, I would not be happy.
CrossFit is leading from the front in terms of training and health and fitness.
I told him I have some bad knees, and he looked at me and said, "You stick around here long enough and you probably won't need knee replacements," and the man was correct.
I don't care that I live to 95 if I'm decrepit. I'm more concerned about living with a good quality of life.
When you're 15, 16 years old and you leave home, you kind of feel like there's nothing left. You don't have much family. And whenever I opened up a gym, they gave me the family that I never had.
You're having people in wheelchairs do muscle-ups and get up over curbs, and that's great. But that means they get to be better fathers. They get to be better wives and mothers and friends because they do this.
CrossFit's 100% part of my journey that saved my life.
It makes people better, and everyone around the world is finally grasping that.
CrossFit is cool, but I think it's what it does to us as people. I think that's more important.
It's all about grit. There is no doubt that this event is going to go down as one of the most memorable in CrossFit Games history.
She is putting in maximal effort here, and you've got to respect it.
And here comes the crowd behind Rebecca Fusela. This is fantastic. We are just 2 events away from crowning the fittest man on earth here at the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Thanks, everybody, for joining us as we wrap our coverage of the 2026 CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and it's Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. This event does not happen without the army of volunteers that we have here in San Jose. More than 400 people from 18 countries. There are 42 who have volunteered for more than 10 years. Almost 30 traveled more than 5,000 miles to be here. We actually have someone from Cape Town, South Africa. That's more than 10,200 miles away. 2 are from Australia, and 1 is from Egypt. Thank you to all of our volunteers. The question now at hand, who is going to be the Lord of the Rings?
Not me. I'll just say that right off the bat. AMRAP in 5 minutes, 4 forward rolls to support, 3 backward rolls to support. I tell you what, if it's anything like the women, we are going to have quite a show.
It's the mission brief presented by Air National Guard.
We saw it earlier in the first 3 heats of the women. You've got to keep the rings close and keep them next to your hips. Technique over intensity. Muscling it up is not the name of the game with these rolls to support.
Let's bring in Mike Arsenault, who's down there on the competition floor. Mike?
Well, Sean, all week long, the sport team has been going back and forth, deciding whether or not to let these athletes string consecutive reps together or have to get down off the rings after each rep. Ultimately, the decision was made to reward proficiency. So if you can string a bunch of these together, have at it. We want to reward that proficiency rather than have the athletes come off after each rep. So if you're better at this movement, a better chance to get 50 points here in event number 19.
Thank you, Mike. 10 men in this first of 3 heats. Kalyan Souza is in lane number 7. He comes in 23rd place overall. And there are a bunch of people in Brazil, I think, who are very proud of this man right now.
As they should be. He's putting together a nice weekend. Came onto the scene last year, but what he's also done is he's fared very well in niche events. 500-meter run, top finish. Snatch ladder, top finish. Can we do it again with the gymnastics movement here on day number 4?
50 points up for grabs here. I don't know how many times this has happened, but we have both Panchik brothers in the same heat. It's the second time they've competed against each other at the CrossFit Games.
Just staples at the CrossFit Games. Older brother Scott competed this weekend along with his wife in the age group division earlier this week.
That's Saxon Panchik on the left. Spencer is on the right.
I'd like to formally thank the Panchik twins for wearing different colors.
Yes, thank you for that. That is a huge help.
See how Saxon came over the top, and the rings got stuck in front of the shoulders. We said earlier, the rings need to be by the hips.
There's Kalyan Souza, who is now through his first backward roll to support. There's a second.
There's a secret trick to the rings on the backward roll to support. It's on when the knees, or he's basically upside down. You'll see this, it's very quick, but you need to turn the rings out for the turnover. If you have them stuck in, it's going to get you stuck on top of the ring. So watch the hands flash.
And Sousa's through his first round. Back to round 2. 4 more forward rolls to support for Kalyan Souza.
Again, he's just being very smooth. He's not out of control. He's not trying to over-muscle it.
Five-minute time cap here.
The ring to support, normally when you have a mastery of it, is usually done a little bit slower, with a little bit more control, often with a bit more of a false grip on the wrist to shorten the lever arm. It sounds just like what that we teach at the level 1. A ring muscle up. And the ring muscle up traditionally should be learned strict, where you pull the rings close to the chest and the hips, not to the shoulders. Now, obviously, we have kipping ring muscle ups and people can do 20 to 30 in a row. That said, is having that technical control is way more valuable and vital to the success of this event than it is just trying to kip your way through it and hoping you get around the right way.
Well, Nick Matthew on the right side of your screen is the man closest to Souza in this event.
And see, Nick Matthew isn't technically sound, but he's physically strong. So you can get away with that in the first half of this, but once the fatigue goes, it doesn't matter how strong you are. This is such a technically demanding move, and Callian Souza just looks so comfortable up there.
2 minutes remain here in heat number 1. Souza's through 13 good reps. Matthew hit, able to bail out of that one.
And that's the hard thing when you don't have physical control and you're just kipping as hard as you can.
Well, Souza is now into round 3. Back to the forward rolls.
That's the look, is like, well, I got up there.
Yeah.
And the look of that, though, was the judge's responsibility, other than counting reps and making sure they do the movement right, is a little bit added to what they're usually used to, is that's giving them a pad and then removing that before the movement starts.
Souza's still leading here through 16 reps. Nick Matthew on the right side of your screen sits in second place. Matthew comes in 29th place overall.
You can see that the fatigue where he's coming over. So Nick Matthew on the right. Watch his ring position. It's at the hip, but then it goes wide. See that wide swing of the hands? There's no way you're going to save the ring position or that dip position. Now, Callian Souza on the left. I tell you what, though, for a big guy, he looks so good on the rings. Callum Clemens is in the mix as well. But Callian Souza, when he's like 5 reps ahead of Nick Matthew. All right, watch Souza, watch his hands, and watch the rings flip right at the turn. They flip out right there. Oh, well, they were supposed to flip out, and then we got stuck.
Well, S. Panchik is Spencer Panchik on the scoring hat on the top of your screen. He's through 13 reps, so he is right now in 3rd place in this event as we approach the final 5 seconds. And Callian Souza is trying to maybe get one more rep. It's not going to happen. Souza with 20 reps.
And that's a solid score. Some of the best scores from the demo team are between 15 and 22.
A great effort from Callian Souza. Put himself in the lead with 2 heats remaining. I think so far it's safe to say that a lot of these guys have been doing their homework.
Well, you know, when you get the answers to the test before the test starts.
And you're allowed to bring your notes.
You should probably practice a little bit before you get out here.
That's pretty impressive for Callian Souza. 6 feet, 214 pounds. Usually you don't see a guy that big doing that well on a gymnastics movement. Beats Nick Matthew by 6 reps. Spencer Panchik wins the battle of the Panchik brothers with 13 reps. And Callum Clements, Ben Fowler, both in double digits with 11. Heat 2 coming up next. Sunday in San Jose, the fourth and final day of competition at the 2026 CrossFit Games. We are in event 19 of 20. It's roll to support AMRAP.
AMRAP in 5 minutes. 4 forward rolls to support, 3 backward rolls to support. Top score we've seen is 20 reps set by Callie and Souza.
10 men on the floor. Dylan Hamming is a 33-year-old individual rookie. He's in lane at number 6, and he is knocking on the door for a spot inside the top 10.
He is, and he's also knocking on the door for his first event win potentially. He has 4 finishes inside the top 5, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and all he needs to complete the cycle is that elusive event win.
You mentioned Callie and Souza with 20 reps. Your leader here. As we mentioned earlier, if you have been doing your homework and reviewing your history, you have seen this movement, these 2 movements before. They didn't come out of nowhere. Dave Castro didn't just say, hey, you know what would be fun?
I got an idea.
Yeah. Heat 2 is underway. We'll keep an eye on Pat Vellner there in lane 3. He's got the gymnastics background. And he's through the first one, no problem.
Well, one thing that Pat Vellner has always fared well in is ring muscle-up events. Anything with high volume pulling. He was a former gymnast, and this is the mainstay of what gymnasts like him do. Ring work. 4 in a row right off the bat, but do not sleep on Victor Hoffer, the best gymnast in the field. This man was born for gymnastics.
That rep was nearly perfect. Hoffer and Bailey Martin fighting for the lead right now. Pat Vellner's in the mix as well, along with Ty Jenkins. Bailey Martin is down in lane 4, and we got another big guy doing well here in the field. Martin is 5'8", 180.
That's a lot of thickness for a 5'8" guy.
Yeah. Pat Vellner is also on the lead pace. I think with this rep, he'll take the lead.
The only thing that's really going to slow Pat Vellner down is the pressing stamina. It's always been a crux for him. But that's usually in inverted movements, or shouldered overhead. But Bailey Martin, the control, now that is a very confident and technically sound forward roll to support.
Ty Jenkins on the left side of your screen is also fighting with Vellner and Martin for the lead as we are almost halfway through this event. 5-minute time cap. And Vellner continuing to work here. And he and Bailey Martin have got this down pat. No pun intended. Callie and Souza, the top scorer, 20 reps. Victor Hoffer has fallen off the lead pace by a couple of reps. So Vellner and Martin are both through 2 complete rounds.
Now, when you have a gymnastics background like Pat Vellner is using a leveraging technique from that inverted position. And we've seen this technique before, but usually it's in deficit parallel handstand push-ups. But this is where a gymnastic background comes in.
And Vellner is through 18 reps. 2 minutes 40, or pardon me, a minute 45 to go.
Jenkins and Martin are not backing down. Vellner's taking a huge break. He went unbroken on that set, but You see the same thing with cycling barbells. Is it worth going unbroken versus taking quick breaks and short rest periods? Because Bailey Martin has just moved ahead by a rep.
And Bailey Martin on the right side of your screen in the lead as Vellner falls off and looks like he's okay. Not the first time Pat has taken a spill from height at the CrossFit Games. He's okay. As long as he's all right. It looks like he's fine.
Everything's fine. However,
it's Pat being Pat.
Pat being Pat.
Bailey Martin is your leader in the middle of your screen. He's in the green top. Victor Hoffer's on the right. He's also towards the front as well. And now Vellner's got himself sorted out, able to save that rep. Bailey Martin has the lead. He's into his 4th round, and he has the lead in the event.
I mentioned earlier the pressing stamina fatigue that usually plagues Vellner at the end of events, and that's what it is. It's that so, without lack of a better phrase, receiving position in the dip, which is when muscle-ups get tired, more often we fail the dip than we do the pull.
Vellner's creeping up as Martin rests, couldn't complete that rep. Bailey Martin right side, back to work, adding to his event leading total. Keep an eye on Ty Jenkins on the far left side of your screen. He's right there with Bailey Martin. And Martin got that one in. I think he's going to get credit for 25. What an effort from Bailey Martin. They may have tied at 24. I don't know if Martin got credit for that last rep. We'll have to see if there was a tiebreak involved. I think Martin will win just because he got that last rep done before Jenkins.
And that's the tiebreak time. The time when you complete your final rep is the time that you have, which would be the tiebreaker.
Right now, Bailey Martin credited for 24 reps. It looks like he does get the tiebreak ahead of Ty Jenkins. Victor Hoffer and Pat Vellner were 3 reps back. That's now tied for the second best score in the event. Tudor Magda rounded out the top 5 with 18. Third and final heat up next here in San Jose. We are down to the final heat. In event 19 of 20, we are 2 events away from crowning the fittest man on earth here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. And right now, James Sprague finds himself on top of the overall standings. 4 of his last 5 events have been 3rd or better, and he has back-to-back event wins.
James Sprague had a huge bounce back to close out the night and came in with all the momentum in the world. And the way he capped it off this morning to start things off is exactly what he needed coming into this event.
Here are your overall standings coming into event 19. James Sprague is 41 points clear of Dallin Pepper. Jay Crouch solidly in 3rd place, trying to hold off Justin Medeiros and Jason Hopper, who have to hit some home runs here in these final 2 events and get some help to get into the top 3. Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault with more on our leader, James Sprague. Mike?
Well, Sean, if you just use the eye test to take a look at James Sprague's performances throughout the week at the 2026 CrossFit Games, you'd say the connecting theme is unwielding consistency, consistently top finishes, but the data also backs that up as we take a look at the work analytics from Work Wearable Technology. This is a look at 6 events. The key point here, 6 events where James Sprague did not win, but he had high performances. And you look at the edge in terms of transition time, average rest time. He was taking less transition time, less rest time than the rest of the field, and also producing more power than average, 7% more than the field. So the biggest edge of why James Sprague is at the top of the leaderboard, less rest, faster transitions, and consistent finishes.
Thank you, Mike. Event 19 is the roll to support AMRAP.
Hey, let's do it one more time. AMRAP in 5 minutes, 4 forward rolls to support, 3 backward rolls to support for max reps in 5 minutes.
Score to beat belongs to Bailey Martin and Ty Jenkins at 24 reps. So mission brief here for these athletes on the floor if they want to beat that.
You got to keep the rings close to the body, but closer to the hips on the rotation part of the rings, whether it's forward or back. Technique over intensity. You will not be able to muscle your way through the rings for 5 minutes. Make sure you're technically sound. Be patient with your technique, and that'll carry you through.
Lane assignments for this third and final heat. James Sprague, your overall leader, will be in lane 6. The man chasing him, Dallin Pepper, 41 points back. There are 50 points up for grabs in this event. So Dallin is going to have to hope for a solid performance here and for James to not do very well to carve a significant amount off of that total.
That's just where we're at. Dallin needs to have a great performance, and he needs some help between him and other athletes and James. He needs to get as close as he can going into the final event. Deficit handstand push-ups are on the horizon in the finale with the Fibonacci event. James isn't as good in that inverted pressing position as Pepper is. So Pepper has one last chance to get as close as he can before the final.
Final heat underway. Again, score to beat. 24 reps from both Bailey Martin and Ty Jenkins in heat number 2. Dallin is through 2. Justin Medeiros, who is in the light blue shorts and the blue wristbands. You can see his grips there. He's stepping off the back of the pad. He's through 4 of the front rolls, and he'll get to work on the backward rolls to support. And James Sprague and Dallin Pepper also through their first 4 forward rolls to support. There's Jay Crouch, who currently sits in 3rd place overall, looking to hang on to a spot on the podium. He has a sizable lead over the 2 men chasing him, 2 former champions, Justin Medeiros and Jason Hopper.
It's a good backwards roll for James Sprague. Very nice for James Sprague.
The Fittest CrossFit Games collection is here. Limited edition gear celebrating the biggest stage in fitness. You can shop the exclusive collection at VeliteSport.com. Sprague is through his first round, now on to round number 2, along with Crouch and Pepper. So your top 3 in the overall standings, leading the way here in event 19 in the final heat. And for James Sprague, the mission is just stay close to Dallin Pepper.
Well, he's already at 9 reps, and he's being very methodical. Taking his time. He's not trying to do too many unbroken sets. In fact, he did a set of 2 and now doing singles.
Dallin Pepper's going to try to string another one together. As now he has tied Sprague for the lead here in this heat.
Jay Crouch on the right, just 2 reps behind Dallin and Jason, or James. Now to the back roll to support for Sprague.
We're more than halfway through this event with the 5-minute time cap.
And Sprague almost lost the rings on his left arm. But Sprague looks more confident by how quickly he attacks the rings on the backward roll to support, which is supposed to be the harder of the 2.
And Jay Crouch on the right side of your screen is now tied with Dallin Pepper for 2nd place in the heat. Dallin Pepper able to complete that rep. And James Sprague already has 2 straight event wins. He's got some work to do if he wants to catch Bailey Martin and Ty Jenkins, but the most important thing here is he's winning his heat.
Just stay ahead of Dallin, stay ahead of Jay, and you're doing exactly what you need to do as far as the overall standings are concerned.
Less than 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Bailey Martin with 24 reps. Both he and Ty Jenkins got that score, but Martin got the tie break. So it does look like Bailey Martin's going to pick up the event win. Be the first of his career if this holds. Dallin Pepper back to work. Sprague is into his third round. He has one more forward roll, and then he'll try the backward rolls to support. Less than a minute to go.
And this is exactly what we talked about coming in as part of our mission brief. Technique over intensity. James is not out of control. He's not trying to do max unbroken reps. He's not flying over the rings with no control of them whatsoever. He's just chipping away one at a time.
Sprague,
let it go.
Loses that one, smartly bails out. But Dallin Pepper's one rep back. 20 seconds to go. Sprague, oh man, this is a big rep for Pepper. That is huge for Dallin Pepper. He's just now tied Sprague.
But he needs another one. Sprague finished his rep first. Dallin needs another one.
Oh, just couldn't get through it. And Sprague, I think, is going to get credit. You saw the judge give the good rep. I think Sprague's going to get credit. James Sprague wins the heat. Bailey Martin wins the event. Now James Sprague is one event away from history. No man has ever won multiple CrossFit Games in non-consecutive years, and Sprague is really close to pulling that off.
The composure from James from start to finish. We said technique over intensity. Just taking his time, squeezing through the dip position. Doing two at a time, not biting off more than he can chew, not going to failure. Justin Medeiros is trying to climb his way back into a solid top 5 position, but having some trouble on the rings. And then Dallin Pepper is trying to run down James Sprague, but again, James just so in control, so focused. And even that little bobble, a good solid save. And at the very end, just missed it. Dallin got it to tie him. And then James, knowing what was on the line, trying to squeeze that last rep in, right at the buzzer. And
huge
that
rep
is what we've been seeing from James all weekend long. Just edging out right at the end.
Well, even if that rep doesn't count, Sprague's going to win the time cap ahead of the tie break ahead of Dallin Pepper. Ty Jenkins and Bailey Martin. Now, Martin, we thought got the win, but right now Ty Jenkins is listed ahead of him, so we will sort that out. But the most important thing, James Sprague, one event away from history. So let's send it down to Mike Arsenault, who's with Bailey Martin.
Bailey, your first career victory at the CrossFit Games. I think the best word to describe that performance was smooth. Where did that proficiency on the rings come from?
I don't know. I just like the weird stuff, similar to what Pat said. I just find that I'm just good at all the weird things. I like gymnastics, and it was just like a cool skill to do out on the floor. So I just enjoyed the event, just had fun with it, and got the W. So pretty happy.
It's been a roller coaster weekend for you and all the other athletes. Case in point, your performances today, a 30th on event number 18. Then you follow that up with the first place on event number 19. How do you bounce back from a performance mentally like what you had this morning?
I think it's just like it's not over till it's over, and like I didn't have a good finish in the machine piece, so I just had to come out here and just do what I can. I'm trying to just focus on one event at a time and just stay in my own lane. I knew I could do well in it, but I didn't want to put any pressure on me to do well. Just come out here, do my thing, and then I just ended up winning. So Yeah.
That performance will push you up a little bit further on the leaderboard. One event to go. Bailey, congratulations.
Thank you.
We have updated scores, and it is Bailey Martin picking up his first career event win. He's the 11th first-time event winner here in 2026 at the CrossFit Games. The top 5 scores all came from outside of that final heat. Well, we're down to the final event. One test remains before we crown the fittest man and woman on earth. Amy Kringle and James Sprague. On the doorstep of history, we will have the Fibonacci final for you when we return to the 2026 CrossFit Games. The 2026 CrossFit Games are presented by Air National Guard. Guard what matters. By Rogue. Don't weaken. Official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. By Velites. We are Velites and we are made, not born. And by Sattva, the luxury of restorative sleep.
In 2016, Matt Fraser made a declaration that he was here to be one of the greats. In 2017, he makes that declaration again with an exclamation point. Once again, Matt Fraser is the fittest man on earth. Now, who will have the #1 spot? Tia Claire Toomey, 6 points ahead of Cara Webb entering the event. She just needs to finish ahead of Cara. 5 feet remains. 1 year ago, Tia Claire Toomey, the first person to be an Olympian and a Games athlete in the same year. She's struggling to finish it up. Cara Webb right behind her. Can Tia still hang on? They are neck and neck at the line to the podium. Cara legs are out. Oh my goodness, what a finish!
The Fibonacci final has provided us with some memorable moments at the CrossFit Games, and for the 3rd time, it makes an appearance here on the biggest stage in the sport. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Bella Martin is on the competition floor as we are one event away from crowning the fittest woman on earth, and this is a familiar test for fans of the CrossFit Games.
5, 8, 13 deficit handstand push-ups, double kettlebell deadlifts at 124 pounds apiece, followed by an 89-foot overhead kettlebell walking lunge with 35-pound kettlebells.
First of 3 heats for the women. And we are underway.
Starting with 5 reps, Alexis Raptis, one of the best women in the field when it comes to handstand push-ups.
Raptis is done with her 5 deadlifts. Again, those kettlebells, 124 pounds, 56 kilos each. Now to keep the distance the same, there's just a run back to the pad, run back to the handstand push-up wall. Because as you can see, some of the handstand push-up walls are staggered. So that keeps the distance even that each athlete will travel in this event. Alexis Raptis is on the right. She's your leader in the event. Miriam von Rohr is on the left. She's 4 reps back. But Raptis is already through her round of 8 deficit handstand push-ups and onto the kettlebells.
Raptis not having the weekend she hoped she would have, especially after winning the online semifinals to qualify.
Lydia Fish and Janie Chevry, along with Miriam von Rohr, fighting for 2nd place behind Raptis, who's running away with this thing right now. Erica Folo is also in the mix for 2nd place behind Raptis.
Raptis went unbroken the round of 5, unbroken again in the round of 8.
That's an 8-inch deficit on those handstand push-ups.
Now in this moment, the round of 13, you've already done 13 reps, you've already done 13 heavy kettlebells, which the pulling on the shoulders is going to take away from your shoulder stamina. But what's important is that we're not finishing here with the kettlebells on the deadlift. We are finishing with the kettlebells on the walking lunge, and you cannot blow yourself up too much on these handstand push-ups if you expect to have a good overhead walking lunge to finish.
Top 3 on the screen right now. On the left, that's Alexis Raptis, who moves to the kettlebells for the final time. In lane 8, it's Lydia Fish, and then next to her in lane 9, Janie Chevery. And Alexis Raptis is on to her set of 13 deadlifts.
Starting to take its toll. Now what they're saying is that you have to bring the kettlebells to the edge of the line. A lot of times we see athletes play this kettlebell placement game, but they're making the athletes all move the same distance right up to the line before you start your deadlifts. And Lydia Fish is moving these kettlebells a little bit better than Alexis Raptis is.
3 reps remain for Alexis Raptis before she will take off on that 89-foot lunge. Lydia Fish, just keep swimming, Lydia. You're catching up. 4 reps back of Raptis. This should be the final deadlift for Alexis. She gets to that 52 rep mark and she's done. Now, a pair of 35-pound, 16-kilo kettlebells, has to hold them overhead and lunge 89 feet to the finish line.
It has less to do with the legs and all about to do with the arms. That overhead position, do you have the flexibility and the stability to keep those kettlebells together in that overhead position?
Raptis has yet to put those kettlebells down, and she is more than halfway through her 89-foot lunge. She'll get a rep for every section of the floor that she completes, which are denoted by those gray lines. Raptis is on her final section. And she is in, unbroken for Alexis Raptis. 4:25.27 seconds.
And really the only time she broke is Lydia Fish is picking her kettlebells up after taking a break 30 feet from the finish line. Was on the final set of 13. She broke about 2 or 3 times on the handstand push-ups, 3 or 4 times on the last set of kettlebells where she was unbroken in the 5 and 8. So it's less about when she broke, but how many times.
Lydia Fish is now across, and that will close out her 2026 CrossFit Games. Good race for 3rd place going on right now in lane 3. That's Miriam Von Rohr on the bottom of your screen, and up in lane 9, Janie Chevery, and Chevery's going to put those down, and Von Rohr's going to keep working. Von Rohr, as long as she keeps those kettlebells overhead, she's going to win that race, and Von Rohr is in 3rd place in the heat. Here comes Chevery, and she is done. Erica Folo is your leader on the floor in lane number 2, bottom left-hand part of your screen, starting her final 89-foot overhead walking lunge with those 2 35-pound, 16-kilo kettlebells. Miley Wade chalking up her hands there in the background, getting set to start her lunge.
Now that 4:25 in 5-minute time, though it's not going to do much for Raptis's and Fish's placement on the leaderboard, we are coming into a final heat where Lucy Campbell is sitting in 3rd place, well clear of 4th place. The race is for 2nd. She's 17 points behind Emma Lawson. What Campbell needs, if she wants to jump Lawson, is she needs 5 people between her and Emma, which means 5 times. So not only does Lucy need to put out the best effort she ever has at the CrossFit Games, but she needs help. And some of these times, though it may not matter for the leaderboard for these athletes personally, it's going to matter a great deal. And that's a big, I don't want to say foreshadowing moment, but understand the rules. As an affiliate owner, it drives me absolutely mad watching people drop kettlebells from over their head or any matter. I mean, shoot, the amount of skin that was crawling watching people let go of the handles on the skier earlier this morning, but you have to have some control of the kettlebells before dropping them, which may come into play later when people are racing to the finish line to try to get some points.
Ella Wilkinson is going to be the next woman to finish up. Wilkinson, her first ever appearance at the CrossFit Games, is in. Rachel Noel, meanwhile, is really struggling with these deficit handstand push-ups.
Deficit handstand push-ups. Not always kind to those who are long levered. But Rachel Noel has had a couple of good bright spots this weekend. A lot to go back with on the drawing board. But a lot to be proud of here is this weekend as well.
Inside a minute to go here. And Rachel Noel was just trying to amass as many reps as she possibly can. Should be in her final set of handstand push-ups, that round of 13. Noel, another CrossFit Games rookie, and is going to take a victory in that. And that's going to do it for heat number one. Alexis Raptis saves her best for last. Takes the opening heat 4 minutes, 25.27 seconds.
Right from the jump, Alexis Raptis needed a win this weekend. Not just a heat win, but she needed a personal win. Things didn't shake out like she wanted to. Started unbroken in the round of 5 and 8 on both the handstand push-ups and the deadlifts, but the deadlift started to take its toll, where she had to break several times, but she had built enough of a lead on Lydia Fish and went unbroken for 89 feet to get across the finish line, and has set a pretty good time for the next two heats to try to beat.
Raptis, the only athlete in the opening heat to go sub-5. Lydia Fish just missed it. 5 minutes, 0.88 seconds for her. And Miriam Von Rohr finishes third at 5:28.61 seconds. 2 heats remain in event 20. For the third time in CrossFit Games history, the Fibonacci Final makes an appearance, and it is the last event, the 20th event of the 2026 CrossFit Games. Deficit handstand push-ups, some kettlebell deadlifts, and then we got to finish it off with a nearly 90-foot walking lunge.
5, 8, 13 ascending rep scheme. 125 pounds per kettlebell on the deadlift, 35 pounds per kettlebell on the overhead walking lunge.
Mission brief presented by the Air National Guard. What do you got for us?
Break before you have to, meaning take a concerted effort to maybe split up the reps even if you don't need to, because you don't want the wall to decide for you. Glory waits those at the finish line. You have to keep the kettlebells over your head more than you want to if you want to stand on top of the podium tonight.
Second of 3 heats for the women, 10 women on the competition floor. And Aileen Werges-Vornsdottir, 2 women battling for the honor of being Rookie of the Year on the women's side.
It's a pretty tight race. We actually had 4 women all within almost 30 points of each other for that Rookie of the Year spot.
Second heat has begun. You start with the 5 deficit handstand push-ups at the 8-inch deficit. Time to beat belongs to Alexis Raptis, 4:25.27 seconds.
And it's a bit of a trap event because 5 seems so easy, especially, I was going to say when you're fresh. They're not fresh. This is event 20, but especially at the start, the adrenaline's pumping, the crowd's cheering. Then you move to the round of 8. You can still feel good, but the combo of the heavy deads and the handstand push-ups is very deceptive in terms of fatiguing your upper body and your shoulders.
Haley Adams was the first woman back to the handstand push-up wall. Now for the round of 8. Adams coming in 11th place overall. Would love to get herself inside the top 10 when this thing is all said and done. She has finished inside the top 10 every time in her career except for once, and that was last year when she took 19th in 2025. Adams back to work on those 124-pound, 56-kilo kettlebells. 8 reps to complete here. And then it's on to the round of 13. Annika Greer and Kyra Milligan sit in 2nd and 3rd, but Milligan's got company back there as Abby Domit and Syria Meha are staying close to her. Haley Adams into round 3.
Now for Haley Adams, we saw the same thing from Alexis Raptis in the previous heat, where she went unbroken on the 5 and the 8, but Raptis had to break about 2 times in the round of 13 on the handstand push-ups.
This is Haley Adams on her round of 13.
And that'll be her first break. We got 4 reps in. Second break. 7 reps in. And this is what we mean by break before you have to. Haley Adams is having to break here because she is getting too fatigued for the lockout. Now that's 2 reps. Instead of 4 breaks in the round of 15, how about 1 in the round of 8, just to take a little pressure off the shoulders.
She's 3 reps away from closing out this set.
4th break of the set.
Now down to singles, and Syria Meha and Annika Greer are catching up. Greer is on the left side of your screen.
Sean, this is going in her almost 7th break of the set.
And now Adams is done along with Meha, and they get to the kettlebells at the same time. 13 reps here.
This is a position that's almost mandatory for the deadlift, not from a technique perspective, but because those kettlebells are so wide. Keeping your feet close just gives you a little bit more room. You see the kettlebells just going across the legs of Annika Greer on the left side of the screen. Now again, Haley went unbroken in the 5 and the 8 and already had a break once in the round of 13.
Haley Adams now marching to the kettlebells, 35 pounds, 16 kilos, and an 89-foot walking lunge. Maya is done, and she'll join Adams on the final portion of this event.
Now that overhead position requires a massive amount of flexibility and stability.
Syria Meha has started.
Flexibility, you either got it or you don't. Stability comes from the fatigue of the shoulders. I can see Haley Adams is just doing everything she can to keep those kettlebells overhead.
And she has taken really long strides here, trying to minimize the amount of time that she's got to be out there on the floor. Adams on the right, Maya is on the left. Alexis Raptis is going to hang on to the top time as Adams takes her first break here.
We saw the arms starting to bend, shoulders starting to drop. But Meha is slowing down significantly in these last 30 feet.
Final section for Haley Adams. She's going to take the heat. And Haley Adams, missed.
She's got to go all the way
both
back.
Feet have to clear.
10 feet.
She has. Oh, that's a big error for Haley Adams. Her back foot was not over completely at that red line. She still has enough of a lead on Maya to not have that cost her in the heat. But Adams was not completely over and got called back. And now she is in. So Haley Adams is going to take the heat, but lost some precious seconds because of that no rep. And her fans are appreciative of that effort. 5:13.56 seconds for Adams. Maya is in second place. Here comes Wurz and Bjornsdottir, the two women fighting for Rookie of the Year on the women's side. And it's a tight race as 3 points separate the two of them. Wurz continues to work.
That's a winner-take-all scenario. 2 points, 3 points between the two, or the three of them.
And Bjornsdottir looking like she's going to win that battle. But down in lane 2, Holly Tynan got across as well. So Bjornsdottir got a big victory there. These are two rookies, too, on the opposite side of the age scale. The Wurz has about 8 years on Bjornsdottir as Annika Greer finishes up. That leaves Garnis and Ellie Turner on the floor. Turner just picking up those kettlebells again after taking a break.
You see how wide her arms are. That shoulder position isn't ideal. You want to try to have to squeeze those biceps to your ears. If you look over at Matilda Garnis to her left, who's a little bit closer, kettlebells are closer together. That's just an easier position to hold, but that requires a massive amount of flexibility.
Garnis looking like she's going to pass Turner. Turner back to work, moving at a faster clip than Garnis, but it looks like she's going to run out of real estate to pull off a comeback here. Final lunge for Garnis. She is in. Oof. She was struggling keeping those things overhead. That was a great fight from Garnis, and now Turner will be the last woman to finish here in Heat 2.
Now, if that was a 90-foot overhead walking lunge, she probably wasn't going to get it.
And Turner is through, and Heat 2 is done. Haley Adams is going to take the heat, but Alexis Raptis still has the top time at 4:25.27 seconds as we head into the third and final heat. (5:13.56 seconds, and if it hadn't been for that no rep, Adams may have gone sub-5 on that. Syria Meha comes in 13 seconds after her. Domit, Milligan, and Tynan rounding out the top 5. And in the battle of the rookies, Bjornsdottir gets the best of Aileen Wurz. Third and final heat as we crown the fittest woman on earth, coming up next. 4 days of competition, 19 events are behind us. This is the 20th and final test and the last event we will have before crowning the fittest woman on earth. Welcome inside the SAP Center, everybody, where Amy Kringle is looking to add her name to a prestigious list of women's champions. Of course, Tia Toomey occupying most of the spots on that list. Kringle mathematically has it. Emma Lawson still has work to do if she wants to hang on to second place, because Lucy Campbell is only 17 points back. Maddie Sturt sits in fourth. And Alex Kazan trying to hang on to that spot inside the top 5. For the third time, the Fibonacci final shows up at the games.
5, 8, 13. Deficit handstand push-ups off parallettes to 8 inches. Double kettlebell deadlifts at 124 pounds. And then an 89-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish line. 35-pound kettlebells in each hand.
Mission brief presented by Air National Guard. What are the keys?
Break before you have to on the handstand push-ups, meaning, yeah, 5 feels great, so does 8, but 13 is a total beast altogether. Break early, not often. And glory waits at the finish line. If the kettlebells are up, you can't put them down if you want to be the fittest on earth.
Let's send it down to Bella Martin on the competition floor. Bella?
Yesterday, I was looking around for Amy's family. I couldn't find them in the stands, so I asked her boyfriend where her family was, and he said they weren't able to make the trip this time. So I texted her mom, Roberta, and I was asking her how she was feeling. Her daughter was here, and she wasn't able to make it. And she said, well, she made it to the last 2. She couldn't make it to this one. So her mom didn't understand what was coming this week. I talked to her this morning, and she said, do you think she has enough points to make it? And at that point this morning, it finally became real for Amy's family that she is about to be one of the fittest on earth in history. It's an incredible conversation, and her mom had some very sweet words to say.
And there is Amy Kringle, who has been dominant over the last 4 days. And just has to avoid a complete and total disaster here and find out that the rules of math don't apply to not win the championship. Here's the final heat. 10 women on the competition floor. The battle we will be watching lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 7, as Emma Lawson trying to hold off Lucy Campbell for that final spot. At least second place behind Amy Kringle.
Emma Lawson controls her own fate. She's got a 17-point lead on Lucy Campbell. If she does what she needs to do, which is just beat Lucy, she's going to be in second place. But Lucy Campbell is one of the most clutch athletes ever in the sport. When it comes to final events, do not sleep on what Lucy Campbell can do when she needs to do it the most.
Final heat of the final event. The Fibonacci final for the third time in CrossFit Games history. We open with the 5 deficit handstand push-ups, an 8-inch deficit there. And it's Elisa Fuliano who gets through those 5 reps the quickest. And now it's on to the first set of 5 deadlifts with the 124-pound, 56-kilo kettlebells.
Now, round of 5 is a mere formality for these athletes, as Emma Lawson has moved ahead of the rest of the field. But what's going to matter is how they manage to 8. And did they leave anything left in the tank in the round of 13? We've seen your top 2 leaders in the last 2 heats absolutely blow up on these 13 handstand push-ups. So that's what we're saying. Break before you have to.
Every barbell, every rig, every piece of equipment on this competition floor built by Rogue Fitness, the official equipment supplier of the CrossFit Games. Shop at roguefitness.com. Amy Kringle done with her round of 8 deficit handstand push-ups, and now 8 more deadlifts. Emma Lawson is ahead of Lucy Campbell, who's on the right side of your screen. Again, Lawson up 17 points on Campbell for second place in the overall standings. And Amy Kringle advances her kettlebells and heads back for her third and final set of deficit handstand push-ups. Now 13 reps the women need to complete on this movement.
Amy Kringle looks very good on the handstand push-ups. Lucy Campbell on the backside of your screen behind Emma Lawson. Emma Lawson only had to break once on the last set. Lucy Campbell had to break twice.
Lawson taking a break on the left side. Kringle breaks. Lucy Campbell, right side of your screen, continuing to work. They got to get to the 39 rep mark before they head back for their final set of kettlebell deadlifts.
Second break for Emma Lawson, but she only has 3 reps left to go.
Let's bring in Bella Martin down on the competition floor. Bella?
Games champions, I love to geek out about the stats. Tia-Clair Toomey, for her first ever CrossFit Games win, she was averaging 6.61 for her placements per event. Amy Kringle, after the previous event, her place average is 5.36. That alone shows you how amazing and incredible and truly, in a word, dominating Amy Kringle has been this weekend. It's amazing to watch.
What's other amazing thing, Sean, is that this is over the course of 19 events. It's different when you have less opportunities to place well, but the fact that she's done it, and not just 19 events, single modality tests that favor specialists, she has won, but she's also shown her overall fitness level in longer events. So what Amy Kringle has done in her first opportunity to win the CrossFit Games is unlike anything we've ever seen from a first-time champ.
Olivia Kerstetter is off on her lunge. She's looking to maybe win the event. She's at the top of your screen. Paige Rogers is second. And then down in lane number 10, that's Elisa Fuliano. Now, Emma Lawson trying to hold off Lucy Campbell for second. Left side of your screen. She's now started her lunge as Olivia Kerstetter is looking to smash the top time. She is just about done. Amy Kringle has started her lunge. Kerstetter is in. She's going to pick up the event win and finish out her games in style. 100 points for Olivia Kerstetter. Emma Lawson is on her lunge. Lucy Campbell is just now starting. Lawson looking to lock up a second place finish. Amy Kringle right behind her. Now Paige Rogers is in. Kringle's going to take a break. Lawson continues to work. Here comes Lucy Campbell. Right side of your screen coming up on Amy Kringle. Emma Lawson going to wind up on the podium again as she holds off Lucy Campbell to finish in second place. And now, here comes Amy Kringle. A dominant 4 days. And the UK's royal family is about to get bigger. Meet your new queen of CrossFit. Amy Kringle is the fittest woman on earth. Ariel Lowen is in, and that will do it. Amy Kringle wins this thing going away. And let's send it down to Dave Castro.
I have the pleasure of giving the floor to the 2026 Female CrossFit Games champion, Amy Kringle.
Amy Kringle, in her third career appearance at the CrossFit Games, The crowd did not hear the initial reaction. That's what happens when you don't wait for your cue. People aren't ready to take microphones to the house. I mean, it's funny, we had this with Rich Froning. No one is ever going to do that. Here comes Matt Fraser. Tia Toomey and her dominant run. No one's ever going to win like that again. Here's Amy Kringle. She has a long, long way to go before you're in the same category as Tia. But as far as dominant performances go, I don't know if we thought we were going to see that this year.
Not like this. Not like this over the course of 20 events. Not with the amount of specialized events we had in there. But Amy Kringle, right from the jump, established herself. The question was for us, is this real? Is she going to continue to do this? When is she going to stumble? When is the shoe going to drop for Amy Kringle? And every time we had that question, she rose to the occasion. Comes out and wins the 500 meter. But more so, comes out and dominates in triple pig. The skills she had on the rings. Unbroken sets of triple unders. Winning a max deadlift. A 7,200 meter trail run through the hills of Aromas, California. And then coming out here when the pressure was the highest, Amy Kringle shined the brightest. And that's why she's the fittest woman on earth.
Amy Kringle celebrating with her boyfriend Lewis. What a moment for Amy Kringle. First appearance of the CrossFit Games in 2019, she took 37th. 5 years later, 2024, she returns, she takes 13th. Last year climbed up to 8th. And now she's the fittest woman on earth.
Amy, I know your boyfriend is here, your coach is here, your mom could not be here with you today, but I did get to talk to her. We've been talking all day. And the things that she has been saying about you are incredible, and it's what we've watched all weekend long. Firstly, going into this weekend, we didn't know that this was going to happen, and the confidence and humility that you have shown throughout the weekend is that of the fittest woman on earth. Tell me, is this something that you're going to continue to carry with you moving forward?
It definitely will be, but it doesn't feel real. It's a shock to me as well. But yeah, I'll try and keep it every year.
She also shared with me that this is who you've been since you were a kid. She said when you were just 12 months old, you wanted to go down the slide by yourself. And here you are competing and winning at the CrossFit Games by yourself. Tell me about these people here and how they've impacted you this weekend.
I mean, you say by myself, but I couldn't do it without these guys here. My three men. Can't even speak.
And the last thing, you have been hungry for this as long as you've been doing CrossFit. There are girls around the world and here looking at you, and they want to be you. What do you have to say to them?
Yeah, I just appreciate every one of you and all the messages, all the support, all the cheering. Yeah, just thank you.
Amy Kringle, take it in. You are the fittest woman on earth.
Final standings. Amy Kringle, 1,394 points to earn the title of fittest woman on earth. Emma Lawson's going to wind up in second place, and Lucy Campbell for the second straight year on the podium. Alex Gazan works her way up to fourth place, and Maddie Sturt rounds out the top five, with Olivia Kerstetter winning the event and moving up to sixth.
And how about Emma Lawson, her second place finish, now back in a competition. It's good to see her. The games are more fun when Emma Lawson's back in action. But Lucy Campbell, second podium after being out of competition for 2 years. Lucy Campbell should be holding her head high, making the podium for the second year in a row.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Another dominant performance on the women's side, and it comes from Amy Kringle, the fittest woman on earth. The women are done. We'll crown our men's champion when we return to the 2026 CrossFit Games.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2016, Matt Fraser made a declaration that he was here to be one of the greats. In 2017, he makes that declaration again with an exclamation point. Once again, Matt Fraser is the fittest man on earth. Now, who will have the number 1 spot? Tia-Clair Toomey, 6 points ahead of Cara Webb entering the event. She just needs to finish ahead of Cara. 5 feet remains. 1 year ago, Tia-Clair Toomey, the first person to be an Olympian and a Games athlete in the same year. She's struggling to finish it up. Cara Webb right behind her. Can Tia still hang on? They are neck and neck at the line to the podium. Cara legs are out. Oh my goodness, what a finish.
The Fibonacci final has given us some pretty incredible moments here at the CrossFit Games, and for the 3rd time it makes another appearance, the 20th event in the 20th year. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. The 20th and final event, one we have seen 2 times before. It's the Fibonacci final.
Well, how to make the Fibonacci final harder for the 3rd time. Do 19 events before you get there. 5, 8, 13 deficit handstand push-ups, dual kettlebell deadlifts at 203 pounds per, and then an 89-foot overhead walking lunge to the finish line with 53 pounds in each hand.
Mission Brief presented by Air National Guard. What do these athletes need to keep in mind?
Keep in mind that the total volume of work is very important, that the work is getting higher, especially on the handstand push-ups. Break early, not often. Getting your way down the finish line, glory awaits you. Keep the kettlebells up, because if you want to win, they're going to have to be unbroken.
10 men on the competition floor. Saxon Panchik in lane 5, he was a rookie in 2018 when this event was repeated, not as the final, but in the competition. First of 3 heats underway. 5 deficit handstand push-ups. This time now a 14-inch deficit as opposed to the 8-inch deficit that the women had.
We talked about the keys here. 5 and 5 is nothing for these athletes. 8 and 8 still. But on the women's side, the 13 handstand push-ups, if you do too much too soon because of the compounding nature of the reps and the reps going up, it's worth taking a little break on the 8 to make, even if it's easy for you, make an easy set of handstand push-ups easier. Take a break, shake your arms out to limit the overall compounding fatigue on the shoulders.
Callum Clemens and Saxon Panchik leading the way here into the round of 8 after those 5 deadlifts, 203 pounds, 92 kilos in each hand. Aniola Kai is moving his way up. And has passed Saxon Panchik and moved into the lead. As Panchik moves back to the kettlebells, Akai down in lane number 7, bottom right-hand part of your screen, gets to work on his set of 8 kettlebell deadlifts. Again, 203 pounds, 92 kilos in each hand.
You see all the kettlebells at the line. In years past, athletes were able to just put the kettlebells wherever they wanted. Tonight, they're making them take it all the way to the edge of the line and keep everything consistent from lane to lane.
Akai is the first man done. There are 52 repetitions in this opening part. Then they will get to the lunge where they'll get a rep for every section of the floor that they complete. As Saxon Panchik lugging those kettlebells up to the next station. Aniola Kai continues to lead. Now on to his set of 13 deficit handstand push-ups with that 14-inch deficit. Looking to get to the 39 rep mark.
And this is where we'll see, did the athletes manage their workload appropriately in the rounds of 5 and 8? And we focus a lot on the handstand push-ups because they will be the technically more difficult part of it, but physically more demanding. These kettlebells, 203 pounds in each hand is, I mean, think about it. You're doing a 405-pound deadlift, basically, with harder implements. The toll it takes on the shoulders, pulling on your traps, fatiguing your grip, that compounding effect with the handstand push-ups is what makes this round of 13 so challenging.
Kai with 5 reps to go. Saxon Panchik in the box on the left side of your screen. He and Callum Clements, who's also on the far left side of your screen, fighting for second place behind Kai. Kai now with 3 reps left. The final rep for Kai. Panchik and Clements also on their final set of 13 deficit handstand push-ups. This will be the final rep for Aniol, and he is done. And now one last set of kettlebell deadlifts.
Four reps to open up in that final set of 13 for Aniol Kai.
He is the only man on that final set of deadlifts. And now Clements and Panchik are done. Clements comes in at 24th place overall. Third individual appearance, third straight individual appearance in the CrossFit Games. He was 16th last year. Kai has 3 reps left on his deadlifts.
Clemens opened up with a set of 6.
3 reps down for Saxon Panchik. Kai back to work on the right side of your screen. 1 rep to go for him. Now Aniol Kai will trade the 203-pound kettlebells in for the 53-pound, 24-kilo kettlebells. And he's got to hold both overhead and lunge his way 89 feet to the finish line.
See those bent arms from Aniol Kai, and that makes it so much more difficult to do. These overhead walking lunges, it's a way easier with a barbell. But when you have kettlebells that are just going wherever they want to, basically when you're under fatigue, on your 20th event over the course of 4 days, that is a very, very tough position. And the fact that Aniol even could keep him up there that long over his head was impressive.
Callum Clements has just taken off on his overhead walking lunge as he separated himself from Saxon Panchik for second place. And Clements had a good clip here.
Well, in a much better overhead position. Look at the difference between the two. Clemens' arms are basically locked down, squeezed up tight to his ears, where Aniol Kai is just holding these things. I mean, that is more impressive than anything I've seen him do so far all weekend.
Another break for Akai as Clements is resting as well. Now Panchik in the back there, top of your screen, is walking up to the kettlebells to start his lunge. One more section for Aniol Kai. And should be able to clear that red line. He does, and Aniol Kai is going to take heat number 1. 6:57.17 seconds. Here comes Callum Clements. Should have 1 lunge remaining. And he's got it. And Saxon Panchik will be the next man to finish. And he is in. Ben Fowler is your leader on the floor as he has now just pressed those kettlebells overhead. Right side of your screen in the blue shorts. Ben Fowler, 27th place overall coming into this event. His first individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. He was on CrossFit Selwyn's team back in 2022, a team that finished 6th in Madison. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the cap. Fowler is now 2 sections away. And he will take a break. Spencer Panchik has started his lunge, and Quinn Robinson is working his way to the kettlebells. And Fowler is through. Ben Fowler closing out his CrossFit Games, finishing well inside the time cap, 8:51.58 seconds. Spencer Panchik, your leader on the floor, followed by Quinn Robinson and Nick Matthew. Less than a minute before we hit the time cap. Quinn Robinson is catching up with Spencer. Spencer's going to win that race, but not by much. That was close. What an effort from Quinn Robinson on that final lunge.
Good. That left kettlebell for Spencer Panchik was shaking.
Nick Matthew has one more lunge. He fully clears the red line. He is in. And Kalian Souza is looking to make it across. He is just a couple lunges away. 5 seconds to go. And not going to make it. Souza was so close. Souza and Cuellar are the only 2 men not to finish the entirety of this event inside the 10 minutes. That man does it the quickest. Anyola Kai, 6:57.17 seconds.
Kicking those off with the 5 parallel handstand push-ups. It was really between Anyola Kai and Spencer Panchik, as well as Callum Clemens in the first set of 5. But once he got to the set of 8, Anyola Kai made his move. Just a handful of breaks on the final set of handstand push-ups. Very strong overhead. And you had to be able to support the kettlebells like that. Takes crazy strength and stamina. But Anyola Kai sets the time to beat for the next 2 heats.
6:57.17 seconds. The only man to go sub-7 in that opening heat. 2 heats remain as we close out the final day of competition at the 2026 CrossFit Games. the SAP Center in San Jose, California, usually home to the NHL San Jose Sharks. This year it's been home to the 2026 CrossFit Games, and we are down to the 20th and final event. Our Air National Guard Overwatch cam, Dylan Hamming, at 33 years old, could be our male Rookie of the Year. Finished 22nd in the last event, but an impressive effort for one of the bigger guys in the field.
He really has a great weekend. We said 4 finishes inside the top 5, a second, third, fourth, and fifth. And yes, all at the ripe age of 33 years old.
Currently in 13th place, trying to work his way inside the top 10. He's been to the games before, twice on a team, but again, his first individual appearance here, and he has had some pretty solid moments throughout this competition. The event 20, the Fibonacci final.
5, 8, 13 deficit handstand push-ups to 14 inches. Kettlebell deadlifts to 203 pounds each. Then an 89-foot, 53-pound kettlebell lunge to the finish line.
Mission brief presented by the Air National Guard. What do you got?
The round of 13, Sean. You've got to make sure that you break accordingly based off your skill before you get there. You do not want that wall to choose for you, and then glory awaits at the finish line. All the pressure is on the world there waiting for you at the end.
10 men on the competition floor for the second and final heat. And in lane 3, Patrick Vellner, his 10th career appearance at the CrossFit Games, making his final appearance here as an individual. 35 years old, has had a Hall of Fame career, if there were such a thing in CrossFit.
There will be, Sean.
One can dream.
There will be. What a career for Pat Vellner. Not only one of the most dominant men at the CrossFit Games, but you think about his pedigree outside the CrossFit Games in major events. Wins at Wadapalooza, wins at Rogue. This man has been a staple in the competition scene for a very long time. And the Games will miss Pat Vellner. One more ride.
All right, kids, Uncle Pat's got to go to work one last time. He'll be back in a second. 5 deficit handstand push-ups at the 14-inch deficit to kick us off here. Anya Lakai, the top time out of heat number 1, 6:57.17 seconds. And there's Dylan Hamming and Victor Hoffer working their way to those 203-pound, 92-kilo kettlebells, 5 deadlifts to close out round 1.
We have a lot of athletes that I'm very curious to see how they're going to handle this final event. You got athletes like Tudor Magda, incredibly well-rounded when it comes to deadlift and handstand push-ups. You've got Colton Mertens, Austin Hatfield, and Victor Hoffer. We know the handstand push-ups have given people a lot of fits in that round of 13. But there are several athletes in this heat that could be setting a very, very important time going into our third and final heat. And Dylan Hamming, my goodness.
He is in the lead right now. This is his set of 8. Colton Mertens is also towards the front. Mertens is in lane 4 and working his way to the kettlebells. Mazarazda at the far end of the floor. Hatfield and Magda all on their second round of deadlifts. Mertens is going to take a break, chalk the hands.
Now, he took a break that he didn't need to take, but he took a break that he decided to take.
Dylan Hamming has gotten to work on those kettlebells and quickly moving his way towards the front of the pack again. And Hamming is going to be the second man done behind Mazarazda. Tudor Magda also finished, as did Hapalainen at about the same time as Hamming.
I said that, Sean. Colton Mertens was reduced to singles at the end of those deadlifts. Very curious to see what's going on with that game plan.
Well, Mertens will head back to start his round of 13 with the rest of the leaders. Hapalainen and Mazarazda, along with Magda in the lead. Hamming is only a rep back. Hamming on the left side of your screen. That's Austin Hatfield on the right side. Mazarozda is just about 4 reps away from finishing up his set as you take a look at Henrik Haapalainen in lane 1. Colton Mertens is making his money on these handstand push-ups. Mertens with 3 reps remaining. He's in the all black towards the top of your screen, just kicked down.
I am curious to see what this third set of deadlifts looks like for Colton Mertens. I thought he was taking just structured breaks on the round of 8, but he got reduced to singles on his last 3 reps.
Well, he is through that round of 13 deficit handstand push-ups and is back into the lead. Tudor Magda is right there with him. Magda's on the bottom of your screen. 13 deadlifts now, 406 total pounds, 184 kilos in total that they are lifting. Got to get to the 52 rep mark before they start the lunge, and Mazarozda at the far end of the floor is also on the kettlebells, as is Dylan Hamming, and this is where Hamming moves himself back towards the front of the pack. He's going to take a break as Hamming, as you take a look at our 2 leaders, Magda and Mertens, but Hamming ripped off a huge set to join them. Hamming with 3 reps to go. Magda and Mertens have 4 remaining. Mertens has gotten back to work. He did 1 rep, I think, and put it down.
He's been doing, I mean, if you could call them singles, where he'll do a rep and just let it settle on the ground.
And Hamming is done along with Tudor Magda, and now to the lunge. 2 53-pound, 24-kilo kettlebells they have to hold over their head and lunge 89 feet to the finish. We got 2 minutes to go before we hit Anio Lakai's top time of 6:57.17 seconds. Hamming's going to be off second behind Magda, who's on the left side of your screen. Nika Mazarozda is going to be the 3rd man to start the lunge down in lane number 10.
We know how good Tudor Magda is at handstand walking in an inverted position.
Colton Mertens has started his lunge as well, and he is about even with Mazarozda for 3rd place in the heat.
Let's see if Tudor can do the same thing the opposite way with some kettlebells over his head.
Hamming's going to take a break, and Mertens continues to work here. Mertens has now moved his way into 2nd place behind Magda. Mazarozda is right on Mertens' heels. Magda is going to get back to work, but Colton Mertens has not stopped.
The slow play.
Here comes Colton Mertens. Magda's over the finish line. It's going to be a race to the buzzer. And I think Magda got him.
Yes!
Mertens went full send. But Magda just edged him out. Mazarozda is in 3rd.
The Superman full send.
Oh, man.
Colton Mertens. Gotta love it.
0.2 of a second between Magda and Mertens, but what a lunge from Colton Mertens. He did not break the entire time, as now Dylan Hamming is across. And here comes Pat Vellner. His final march down the competition floor as an individual athlete. Haapalainen in lane 1, looking to be the next man to finish. And final few reps in the individual career of Pat Vellner. Vellner's family is here watching him finish. Two sons and his wife And they can be proud of their husband and father. Pat Vellner closes out his 10-year career. 7:33.54 seconds. Bailey Martin just treats that thing like a tackling dummy. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Here comes Ty Jenkins. He is in. And that leaves Victor Hoffer on the competition floor. He's 2 sections into his overhead walking lunge. Victor Hoffer came in 12th place overall. Technically making his second appearance at the CrossFit Games. He didn't compete in 2024 when an adductor injury prior to the first event kept him out of the competition. So this is the first time we've actually seen him compete at the CrossFit Games. And the Frenchman with 3 sections to complete here. Less than a minute to go. Oh, now a no rep.
Come on.
He's saying his knee didn't hit the ground. Is that what the call was?
I don't know, but poor guy's trying.
Hey, rules are rules.
Yeah, you're right.
15 seconds now for Victor Hoffer. He might be able to make it here. He's got 1 section left. He's going to have to lunge one more time because his heel's on that red line. Oh, I think they're going to give it to him. Make-up call.
Mercy.
But there's Pat Vellner. Let's take one more look at this finish. Watch Colton Mertens here.
Yes.
Love to see it. Magda goes barreling into that cooler. Hey, that's what you do at the CrossFit Games, and it's Tudor Magda by 0.2 of a second over Colton Mertens. Meanwhile, Pat Vellner, who has been a crowd favorite since he came onto the scene, had a great competition to close things out here. 2 event wins to make it 10 in his career. And has been a fantastic ambassador for this methodology and this sport. And we certainly wish him all the best as he moves on from his individual career. Just gutting through those final few lunges. And now he gets saluted from the crowd here in San Jose. Will we have a repeat champion or a first-time champion? It comes down to the final event here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. James Sprague is trying to add another year under his name. Dallin Pepper is hoping to add his name to the list of men who have been crowned the fittest on earth. Of course, Matt Fraser and Rich Froning have won 9 of the now 20 CrossFit Games that have been contested. Your overall standings coming in. Sprague with 1,254 points. He is 43 up on Dallin Pepper. Jay Crouch currently sits in 3rd place. He is 100 points clear of Justin Medeiros for 3rd. The Fibonacci final for the 3rd time at the Games.
And the final time here in 2026, 5-8-13. Deficit handstand push-ups of 14 inches. Double kettlebell deadlifts at 203 pounds apiece. And an 89-foot kettlebell overhead walking lunge to the finish line at 53 pounds.
Cap, take us through the mission brief for the final time this weekend.
Break before the handstand push-ups break you. And for those trying to chase greatness, it waits for you at the finish line. The question is, can James Sprague do what we've never seen at the CrossFit Games before? Or can Dallin Pepper finally crack the podium curse?
Let's bring in Mike Arsenault on the competition floor. Mike?
Dallin Pepper's 3 closest friends in CrossFit, Justin Medeiros, Jason Hopper, and James Sprague, all 3 former champions. Dallin Pepper wants to join that group and become the 2026 CrossFit Games champion. As you mentioned, Sean, he's 43 points away. The man in front of him, close friend James Sprague, looking for his 2nd CrossFit Games title. Pepper not only has to beat Sprague outright, he is going to need a lot of help.
He's going to need exactly 12 people between where he finishes, Dallin Pepper, and James Sprague.
Here are your lane assignments for the final heat of the competition. Sprague and Pepper in the middle of the floor in lanes 5 and 6.
And even more so, they are not separated by a rig. They are facing in the same spot. Fate in the hands of James. Dallin Pepper is going to need some help and a Hail Mary.
Here we go, final heat of the final event as we close out the 2026 CrossFit Games. Chase, you mentioned, can James Sprague do something that has never been done before? And that is win 2 CrossFit Games in non-consecutive years, and he rips through that first set of 5 deficit handstand push-ups. Here comes Dallin Pepper to join Sprague on the opening set of deadlifts.
Dallin has to approach this like he's going to win the event. It's really his only chance because you need bigger differences between place finishes. From 1st to 14th, it's 4 points. From 1st to finishing 12th is 56. That's the 44 points that Dallin Pepper needs.
For every barbell, every rig, every piece of equipment on this competition floor built by Rogue Fitness, the official equipment supplier of the CrossFit Games. You can shop at roguefitness.com. Ricky Garrard and James Sprague are in front. Dallin Pepper just trying to stay close to Sprague here. But as you said, Chase, he's got to try and knock this one out of the park and hope he gets some help. And right now, it's James Sprague who's not going to leave anything to chance as he works his way back to the 203-pound, 92-kilo kettlebells for the set of 8. Here comes Pepper on the left side of your screen. And there is Patrick Sprague on the left side of your screen. Masters competitor, James' father. I cannot imagine what that man is feeling right now.
I feel it. He's not even my son.
Sprague into his final round. Dallin Pepper just finished as well. Jay Crouch on the right side of your screen has clinched a spot on the podium.
The podium placing is not going to change between the 3, but what Dallin's trying to do, he's running out of time. 13 handstand push-ups. This is going to be it's going to have to be one heck of a set from Dallin Pepper. It's his last opportunity. because the
Pepper
guys he
breaks.
needs between him are already doing better than both James and Dallin.
Guimayeros is your leader with Ricky Garrard. Jake Crouch is also in that fight for first place in this heat. And Pepper back to work.
Slowly creeping up. Just a few reps behind the leaders.
Guimayeros is putting the finishing touches on his final set of 13 deficit handstand push-ups at 14 inches before he moves to the kettlebells for the final time. And that'll do it for Mayeros. And now Pepper has moved ahead of Sprague.
So Pepper has 4 reps left. James has 6, now 5 reps left to go. Pepper has 2. He's got to get these 2 done, as James is now going to singles.
There are 3 men on their final set of kettlebell deadlifts. Crouch, Garrard from top to bottom.
Oh,
and
Pepper just
Mayeros.
failed.
And Pepper now with a no rep in the upper left-hand part of your screen. He's got 1 left. Sprague with 3 remaining. And for Sprague, it's just stay close to Pepper. And that's the final rep for Pepper.
Pepper's got to take a chance. You got to hold on to these kettlebells, try to race ahead of the guys ahead of you. This is it.
Guimayeros is on to the overhead walking lunge. And here comes James Sprague. Guimayeros looking to win the event. Break for Sprague, break for Pepper. Garrard and Crouch are on the lunge as well. Guimayeros looking to go unbroken here. He has 2 sections left. Dallin Pepper is done. He's moving to the overhead lunge. He's got 3 men finishing ahead of him. The Pepper probably unbroken or bust right now.
That's all. Yeah, this is his last gas.
James Sprague is done. He'll get to work on the lunge. Justin Medeiros is finished as well. Pepper's through 3 sections. Here comes James Sprague. Some other times from the prior heats will be a factor here. Now Ricky Garrard is in. Pepper now in his final section. He's going to hang on, but will he get the help he needs? Pepper is in. Here comes Medeiros. Medeiros is through. And now James Sprague. He's going to take a break. So more times in the prior, he's now factoring in. Here comes Sprague. Will it be enough for James Sprague to stand atop the podium for the 2nd time in his career? It looks like Sprague has done it, but we have to wait for the official scores. Pepper needed a whole bunch of people between the 2 of them. Dallin did what he had to do, but may not have gotten the help that he needs. And that's a great moment between 2 friends who left it all out on the floor, battled all weekend long. And James Sprague looking to make history. The first man to ever win multiple CrossFit Games in non-consecutive seasons. And the wait will continue for Dallin Pepper. He will be on the podium. Final results as Roman Krennikov is being encouraged by the crowd to finish up here. Much better circumstances than the last time we heard the crowd chanting his name when he was gutting his way through a foot injury. And that's it. James Sprague took 10th. Dallin Pepper took 6th. Let's send it down to Dave Castro.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Male CrossFit Games champion, James Sprague!
It's not a comeback, it's a continuation. James Sprague is the fittest man on earth for the second time in his career.
There's a pressure that comes with trying to win your first is trying to get to your first CrossFit Games. Made it as a team, took forever to make it as an individual. Then comes the potential of success. Then you get that success in a year that everybody said, does it really count? Is he really the fittest person on earth? And then all James has done for the last 2 straight years is prove it over and over. And yet the question still remains, is he legitimately one of the fittest men on earth?
My CNS is shaking. Welcome.
Monkey off the back, questions answered. James Sprague, you are one of the fittest men to ever walk this planet, and you've earned every second of it. You've earned that title. What a weight off the shoulders for James Sprague.
What a moment with his father. James Sprague, a kid who was struggling with depression, trying to find his way in life. Found CrossFit, found out he was really good at it. And now for the second time in his career, he wins the games and the first man to ever win multiple titles in non-consecutive years.
And he did it in ways he had yet to do in years past.
And last night, when it looked like the grip might be slipping a little, what did he do? Came back and won back-to-back events. Closed out Saturday with a win, opened Sunday with a win. And then the final march into history for James Sprague. Holds off Dallin Pepper, who you have to give a ton of credit to. Came in here with an impossible task, left it all out on the field. You know that hug you usually get from Patrick Sprague? I think it's going to be a little tighter now when you see him. That is one happy, proud father, and rightfully so. James Sprague, 1,318 points. Dallin Pepper on the podium. And Jay Crouch, the second Australian man to finish on the podium, takes third place. Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault and the two-time fittest man on earth, James Sprague.
James, you've made history. The fourth man to win multiple CrossFit Games championships and the first man to do it non-consecutively. The man who got you into this sport, your dad, Patrick, what was that embrace like when he came on the floor? What message did he share?
It's everything, man. Like I said in my last interview, just to have a family that cares so much and wants to see me succeed and encourages me in the right things. Constantly just praying for me, having my best interests in mind, taking any burden off that they can off of my plate this weekend. If God is for us, who can be against us? And I just know last time I stepped up here as a champion, it didn't feel right. This year, it's a completely different feeling, and it's just awesome to have the games here, have everyone healthy, have everyone safe, and I'm just so grateful for this community, man.
You won in 2024, you didn't win in 2025. What did you change in your preparation to ensure that you would be back on top of the podium here in 2026?
Take no day for granted. Every day to be able to train is a gift. To get in there, healthy or not, just make something happen in the gym. I think a lot of athletes obsess over having these perfect training days and stacking great days. It's like, that's not realistic. What's realistic is just showing up, giving your best every day, and never quitting on yourself.
You had a really nice moment with Dallin at the end of event number 20 there. You shared an embrace. What does it mean to have such close friends at the top of the sport along with you, pushing each other forward to reach these heights after what you just described as the most grueling CrossFit Games you've ever experienced?
Yeah, it's everything. I think being able to share this experience with all those guys, we're all great friends. The Boys Interrupted, some of my best friends. And I think we have so much fun, sometimes too much fun. And I wouldn't want to have it any other way.
I'm sure there's a lot of fun to be had tonight. Two-time CrossFit Games champion, James Sprague.
And you heard James say it, 2024 wasn't the championship you really wanted to have at the time in which he has. 2026 meaning so much more. But props to James Sprague. You got a community behind you, you got a family behind you. But competing and glorifying for an audience of one, I'm proud of James Sprague, and that man has earned every single thing coming his way. Congratulations to James Sprague and the returning fittest man on earth.
Well, there was a time in James Sprague's life where there was no way this was going to be a reality. And he found a methodology and a community that turned his life around, and now he's a two-time CrossFit Games champion. And we're looking to find the next James Sprague. Might be out there, and if you think it might be you, guess what?
Oh! What? Why did I just start to get nervous already?
Time to start training, everybody. The World Wide Open for 2027 starts on February 18th with 27.1.
All you athletes, all you community members, if you think you can't do it, I guarantee you can. Go get your butt inside an affiliate, and I'll see you guys on February 18th.
What a great year. Fantastic competition, man. Listen, I got to say personally, it's great being next to you. I never take this for granted. I hope the community doesn't take you for granted. It's fantastic having you up here and having you represent this methodology and this sport. I love you, man. Thanks for doing this with me. It's been a blast.
It's good to have you back, brother. It's not the same without you. What a year it's been. What a year it could be. But how thankful we are for the athletes, for the community, for the volunteers, The happiness, the tears, the laughs, the energy. There is nothing that compares to the CrossFit Games.
For Mike Arsenault, Bella Martin, Chase Ingram, and our entire hardworking crew here in San Jose, thank you so much for being with us here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. We will see you in February 27.1, February 18th. So long from San Jose.